free coaching stream, but on a Monday. What? Crazy. But I figured we'd do a little bit more of this. The patch is not that big. I don't feel like I have to discover that much by playing. And I don't know, it just kind of felt like it. So today we're going to do some feedback. But while we wait for people to drop by, I'm going to start by looking at some Snapfire games, because I think we're going to do a Snapfire guide coming up. Unfortunately, my timestamp thing is still a bit broken, so I kind of have to type stuff in manually as we go. But oh well. I will have to look for a new timestamp plugin at some point. Hey Helix, how you doing? How are you? This wasn't taking so long to load. When was this? Previous patch? No, just yesterday. Rip wildcard. Are they still playing under wildcard? Didn't they let go? Maybe you can't change the team name in the middle of an event. All right, we're gonna watch Snapfire perspective. I kind of already know what I'm gonna say in the guide, but I kind of want to collect some gameplay examples and maybe, you know, maybe learn a little bit more. Maybe I'm wrong about some stuff, you know? I've fallen to the depths of Herald gaming. Don't ask how this happened. Okay, no, I won't ask. I won't ask. Watcher bug.
The game is on.
They lane swapped the hoodwink up here? Why? Who's down here? Chen? Why did they do this? Huh. I'm not sure I really understand why they lane swapped. That's not why I opened up this replay, but now I'm seeing it, I'm like, why is this happening? You would have Chen versus Mars Snapfire. And down here you would have Hoodwink versus Jakiro Sven. I mean, Chen is arguably the stronger laner, so maybe they were thinking they needed more power versus the Jakiro and Sven? Huh. Huh. Peculiar. When are you going to try my OD4? When he gets buffed again. It was a thing for a little bit. I played a couple games of it when you would just astral people and then harass. I have not done it since then. Ooh, power fluctuating. That's rough. Well, welcome, welcome. We are going to do like a kind of random system. So I can't guarantee anything, but I promise the feedback will be useful, even if you're watching someone else's. How many Snapfire games should we start? Sometimes we usually start these streams by whoever's here first gets it, gets the first one. But I did want to collect some Snapfire examples. Nothing too crazy for this laning stage. Oh, maybe that's a good example of little shredder power. Huh. Huh. I've got Snapfire Herald games. That should be useful. One thing I'm sort of hoping to see today. Ooh, wait. Hold on. Jot that down. Secure big creep example plus courier kill with Lil Shredder. Boom. We have one example clip found. Guys, I could churn out hero guides if I didn't have to find the examples. The examples for the guides are what take the longest time. In 2 hours, I could probably just ramble off a bunch of tips. If we... One day I'll afford an editor. I'll have them do it for me. Cookie from Fog of War example? I'm sure we'll find others that are more successful than that one. He's stacking up a storm. Although one of them got stolen. Rip. Is it possible to stack both camps as Triangle as Dire? I'm only able to do it as Radiant. It's a little harder now that they increase the size of the box, but it's still doable. Typically, hit one of the camps at 53. It doesn't actually matter which one. Hit one camp at 53, hit the other as soon as you can, which is usually like 55, and then either walk this way or this way. So, for example, stand here, hit this camp at 53, walk over, hit the Ancient at 55, and then walk this way. The hard camp should kind of go like zoop, zoop this way, and then the Ancient camp will go this way. It only works so much. Since this box got bigger, eventually they start blocking themselves more than they used to. But that should work. And then same deal going this way. You could hit this at 53, walk up 55, walk this way. That's where it gets a little funny. This camp will kind of go like up and then down, and then that might mess itself up. So it's actually easier if you start this side, if you're going this way, where you go like 53, 55, and then run this way, so that hopefully this camp just goes this way, and this camp goes this way. And that should be a little bit more consistent, but it should work potentially either direction. Yeah, this camp is just a little cleaner, because they both, like, the box setup is just a little easier. This one gets a little messy because of the trees like here and the outpost there. It should still be doable though. Freaky, thank you. I'm glad the videos are still helpful. I'm trying to get back into it a little bit more. We kind of took a break for a little bit. Actually, I'll tell you what. Hang on. Your stacking question? For sure they stacked this at some point, right? Ah, damn it, Speed, you're too good. Okay, wait, this is not a good example because he's he's stacking in two different directions with creeps. Come on, someone surely. No one did it?
Radiant's mid.
I think I'm seeing my wild card lost this match, guys. All right, maybe we'll find it. Maybe we'll find it in another example. It is possible. Hopefully we see a case of it later. Okay, tell you what, you guys are all here. Forget it. I'll look for Snapfire examples later, or maybe one of you guys will play Snapfire and we'll have an example. Where's my little thing? Okay, we're just gonna do this in chaos mode. How come this got shifted over a little bit? It's cut off a bit. There we go. Feel free, excuse me. Feel free to just post match IDs, guys. I need the match ID, who you're playing, and then let me know any particular questions you have. That helps me figure out how we can connect different replays, but also what to address in your replay so that we can go a little faster, and we're not just like blindly going through it. Actually, yeah, that's about it. We're just gonna pick randomly. If you want a guaranteed one, I'll do it for $5, but we'll be doing this. Usually it's on Wednesdays, actually, and we'll still do Wednesdays, but today we're doing it as well. So even if you don't get yours today, you could come by Wednesday. And if we do end up streaming more, because I'm kind of in like streamer mode a little bit, I think. I want to try streaming more, doing slightly less videos, because I think I'm burned out on YouTube videos, and it's just been like, I'm half-assing it, you know? So I feel like I want to do a little bit more, but hopefully that means we can do more of these replay streams, and when we find good examples, inevitably from you guys, then maybe those can become YouTube videos. So maybe there will still be more YouTube videos actually in the end, cut from this stuff. We will see. I'm going to turn on anonymous mode before I forget so that you guys don't have to feel embarrassed if it ends up on a YouTube video. If that bothers you, it'll be all anonymous. You're good to go. Yeah, Dota can be hard to get new people into, Kirito. It's you have to want to do it, I feel like. It's a lot. It really catches some people and it's really not for others. Pew Pewy, what's up? I'm doing well. I went to the dentist this morning and unfortunately I have a cavity, so I'm a little down about that, but otherwise I'm good. I have bad genes for it, guys. I floss every night. I brush every day. I've even been cutting sugar out of my diet. I do like carbonated water and stuff, so now I gotta like be careful more about that. I always have cavities even though I try. It does not have to be support. We can do any core role. I can give some feedback. I am best at support, but I'm happy to give feedback for other stuff. Depending on your rank, I can maybe give less feedback the higher up you are, and I don't know the like specific core matchups, but like to the detail a high MMR player would need. But for most brackets, I can give some form of useful feedback, even to core roles. Not to like flex my own ego, but I'll tell you if I'm like unconfident in it. Yeah, guys, just stick them in the chat with some text, especially YouTube audience. Tofufu, we're gonna start with you because I saw yours first for these streams. YouTube audience, I think the YouTube chat tends to filter out just like strings of numbers because I don't know, it's just like anti-spam, I guess. But usually if you type something like match ID plus whatever, then it sticks around. But if you like just post a match ID, then it tends to get removed. I do need to do my own timestamps, so let me... Where can I put this? I'll stick this here. Where's my... Okay, we're at 14 minutes and 15 seconds. Winter Wyvern. What are you? 5 legend. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have to do our own timestamps today. And maybe in the future, because my timestamp thing's broken. Okay, so Winter Wyvern. You mentioned you're a Winter Wyvern spammer. Some of your lanes are tough. I do see spamming. Nice. So let's give you some lane feedback, and that'll maybe be the focus. We'll try to stay a little more focused today. Answer the questions, maybe give a bit of bonus feedback. We'll see, and then move on so that we can get to more people. Wait, you know what? We're focusing on the lane. Let's not skip ahead because running out during smokes also count. I'm going to assume you're smoked as well. Probably just a replay bug because we jumped backwards in time. But you're probably smoked here. If you are, I would swap in these Observer Sentries to move up to go place this. This was a Legend Ancient game, right? Yeah, so the bounty fights are a lot more common now. Honestly, if you just want to like run forward and place it, it's pretty worth it. Unless you're really set to... There's a couple heroes I think having an Observer in the lane is worth it. Pudge is potentially one of them if you know where he is, which in this case it's looking like a Pudge 4. And it is your... actually, wait, there's a Dazzle here. Maybe you lane swapped this game. But let's just say you were bottom and you knew Pudge was going to be here. I do think an Observer like over here is pretty useful, so you can kind of catch sight of what side Pudge is. So if you want to do that, that's fine. Most matchups, you don't really need an Observer in the laning stage, especially over here. I'm looking at you guys, Herald through Crusader. You really don't need one in this spot. So for your rank, where actually you'll notice both teams smoked up, right? Committing an Observer in anywhere in this area, it's kind of up to you. In this area, sometimes people put it here as they like breach high ground. They move up here, they put it here. Like just putting the Observer for first blood is actually pretty worth it nowadays. So you usually want it in if you're going to make these kind of movements. For example, you know, the smoke pops and you go, oh, this one's actually just based on time, so never mind. Yeah, looks like they're finding them. All right, at that point, you're probably just going to go place your stuff. Oh, he didn't die, actually. Let's go. I can't believe he lived. Amazing. With current Venge 5, is Vlad's plus drums better than Ags? Definitely a fan of the drums as a potential first item. It doesn't have to be. I'd say Venge is fairly open in itemization. So if your team has good right clickers, the drums sounds great. Solar Crest, Glimmer, Forestaff, all great options for Venge as her first item. Vlad's is a little less common, especially in pubs. If you're gonna group up that same right click type lineup, great. I would say second item. So like the drums Vlad's could be a great aura push lineup. The reality is for a lot of pub games, there's not a lot of early grouping, and the Aghanims will go a long way for you because it's just a second life mechanic, and that's really good in pub games. So I wouldn't blame you if you wanted to go Ags, but I would say that's pretty greedy for position 5, and I would probably do like one item, like drums, Ag, something like that. All right, so we are gonna go head to lane. I do feel, you know, not placing the Observer by this point is a little bit of a miss. Would recommend, and potentially the Sentry to block as well, though maybe you're saving it to unblock. But you see, so we were up here so long, and then by the time you come do it, they're here and they spotted you. So missed the window on that. And because of that, because you're trying to do it now, we're not in the lane already. Notice this creep is already about to drop below half, and they're not in the lane yet. So if we go back to when you smoked and we saw them here, at that point, you know, okay, nothing is going to happen top, so let me swap this stuff in. I'm going to come block this camp if I want to do that. If you want to save it for this, that's fine. I'm going to place my Observer somewhere, do that, and then you can even body block the creep wave right off the bat if you want. It's really popular in the off lane right now, so that the first wave goes under tower and then pushes out here and you're good to go, and that's why you would like preemptively block this small camp as well. If you don't want to do that, that's fine, but you can be in the lane right away, already hitting this creep, already getting things going for you, not taking like a 2-on-1 right now, and helping Centaur with this. Be careful of trading too much with Lich. You mostly want to hit people once each with Arctic Burn and then do a little bit of auto attack harass, but you don't want to get into an extended trade as Winter Wyvern, especially in the jungle, because once you apply the first Arctic Burn, you actually don't reapply this. So you're not getting extra damage out of this ability. You're just using it to right-click harass a little bit more. Someone like Lich has low cooldown burst spells, so he can fight you, and you guys are just right-clicking, and let's pretend it's even. You're both right-clicking, but he has a burst spell, so then you're going to get low, and then you're going to have to leave. And then, like, the longer you trade and the more burst spells he gets off, like, you can't do anything about it because Arctic Burn is such a long cooldown ability. It's actually less nowadays, but typically, like, poke a little bit, but try not to get into this super long duration trade as much. You're trying to win the war of attrition, not like, I gotta win this 10-second fight. You're, over the course of 3-4 Arctic Burns, I'm constantly poking them, and every time you use Arctic Burn, try to hit both heroes once to apply the health burn, and then you can focus one hero down. And over time, you want to do that and whittle them down. Lich is more burst fight because of his abilities, though he can also go for long-term trades with the mana he's getting back. Yeah, you see how you were a little too far. Hold on, let's go back. When you used Arctic Burn, so you're kind of using it max range, and then Lich sees it and he goes, oh shit, I gotta run. So he's immediately gonna run. Even if you chased him down, you do have a little bit of a slow here. So you can mostly attack Lich because he's a slow hero. Versus a faster hero, they might actually get too far away or get behind a tree, and then you're not gonna get to hit them the entire Arctic Burn time. But also, the other hero we want to hit is over here. And when he sees this, he's gonna start keeping his distance from you, and you're gonna have to spend Arctic Burn time walking up to hit him. And we're not getting as many auto attacks as we could. So instead of using it from back here, if you actually walk up a little closer, then use Arctic Burn, it's going to be easier to hit both heroes. But then also, let's say we just want to hit Lich for whatever reason, or like this hero here. When we're this far, he is just going to spend all his time running away, and we are going to run forward, attack, stand still, run forward, stand still, attack, run forward, stand still, attack, which means we're just less likely to get as many auto attacks as we want. When we are closer, and this is true for like any attack range, not just like when you're getting the bonus Arctic Burn attack range, but like any attack range, it's easier to kite someone and get maximum amount of auto attacks if you are closer rather than like the maximum attack range, because you have more buffer space essentially of the attack range being the buffer and not having to spend so much time chasing. Otherwise, I like your itemization in terms of I have a lot of right-click damage items, so I can harass a lot, but noticing some points we can fine-tune how we are auto-attack harassing. This isn't the worst because Centaur versus Lifestealer is actually pretty solid, so the fact that you're isolating this in a one-on-one is actually fine in this matchup. But I do want to note that you haven't really harassed Lifestealer, who's the melee hero, versus your ranged form. So it should be easier to harass this guy. Lich also has AoE abilities, so if you don't stand next to Centaur but stand next to your creeps and Lich is trying to trade with you, he'll damage your creeps, which will push. So I guess all this is to say, like, you don't always have to take this one-on-one with Lich. You can be like closer to the lane so you can poke Lifestealer a little bit, and Lich will have a harder time doing anything because his abilities are AoE without shoving in the lane. Yeah, like here's another Arctic Burn that only hits Lich. How's Centaur doing? He should be winning this without you, which he is. But do we always trust our offlaners to do that? I find that when I attack the core, the dot from Arctic Burn causes the creeps to constantly aggro me, even though I do the aggro movement thing and A-click my Centaur to change creep aggro. Okay, so that's a good point. That will happen if they are looking for a new target. So if you do the aggro trick correctly, the auto attack will not draw aggro. But because of the Arctic Burn lasting for 5 seconds, in that 5-second window, if the creeps finish what they're doing and they're looking for a new target, they'll go, oh, someone is hurting my core. Who is it? It's Winter Wyvern. That's when they chase you. So notice the creeps are all pretty healthy here. If you use Arctic Burn now on Lifestealer, these creeps are probably not likely to kill anything in the next 5 seconds and then go, oh shit, I need a new target. Who's hurting Lifestealer? It's Winter Wyvern. So if you use it when the wave first meets, you're less likely to draw aggro. If you're using it as the wave is about to die, then they're more likely to look for you. What is going on, Jupiter? But that's also not the end of the world, because if you're using Arctic Burn, you should be far enough away where it's not that bad if they look for you for a little bit and then go back to the creep. So I wouldn't worry about it that much, but if you're wondering why that happens, that's why. it's because they're not currently focused on something else, either because they finished what they were doing or they weren't doing anything at the time you used it. Come here, Jupiter. Come be on stream. Come here, come here. Come here, come here. Come here, come here. All right. We should be doing something there. Let's go back. All right. So, Lich moving over this way. Lifestealer over here. So we got to like pick and choose. We got to pick something. We're either making sure a pull doesn't happen, so we're over here a little bit sooner. In fact, let's go back like 10 more seconds. All right. 3:14. All support players, you got to know this is the time to pull. No matter what side you're on, right? The hard can't pull this way is about 3:17. The small can't pull this way is about 3:17. Give or take a few seconds, depending where exactly you want to meet the wave. But around now, we got to think about that. Looking at my equilibrium, this is actually pretty good for them. Like, it's pushing into them. There's more creeps. He shouldn't be thinking about doing a pull right now. You should, right? Where we shove in this lane and then we do a hard camp pull. So we can be thinking about that. Flip side, Lich should be thinking about that. We're actually pretty happy with equilibrium. We shouldn't do a pull, and I should make sure they don't do a pull. So Lich should actually stay here, fight you to make sure you can't do this. Or if he was weak and you were strong, he would like hug the edge, maybe like try to aggro the camp away, something like that. And then as he leaves, you probably transition to this hard pull right now would be good. If this camp is blocked, then just stand in the lane and harass the Lifestealer. Because what we could threaten coming up here is that we have a big wave coming in. So for us to reset this, we need to shove it under the tower so the tower helps kill everything off and hopefully pushes back into us, but at least resets at equilibrium rather than us pushing into them. So then you walk over here, hit Lifestealer if he is coming up for last hits, otherwise go for denies. You can choose to deny when he walks up if you want, but if you harass him and then we shove in a big creep wave, potentially we could dive and kill him. Now that's kind of like iffy in pub games whether that's going to happen or not, but it's going to be much easier if he's low because we've harassed him right now rather than he's a full health hero and we're trying to dive him. So you at least wanted to like be doing something like that. I think Lich, yeah, Lich actually goes for a pull, which is actually not good here. He actually does a half pull, which is like actually better than a full pull for sure. But you notice you guys are kind of close enough, and you actually should have seen this, so you could have walked over a little bit more over here. So we actually did successfully deny 2 creeps, which you guys at least got some XP for. But I think you should have been able to walk over here to help secure those. But then, all right, we'll adjust here. So Centaur's got 2 creeps. There's only 1 creep left, so we are good on equilibrium. If you are a fast hero and the mid lane matters, you could come for the water rune right now, because Centaur doesn't need you. If you want to stay around for this creep, that's like also okay if you're like worried about going. Pulling this camp is actually unnecessary, because actually now you're going to run into this issue where I know their wave is pushing, so you actually don't have to pull. If you want to pull, I don't mind, but you do have to connect their camp, their creep wave coming in, into this pull, which Centaur does. This is the danger. You miss a creep. You guys got to make sure you catch every creep. But in terms of why do we do pulls, to get equilibrium and to maybe get more gold over our opponents and XP, notice equilibrium was already good, so we're not strictly getting equilibrium. And then in terms of getting more gold and XP, we're actually fighting over this camp. So we're all going to get the same XP, and whoever gets the last hit will get the gold. It doesn't mean it's like a bad time to pull completely if you are better at securing this camp, but it's missing the like the free equilibrium win from other pulls. Where's our wave? Up here. By the way, this game, because Centaur is so tanky, it's okay to let him focus more damage and then keep using Cold Embrace on him, because Cold Embrace has the max HP percentage. So if Centaur gets more value out of it than you do, if he tanks a little bit more damage. Okay, 6 minutes could be good. Okay, right there. Hit this away. Not that I want to do a pull. I want to make sure they don't pull this wave in here. So thinking ahead, I'm Winter Wyvern, I'm position 4. I want to go for the 6-minute rune. I need to make sure Equilibrium is in this area so that I feel comfortable leaving Centaur. The wave is pushing in, so we're actually pretty good. What could destroy this? A single small pull cannot fix this big of a wave. So even if they pull, it would eventually shove back. Half pull would kind of be good, and that'd be a little bit annoying, but it's not the end of the world. Like, Centaur would still get something while we're gone. The main issue is if they do a hard pull, that actually kind of resets Equilibrium. We might still get a little bit more out of it, but it would make me less comfortable to leave for the 6-minute rune. So right here, hit this camp and drag it down. You can like wait for this range camp, but like the timing for Lich to do this pull is right now. He needs to hit this camp and drag it over to the left. So if you hit this camp and drag it down a little sooner, he can't do that. Or you at least need to stay in this area to see if he is going to attempt that. We have like everybody here. We got Jupiter, we got Hef. So Lich could have done this pull right now. What is he doing? Oh, he pulled it down to, I don't know, stop you, I guess. But anyways, here's the small pull. So here's what I mean. Let's go to a free cam so we can see this. So he's doing this, which we're gonna see is not gonna fix Equilibrium. I'm gonna take you out of this picture. Let's just pretend Centaur's here on his own. So Centaur's gonna manage this wave. Okay, he's gonna nuke it, never mind. If they hadn't done the pull, the camp would be, or the creep wave would be somewhere up here right now. So then, even if we're not here, Centaur is now laning in this area, 1v2, and that's pretty safe to like sit back here and at least absorb XP. Because they did a pull, he is going to enter this period where it is a little awkward, but that it will still be okay. If he had done a better job of maintaining the lane as well. Right now, you can see like 3 creeps plus catapult versus 2 creeps plus catapult. If he hadn't done a little bit of extra like nuke damage and been a little better about how the creeps meet, then it would be pushing. So even if he's scared right now, he could run through the trees and just wait, and eventually it would come up here. He could maybe even do his own pull coming up here, right? As this creep camp meets here and sits for a bit, he could drag this over and do the pull himself and then get Equilibrium here without you. Which means that if we did leave to go stack and or go for the power rune, we're like good to go in all these different scenarios. Oh, we're gonna go back to player cam. For your rank, the more you can think about going for the power runes, it would be good. I think it becomes important to start working in the habit of thinking about it around legend to ancient. You'll be a step ahead of most of your like opponents. Look, no one went for it, right? Like, so if you start doing it, it's gonna go your way. You're gonna bring 2-to-1 versus the opponents. You're gonna secure these power runes. Like, what is this shit-ass observer, guys? No offense, but it's not you, is he? What do you guys, what's he looking for? What's he looking for? I don't want to see any of you guys. If I see any of you put an observer like that and you're not, like, Guardian Herald, you're out. The replay's over. Go watch the warning video. 8-minute power rune. Take a look at this. You're walking out. High level pubs, you'll see teleports to the mid lane here. You are pushing it in terms of will you waddle over fast enough, but I think you're close. Something I didn't really talk about is a little bit more matchup. Oh, you actually TP'd here to help with the fight. Okay, that's fine. And then I would probably leave right now. I'd probably like walk to the power rune right now. I didn't talk about this, but if you want to start playing a little bit more matchup dependent, Earthshaker mid once stacks. So if at any moment you could get Equilibrium to come back and then just go and stack, that would also be good. So that he has level 6, right? If he could just echo the very first stack with his first 6, that'd be great. Which means by the time he hits 6, which is around the 6-minute mark, he would want several stacks. So if you could find time to do that, that also would have been a good play. We're not going to worry about that right now. Alright, we'll take a Lich kill with the Echo. Okay, that's about the end of the laning stage. You're looking around, that's good. I guess to summarize, think about how you're using Arctic Burn and make sure you're hitting both heroes every time you use Arctic Burn as much as possible. I know it's not like, it's not gonna happen every single time, but Arctic Burn on each hero is ideal. It's literally twice the value. And then, what would I prioritize? I would prioritize trying to think of stacking. Or sorry, not stack. Well, stacking and rotating for the power runes, essentially. Like, try to find times to do that. It's a really good time in your MMR journey to start working on that habit. So that would be like the second priority. And then third thing would be thinking ahead about the pulls. So like, they want to pull here, I should stop them. I want to pull here, so let me like back up and go do that. Yeah, 3 little things to work on now. From Guardian to Legend, let's go. Still climbing, for sure. Is this the build right now? To be honest, Wyvern is not meta, so I don't actually even know the best build. Let's see what other people are doing. Looks like a lot of people are doing a 1-4-1 type build. So yeah, you could try that. Arctic Burn does have, it's like okay scaling value, but usually the wave clear is a little better from Splinter Blast, but I just wanted to double check that. Because sometimes it shifts. I think we had one period where like Arctic Burn was the way to go. But yeah, it does seem like right now, most people on Dota 2 Pro Tracker are going 1-4-1 if you want to give that a shot. All right, start posting your games again, guys. Against Lifestealer, I like Arctic because of the % damage plus lane equilibrium, easier for us to manage without splinter maxing. So actually, let me challenge that idea. Lifestealer. Okay, hold on, wait, let's go back. So in the lane, he has 971 health right now. We're like 7 minutes in. Let's go back even sooner. A little bit. Let's go to like the 5-minute mark. Level 3 is the soonest. You could go like 2-0-1 if you wanted to do that. But even at like, if we're keeping that 1 point, let's say. How much is Arctic Burn right now? 4%. So 20%, I broke at a calculator, but he's got like roughly 1,000 health anyways. So at most, Arctic Burn is like 200 damage with the health burn every 26 seconds. Whereas if you start leveling Splinter Blast, it's going to do more nuke damage quickly, which, hold on, that's an unfair comparison. We should actually do the like, the 8% health burn, which is going to be like 400, you know, just double it up. 400 damage on the Lifestealer, But then, like, if we also had the Splinter Blast leveled up, yes, it's a little less, but it's also lower cooldown, so you can actually spam this out a little bit more, which I know will use more mana. But then, Lifestealer is actually really bad at dealing with waves pushing into him. The creeps harassing him under tower will actually free up Centaur to do more. So against some of these heroes, I would actually argue that in terms of harassing them, rather than get more Arctic burn damage, you can make their life harder in terms of dealing with a bunch of creeps with Splinter Blast, and then do a pull, and while he's distracted, you're actually out farming him. Let's see. Okay, real quick, this seems like a build question, which I don't think we need to do a full replay for. I'm just gonna look at the Hephaestus. Pardon me. Do you mind? I'm just gonna pull up the scoreboard and give you some item build feedback. And then we'll pick a different one to actually like dig into the replay. But okay, you said you were Herald, Snapfire, your position 4, mid lane Shadow Shaman, a classic. Okay, that build's overall fine, though I might consider Cookie earlier, like 1 point value if you do end up going 2 points Little Shredder in the lane, like level 4 or 5, I might recommend the Cookie just because like having your whole toolkit's nice. Though there's also, if you think it's fine for the game, like I don't mind. But it would help, for example, your Legion commander go Blade Mail first and then still close the gap to get a kill. That's kind of minor though. Let's look at the items. Because you mentioned you went bot and weren't sure what to do, which I gotta say is a bit greedy. I don't think you actually need Boots of Travel. Perhaps they were split pushing you a lot, so you felt you need to get it, but I would just walk to where they're split pushing and then TP back to your team, especially in Herald Guardian. The value of the Boots of Travel is actually often lost in this bracket, where the point of it is to like push separate lanes and then still join teams pretty quickly, which if you are taking it onto yourself and saying like, I'm going to be able to do that, then I'm fine with it. I'm open to it. But a lot of times you like look for that opportunity. You're like, I'm going to split push bottom and I'm going to join my team. And then you look and you're like, my team's in the jungle. They're not doing anything. So because of that, Boots of Travel tends to have less value here than higher ranked games where there tends to be a bit more active play. So if you want to skip Boots of Travel and just go Blink, I would say you could accomplish something similar, which is that it would allow you to split push safely because you have the Blink to go in and out of trees. But also then when you TP to join your team, you can like Blink closer a little bit faster. And it would also have more use in like the actual team fights that break out rather than Boots of Travel. So you went for like a right click build. That is not as popular right now. Because of the way they changed the talents. I would go spellcasting build and just do, it depends how much you like your team. First item Glimmer is okay. Shard, great, farming speed. Blink, Ags, BKB, Blink, BKB, Ags, like some order of that. That's really good if you need a save or you want to shoot someone in like Legion to initiate for you. That can be a really good build. Another really good build, especially if you don't need to save people, is like Blink Hex BKB, Blink BKB Hex. Again, like depending on the order, depends on the game. But that is really common at pro level Snapfire. Continue to play Spellcaster the whole game. The 25 talent is just like the full left. I'll show you the build I have right now. That this may or may not be a video soon. Oh. So pretty much, abilities. There's a couple different build orders. We're not going to worry about that right now. This is like a very standard one. What you did is mostly fine. It's just like all straight left talents, and then the ultimate is like insane damage, especially when you have a Legion. Just anytime she duels, just throw the ult on top. And then because of that, I would just do like one support item is fine. I didn't look at the draft too much specifically, but like any of these items is okay, depending on the game. Let me look at yours again to give better feedback on that. But yeah, the Blink, the Ags, the BKB, Blink, Scythe, anything like that. And then after you go 25 and you start pushing to level 30, if the game goes that long, then you go like dataless right-click type items. Not that this wouldn't work in pub games, but it's just not really the best right now. And then in this particular game, yeah, I don't mind the Glimmer. Solar Crest is also good if you think your Legion is playing active and you can keep buffing her, that would be good, because they have some negative armor, high physical damage type buildups. But there's also a solid amount of magic, so I think Glimmer is fine. All right, that's some build feedback. Are your in-game guides public? They are. Most of them are. Anything that I've made a video about is public, but the search feature in Dota for guides is absolute ass. So whether you actually find my guides is a different issue. For any video I have made, in the description is a link to the guide, which you can then follow, and then it will pop up in your game. If you want it. You also don't need it. It's not really required. I don't write extra info in the guides. It's all in the videos. Most of the guides actually have a pretty low rating because I think the people that do find it in-game but don't know who I am or don't know the video are like, this guide sucks. There's no extra info on it, which is funny. When I look back at old guides, I'm like, oh, I guess the people don't like it. But I don't really make them for, like just to get the info in the game, so I understand why. Oh, what is this? Hold on. Okay, that was just some work stuff. Sorry, just double checking. Okay. All right, let me pick the next. Let me see who else. Hopefully we have time. I don't know how long you guys have to stick around, but hopefully we'll have time to do different stuff. Oh, Tofufu, thank you so much. Yeah, dude, I hope to still beat. I haven't beaten what's out yet on the early access, so yeah, we'll get more Zuntaka. For the two of us. I don't know who else cares about Rataton here, but we are vibing out. I should just play the soundtrack while we go. All right, let's just keep moving. This could be interesting. League of Legends player coming in. Playing some Lifestealer. I actually don't know where Emerald is in the league rankings right now. They changed. Last time I played League, I think I was Platinum or Diamond like 15 years ago, and it was like the normal bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, challenger. I think there's one more, like masters or something. I have no idea what they've added in now. I don't know the order. Lifestealer 1. Guardian. Lol. Wait, that sounds bad. I was going to put like parentheses League of Legends, which I immediately abbreviated to LOL, but now it sounds like I'm laughing at you for your rank. I'll think about how to do that. Because actually we do have like League players who transition, and it might be useful to see like another game where we give feedback based on having come from another game. Emerald is like a mix of plat and diamond now. Okay. That's good context. Thank you. I do read the YouTube chat. When we're in the middle of the replays, I sometimes forget to check if I'm like focused on what I'm doing, but I usually like try to scroll back and read. A lot of chat tends to come through on the replay stream, so I may miss some of it. Feel free to ping me because that usually like highlights it or something. I don't try to ignore people. I just may happen to miss it. Feel free to like repeat stuff. All right. Oh, excuse me, Hef. You're on the Hephaestus. You are literally taking up the whole desk. Where am I gonna put my mouse? All right. So for this one, okay. So you were a League of Legends player. That is Emerald, which is gonna be, I guess I don't know the exact translation, but I would say it would be like ancient. Legend to ancient maybe in Dota. So right now the knowledge gap is kind of what's getting you, which is what you say as well. I'd love some at least base level feedback to know where to move and where to focus on. Yeah, okay. I get what you're coming from. I like playing other games. One, just it's fun, but I also find it helps. When you play Dota so long, you take some stuff for granted, but sometimes I play other games. Recently, I would say like Age of Empires 2, old game, but I feel like it helps give me some perspective on what is a new player confused about. You know, like where should they be looking? It's like, it's stuff you take for granted when you play the same game for so long, but hopefully I'll be able to help you out in that sense, trying to keep that frame of reference. Chungo Bopper, it's fine. My whole life, people have been putting K's and H's and Q's and C's and all sorts of stuff. It's all good. I know. Also, when I say Zach, I realize it does not suggest the spelling in any way. So I don't hold it against anyone who, you know, spells it one way or the other. Okay, so for Lifestealer, starting to give some base feedback in terms of these early lane things, and your kind of goal as a Lifestealer. I don't know how familiar you are with the hero and all that, but you're a pretty sturdy laner in terms of staying alive. Your actual damage is not very good, unless the heroes are very tanky, but even then, you're much weaker than you used to be in the past. So mostly, you just focus on farming up in the early game. And the most common build is a Radiance first item. Armlet for a more aggressive build is also an option. And that might change on the given meta. Your last hitting's pretty good. I'm not too surprised coming from League. So I'm not gonna worry about your last hitting fundamentals unless I see some kind of like misconception. I'm sure you're like, you know to work on it. You'll get there. And I actually expect you to be pretty solid at it coming from another MOBA. The draft will be kind of wacky because you're new to the game. Okay, here's one trick for you to work on that is Dota specific compared to League. You're currently on your own because your support was involved in that like wacky ass fight, you know? You, by the way, you TP to lane just in time. I was about to say, like, don't get too involved in these level 1 fights as a carry when you're new to the game. It's mostly like, honestly, just have a good lane will bypass even if your team throws an early fight in most situations. But you made it in time, so it's all good. But anyways, you're in a spot where it's 2v1. I don't want to tank that much damage for free. Creep aggro time. This is actually a super high level. Like, what I'm going to give you is very high level. You don't have to do it to this degree. The basics is just like attack, click the enemy within 500 range of the creeps, which is like you standing about here would catch these 2 creeps, right? So attack enemies, it would draw them in, it would pull them back. The basic level that a lot of people do is just to pull the entire wave one way or the other. So you usually wouldn't want to do it right here because it would go under your tower pretty quickly. So you wouldn't want to pull the whole wave over. What you would see offlaners do, for example, is attack you so that these 3 creeps would all shift up. So they move the entire wave one way or the other. Because you came from another MOBA, I'm going to give you an advanced tip, and it's up to you if you want to use it to this degree or not. What high-level carry players will do in these kind of situations, so this creep, the range creep is focusing this one. That means this creep is going to die first because the range creep does the most damage to other creeps. High-level reason, piercing damage versus the basic creeps. So it literally does more along with having more damage. Whoever the range creep is focusing is usually going to die first. So if you want to time the last hit with that one, what you can do is actually right about where you're standing, a little lower. If you attack Faceless Void, Enigma, anyone up here, it doesn't matter. You draw creep aggro, you're only in range of this one creep that is dying first. So only this creep will walk towards you. And as it walks away from the enemy and closer to you, it will be safer for you. It'll be easier for you to time the last hit because you're melee, their range. Their attack literally has to travel farther to hit the creep as it walks towards you, and then you hit it. So you'll be safer rather than having to walk up here and potentially tank like 2 auto attacks. Plus you have to like walk in to do that, so it's slower for you. Very high level creep aggro trick, but something you could consider. Like you would do it right around now. And then as it's walking towards you, the melee creeps would probably hit it one more time. The range creep would hit it one more time. And then you would land the final auto attack. Oh, I'm sorry, Hev. I poked him a little bit with that, that motion. If you're too far away and miss the creeps initially, can you repeatedly draw aggro to try again? Yes, but no. There's a cooldown. Once you try to do it, you are on cooldown for about 3 seconds. I actually think it's like 2.3, something like that. I forget. Sometimes this stuff gets shifted around and it's not very clearly put anywhere. But because of that cooldown, once you mess it up, you can't try again until after that cooldown. So if you're trying to do the trick I just explained, you're going to miss the window at that point. Like that creep's going to be dead in 2.3. If you're just generally trying to move the wave around, then it's probably fine to try again in about 3 seconds. That's a downside for carry players if they mess it up. It's a good thing for support players. This is how you harass without drawing creep aggro. You stand out of the range, attack, and then walk into the range and attack. And because it's on cooldown, you can't draw the aggro again. All right, so, I don't mean to start with such a high-level mechanic on a league player coming into Dota. So let's zoom forward and find more general basics that are maybe a little easier to incorporate. We take the free kills when we can. Lifestealer doesn't usually have to worry too much about kills. In the early lane, you're mostly like just focused on yourself and the last hitting, but I mean, given the chance, why not? I wouldn't recommend you chase this guy too far. I'm actually, again, going to give you some like advanced stuff. Okay, so one, wouldn't bother chasing him too far. For your frame of reference, because it's hard to know this when you're new, a kill in the early game is probably about 300 gold for you. A given creep wave is 150 just about. So anytime you're unsure of the kill, right, we're leaving the creep wave, which is pretty guaranteed, versus a questionable, like, are we going to get him? This is a waste of time. And like, what if I get killed, right? So typically if you're looking at the creep wave and you're like, I could get like 3 creeps versus like chasing 0, it's probably just better to like get the creeps. These are the pull camps. You don't have this in League. These 2 camps on either side can aggro the creeps. No other camp can do this. So you can't like draw these creeps to this camp. It doesn't work. It's only these 2. So actually, when this guy is dragging the creeps, he's doing this unintentionally. When you reach like higher ranks, people will do this intentionally to not lane against you. What you can actually do is attack this camp right now, and then these creeps will stop chasing him and they'll focus this camp. In this case, you probably don't care too much to do it because he's probably not doing this intentionally. He'd be like, oh, thanks, Lifestealer. But actually, high-level concept, this guy is bringing farm away from you, like his own farm that you would try to deny. So he's going to secure it for himself over here where you wouldn't be able to contest because you're over here. So it would actually be good of you to aggro it over. Again, very high-level thing that is not really that relevant in Guardian Herald, but I just, I'm seeing it come up, so I'm going to throw it out there. See, like, he just brought it under his tower, right? That's what I mean. That's why you don't really need to contest at this rank, because he just brought it under the tower and wasted it himself. Okay, let's zoom through this, because for you, the laning stage, just work on last. Like, look, you're already doing well for the ranks. I'm not that stressed about it. Let's jump ahead. Okay, here's where we can start giving you some ideas. So once you start having a good time in the lane as a carry player, usually maintaining equilibrium here is pretty good to start. Once you are able to either A, jungle efficiently, or have a lot of sustain for whatever reason, you usually want to focus more on getting a lot of farm rather than maintaining equilibrium here. What that usually means is you push the lane by farming as quickly as you can, and then you either jungle these camps if you're feeling brave and you feel strong enough to do so, or you jungle like this Boglet camp back here if you're scared and weak. This is like the middle ground. You do this when you're strong and brave, this whether you're strong and like falling back, or whether you're scared to move up, and then this is like the real I'm super weak and super scared camp. And that will be by cycling through. Essentially, you shove the lane, jungle, and when the wave comes back, you come back here, shove it again, repeat. This is how Lifestealers speed up their timing to the Radiance. In this rank, they'll probably shove it back to you without you having to do all that much. Minion aggro range is about 500. Range creeps is actually 600. Catapults are, I think, 800. Most people only need to remember 500 for the melee creeps, really. How many units or roughly what is XP range in this game? All right, if you hover over this, it'll show you 1500 range. And then, bonus tip, come over to labs. This is like an experimental feature for Dota, which at this point is like pretty standard. I guess not that experimental. Down here, interface persistent range indicator. I really recommend this, especially for new players. Hold Alt and then right click a various HUD element. So for you, if you're trying to understand how far back can I stand while getting XP range, Alt right click this and it will keep this circle up at all times. And now you know, like, I want to get XP for that creep. This is as far back as I can stand while doing so safely. For later heroes, for example, I do this on Clockwork a lot. I alt right click the hook shot, so I know I might be here, but I'm looking over here, and I can tell that the hook shot reaches like this far. So you can do it for various things. People on Blink Dagger, that can be useful. All sorts of different stuff for it. Yeah, the XP range indicator is pretty useful if you're not used to the, if you don't quite know it yet. All right, this window here, right, where you're like, I don't know what to do. This is where you just like do your own pull with a small camp, or you're just jungling it, and then you're like jungling this stuff. This is just kind of like wasted time. No offense, but like, you know, I get it. You know, I'm not sure what to do. You know, like, what do I do in this time? That's what you would go focus on. Oh, you're doing some real advanced shit, actually. Was this a party game? Are you just playing by yourself? Damn. You've done your homework. This is actually really good to do. You actually don't usually see carry players very good about this until like Divine Plus. So that actually is great to work in. If you don't want to do it too much and you just want to focus on your own farming and getting efficient at that, that would be okay. But I actually am very open to you doing that. And then, yeah, Faceless has the Time Walk, so I wouldn't bother with open wounds on him. Because, yeah, he just leaves and it's a waste of mana. In fact, if you actually need to farm, if you can hit an enemy hero, great. But a lot of times you'll actually see carries, Lifestealers, use open wounds on a creep just to hit it and get the bonus healing. So, like, right here, don't care about this guy right now. Just kill these creeps as quickly as you can. And little bonus tip, anytime it's safe to do so, prioritize the most valuable creep. So that's usually the range creep. If the banner creep is here, then it's the banner creep. Don't worry about catapults. They take forever. So get help from the creeps on that one. So right now, it's safe. In 10 seconds, it may not be safe. So just kill this range creep and then work on the other stuff. And then, like, while you're working on this and one of these drop low, you can turn and hit it. And that way you'll speed up your farm. And then you can come over here and try to steal these if you want. Let's pretend Faceless Void is not here. Then you would just shove this in and then go straight to this hard camp on your own. The creeps you left are worth about the same as this camp. You don't need to have the exact gold values in mind right now. But if you're curious, a hard camp is 100 gold on average. A medium camp is 80 and a small camp is 60. So earlier I said the level 1 creep wave, the early game creep waves, 3 melee, 1 range is about 150. So if you're ever walking away from about 3 creeps to do a hard camp, it's not really worth it in terms of gold. Plus, it's way easier to kill lane creeps than it is to kill the camps. So that's why you usually want to do this stuff first. And, like, right here, okay, you're learning the game, you don't know this yet. I'm going to tell you, Faceless Void should never die. He would have to mess up for him to die. You're going to run into that with a lot of offlaners, especially if you like Lifestealer and you keep playing him. So this is why in this period, you don't need to kill heroes right now. What you need to do is farm up your Radiance. Because if you look at your net worth, next to Shadow Fiend, top net worth, you're banking 2,000 gold, which means you're actually down here with the lowest net worth heroes. So your actual power in terms of killing people is not that great, and it's not that worth your time to try without more teammates nearby. Now, that's not fully true. There are heroes you can whittle down and kill, and is, like, good to do. But once you learn, I can't really kill this guy, don't even worry about harassing him too much. Honestly, just shove in the wave and go jungle. It's like that cycle. This is how carry players will speed themselves up. And now, if you're waiting for a last hit, feel free to whack him a couple times. You know, keep him low. But don't let it be, like, the focus of what you're doing. Yeah, like, right now, just finish this, go straight to the small camp. Just like that.
Radiant's top towers.
I like this creep. I like his little waddle, actually. You don't usually see him move this far. I like this. Straight back to farming. Great. Okay, see when you're, like, hitting this creep, now you're gonna have to fight these guys for the last hit. So if you start with creeps that are not being focused, that's gonna be a little bit easier for your time. That way you're fighting them less. Like, you had to fight your own creeps for each last hit, which you got them all, great. But you can make it easier by getting the uncontested one first and then fight for the other two. And then here, this is where I don't care. When you finish this, go jungle. Your job is not usually to take this tower. There are times you can. Let's not worry about that right now. Your job, especially when you're going for a big farming item and there's a big investment time, like, we just do that. But once this is done, I don't care about seeing this go up further. I don't care about pressuring heroes. I don't care about the tower. I just care about my own farm. So this is where you head over here. You jungle this if you feel safe. If you're scared, that's okay. Come to the small camp. Come here. You've been doing the infest stuff. That's great if you think that's also an option for you. But whatever carry you're playing, if you're like, I'm really close to an item, I just care about my own gold, then don't even worry about like walking up with this. This is all just like wasted time. Just like head straight over to more farm. Technically, he gave you some Eidolons to farm, so it's actually not that bad. But notice the damage we're taking, right? And now we're getting lower to the point where it's like, oh, am I going to be scared to show up soon? Oh, thanks. Thank you, Pugna. No, I'm not. But without the Pugna, maybe I would have been, right? And here we're fighting. If we get a kill, great. Not getting the kill, which means we're not really farming that well, which is why it all goes back to just shoving it. Now, I'm saying it like it's obvious. I know that you don't know your limits yet because you're pretty new. Funny, 180 hours, still considered new, right? But yeah, feel free to limit test now, and then as you get a feel for it, then you'll know like some of this stuff. Shouldn't every hero go wand or stick at least? I don't mind a magic stick on every hero just as a default if you're not sure. There are times you can skip it, and if anyone is going to skip it, core players tend to be the ones who can skip it. Support players, I would say getting a stick every game, if not a wand, is pretty safe, like 95+% of the time. This game, Lifestealer probably could have gotten at least the magic stick, and it would have been decent. I'm not going to worry about that too much right now. If you do want to just like add that to your build though as a default, that's good. It would help fill out the slots, help maintain your mana. I just want to help focus you getting to Radiance, and then, so not to recap too much, but like, see, we're chasing this guy, and then it's like, could farm. All right, I'm just gonna hammer that home. Which actually I realized I got distracted. So if you like Lifestealer, here's Lifestealer's thing: stable laning, not through kills, but just like it's hard to kill you. Once you have Infest, very hard to kill you. So then you just keep shoving this lane and farming this stuff, and no one on your team really needs to help you because you're so hard to kill. When they try to kill you, then they show up. That's not going to happen so much in this rank. For example, Pugna is spending more time here than he needs to, but like, let's not worry about it. You mainly just like shove stuff, farm until you get the Radiance, and then you do a lot more. If you want to do a little bit of the Infest stuff like you have been doing, that's perfectly fine. Once you have the Radiance, then you're much more equipped to show up to fights and have people involved. So that's why every carry has some item like that, and it's usually the farming item, and then after the farming item, it's usually one more item on top of that. For Radiance builders, Radiance actually does allow you to do both, so usually you only need to get the Radiance, and then you can fight if you want. And that's why I'm trying to hammer home here, like, let's not get too focused on chasing kills. Like, I'm just trying to give you like these efficient farming patterns. We'll talk a little bit more about once you get the Radiance, and then that's probably a good place to leave it for now, and then see what else we can get into. Okay, yeah, that works. Like, we got the kills. Yeah, focus these creeps rather than the catapults. Great. Because you have the catapult here, if you wanted to hit this, I wouldn't mind. At the same time, we're so close to the Radiance, so if you just want to focus on that, I would say that's safer. But I don't mind if you do work on the, if you want to hit the tower a little bit there. Yeah, right there. Feel free to go to this camp. And then it's up to you. In the early game, like cycling through here, like this area is the most normal. You can also go through these camps. As you get boots, you can start cycling through this area as you just watch the creep wave and see where it's going. What is happening over here? I have not been looking. What in the fuck? Techies players. This is why you get a bad rep. Techies players. Don't forget you have a courier, by the way. You can send the courier to the secret shop. There's a hotkey. The default is W. If you select your courier, press W, it should go. That's in the settings if you want to like change stuff around. If you're free and you can walk up here, that's fine too, but just as a heads up. Okay, extra efficiency time. I'm gonna give you a couple more farming tips. If you like carry, these are always good, and then we'll move on. Is it typical that laning lasts this long? No, but for Herald, yes. So here's your benchmarks. For the professional scene, The laning stage kind of ends around the 5 to 7 minute mark a lot of times. That's where the supports will start moving around a lot more. So that's kind of your shortest. Does it sometimes go longer at the pro level? Yes. But your shortest is going to be around the 5 to 7, 5 to 8 minute mark. For Herald, anywhere from 10 to 20 is extremely common because people just don't leave their lanes. They just keep playing the lane and no one ever moves. So 10 to 20 is the long side for Herald. The norm for the average Dota player is probably around 10 minutes. Radiance has an AoE. You're farming one camp, there's a second camp here. So actually, Radiance burn them, start walking down here to Radiance burn these creeps so that they'll chase you, then focus these creeps and just hit them. The small camp will chase you up to here, these guys will be walking back, then you turn back around. These guys start going home, you chase this way, these guys will aggro to you because of your Radiance, so they'll chase this way. You walk up to about here, these creeps get aggroed by the Radiance, they walk back out, you turn back around and focus the Pinecone creeps. So we'll be farming 2 camps at the same time. Bonus tip, Quelling Blade. Don't stop using it. In fact, this is the time to use it more than ever as a carry player focused on farm. This is something totally new from League of Legends as far as I know, because League you can't mess with the terrain. But Quelling Blade, you can literally cut yourself better farming patterns. So I was talking about going back and forth like this because of the Radiance. If you have a Maelstrom instead, you would need to see the creeps to hit them to drag them in so that the Maelstrom the bounce can go between 2 camps at the same time. So if, for whatever reason, you're a Maelstrom builder who also has a Quelling Blade, I'm sure there's some, you could cut these trees with the Quelling Blade, so now you have a direct line of sight between these 2 camps. Another example would be Gyrocopter with the Flak Cannon, right? Flak hits everything you see. When you're sitting here and flacking this camp, I can't see this, so it's a waste. But what the ultra-efficient Gyro can do is cut this wave, or at least see both, like creep, drag, hit this camp, drag it out here, flak both camps at the same time. If your lane is super free, triple dip. Bring the creep wave to this camp, pull this one in. We're now farming 3 things at the same time. This is stuff you can't really do in League, so it's unintuitive until you start to see it happen, and then you're like, oh damn, that's sick. You know, like, I'm gonna do that. And you can do this with most camps to some degree. So like, for example, when you're farming this camp, bring the Boglets this way with the Radiance, hit this, you know, drag it out back and forth a little bit. These are a little too far to do, so you don't worry about that. But in terms of cutting better quelling path farm, right? Like as you come through here, you can cut these trees so you have a clearer path. Over here, you know, you can like cut these trees while you're farming so you can go in between. This camp is close enough to Radiance burn both, by the way. The triangle, Radiance burn both as you go between. A lot of the camps you can do this Radiance trick. Even without the Radiance, the Maelstrom, like I mentioned, the bounce can go between multiple creeps, so if you bring them closer together, it's more efficient. Battle Fury is the hardest to do this with, and Battle Fury, typically you just finish a camp and then move to the next one, but at least cut a path if it makes sense to do so. Like this guy, whatever, Battle Fury offlane, cut this tree, you know, walk in. He's immediately farming. This guy's like walking around to get to this camp. He just wasted like 2 to 3 extra seconds. He could have cut this tree, immediately started farming, walking this way, finish the camp, and then be on the way to this one. Cut this tree, keep going this way, you know, something like that. There's a lot of little tricks you can do. Okay, maybe we stop there so we can keep on moving. I think we already covered some useful stuff for the laning and speeding up. Is there any like big question you've been confused about coming into Dota? I can try to address that before I'm moving on. I think with like some of this fine tuning, you'll be easily top net worth right now by like 1,000 gold. And especially as a newer player, it's hard to know. It's hard to know matchups. It's hard to know like the right plays because obviously there's a lot and you're learning. So I do think the laning stage is a great place to focus on for every new player, or anytime you're looking to improve. I always start in the laning stage, and then you like move up, and then you start back in the laning stage, and then move up like constantly. Some later fights where I might have been misplaying. We can jump ahead. Let's find one fight for you. Maybe this is too far ahead. I just realized this is kind of a longer game. Real quick on your build, by the way, BKB on most carries is great. On Lifestealer, it's not a bad item in certain games. In this particular game, it is not a good item due to how much crowd control that pierces BKB. Our tooltips are not always accurate, but if you hover over the ability, you can see here, pierces debuff immunity, yes or no. So if it's yes, then it will pierce not only your BKB, but also your rage. So the more abilities like that are in the game, then that's where BKB tends to not be as good. So in this game, you actually have some of the most BKB piercing abilities out there. So you've got Chronosphere, you have Fiend's Grip, you have Black Hole, and then you have Dismember. If you're playing versus a lot of abilities that have BKB piercing properties, the status resistance from Sange and Yasha is actually a good choice instead, so that you get stunned, but you get stunned for less. That works versus Fiend's Grip and Dismember. It so happens that Chronosphere and Black Hole cannot be affected because the ability simply lasts for a set time, and you can't affect that. So in this case, the Sange and Yasha is good versus these two. Otherwise, just like tanking up so they can't kill you in this is good. But this is actually a pretty difficult Lifestealer game. I'm actually, to talk about it in the grand scheme of things, this is actually a really hard one. I don't think I've seen this many BKB piercing abilities in one game in a while. It's going to be quite tricky. But you see, like, you're just straight up tanky, so when they use abilities on you, it's hard to kill, and that's probably what I would opt for. A Linken's can be viable versus someone like Bane and Pudge, though it's not that common on Faceless Void. I actually really like the Ags option. If you can see the Chrono or the Black Hole coming in, you might be able to infest one of them fast enough and dodge it that way. So that could be a cool use. I'm pretty open to that. All right, that wasn't like a proper fight. Let's see if we can see one. I can't believe he actually blinked before your Radiance got to him. Yeah, honestly, that's fine. You just force the Black Hole on left. Oh, Shadow Fiend's here. What's up? All right, these aren't really fights so much as you guys are just walking at people and killing them, which is great, by the way. But I don't know, build the habit of buying clarities. You don't have to buy a million, but anytime you start getting low on mana, feel free to ferry out a clarity to yourself. It's the nice thing of having a courier in this game. And then if your team is bad about placing observers, don't be afraid to do them yourself. Technically, it's not your job. It's not your focus. But you'll notice at the pro level, the cores all build, some level of observers and stuff as they move around the map. So if you are the one playing aggressively and no one else feels comfortable moving up here, you're the only guy who's going to place an observer, which will help you specifically. So don't be afraid to buy one. If your team's really bad, buy a couple, sure. But I would say as a core player, buying one every now and then is perfectly fine. I might pair it with a sentry as well so that you're not like placing an observer and it immediately dies. If you're going to do it for yourself, try to like be good at it, which I do have a warding video if you want to check out. It doesn't have to be your focus as a carry player, but it's still good to know where all the warding locations are, or like a bunch are, even as a core player, because then you know where you can path safely. Like, oh, I don't know if they have an observer here, but I'm just going to walk this way in hopes of avoiding it. Techies, dude. Like, what is this? What is this? This is insane. Are any Techies players watching? Don't do this. If it's not clear. You should use your minds for vision. You do this when you're, like, stuck in your base. Your mine should be used for vision. Like there should be 4 mines around each twin gate. You should put them at choke points so you can tell when enemies are coming through, even in smoke. You can save a couple so that you can blast off and then mine around them for insane burst potential. Like those are your best cases of mines. Put them on the runes, bounty runes. Put them around the shrines. We got some around this shrine. Put them on this side, you know? Put them on cliffs. Those are the best ways to use the mines. This shit's garbo. This is why techie players get a bad rap when you do this stuff. You're like, my techies is AFK on my half the map. It's like, well, they're not wrong. That is what's happening here. This particular game, you're mostly just walking in and tanking abilities. That actually is your job, this game. It's probably not clear to you right now as you learn it, but Dawnbreaker is a follow-up hero, so she wants someone else to go in, and then she comes in to help. So actually, when Chronosphere and Black Hole get used on you, and she comes in to save you, and then cancel it, that's actually quite good. So you should continue to play the way you are, which is just like run into fights to some degree, you know, like have some, you know, is my team close enough to help? Is the Dawnbreaker ult available? As long as that's true, feel free to like run in. You also have like Pugna, who should help save you. Shadow Fiend's a range damage dealer, so he wants stuff to happen first before he comes in and fights. Techie's his range. So actually, your job this game is to just kind of go in the way you've been doing. I don't know if it's intentional or not, you know, but I just want to highlight that it is right. We didn't quite find like one more fight so far. Feel free to like start putting in the match IDs for the next one, guys. You guys are just like ahead though, so it may be hard to find a straight up fight. Around here, I know it's hard to maintain map awareness while everything is going on, but while heroes are dead, don't be afraid to like push up. You don't need to get like a certain amount of items to win the game. Once you have the advantage, you can win. So, you know, as we're scared, like, okay, they're spawning, I want to be careful, that's fine. You know, back off a little bit. You're the carry player. If you call for Roshan, it's the, you know, OG Baron Nashor. Anytime it's up, once you're strong enough to do it, which if you're not sure, anytime post 20 minutes is usually enough if you bring enough heroes to do it. It will be very hard in pub games. A lot of people are bad at it, but feel free to call it out. I'm not going to start a buyback saving discussion right now. When you see this happen and you can't join, either if you see a fight break out and you're not there, you should either join right away or you should do something proactive for your team. Jungling will not be proactive. Pushing in a lane is typically like your best proactive choice, or take an objective somewhere else. So like Roshan, if you could solo it. In this case, I might run top and at least threaten this tower a little bit because of how many heroes are over here. Otherwise, maybe like mid lane could be pushed in and there's like a tier 2 here, for example. You could go do that. Try to do something for your team more than just like jungle. Granted, in this case, both lanes were kind of pushed. Okay, you did come up here, so actually this is pretty good.
The Dire might want to mine the top tower.
You can probably move up here, by the way. You already farmed this area, so after pushing this in and moving up, you can then also see if they all still show bottom, you can just return.
Dire's top tower, you know the drill.
Major issues not knowing when we can win. Yeah, that's gonna be... I don't think I'm gonna be able to say anything easily here to make that straightforward. It's because it will take time. But I have a late game, there's a late game flowchart video on the channel that's relatively recent, within the last month or two. That's actually a great, it doesn't teach you on like how to know you're ahead, but essentially that is it covers all the basics of like how do you close out a game, whether you're ahead or behind. So that's what I would recommend that, not to like, you know, plug my own channel, but that is probably the easiest way to go about it. Jupiter, come here, come be on camera again. He wants more treats and food. Oh, actually, I'm sorry, guys. I lied to you. I didn't see. Chungo Bopper donated to have this game checked out. I'm salty today, so this could be a candidate for whose fault is it anyways. Game was quite toxic and tilted for many, and I have no clue how I could have won this game with how my team did. I am Clinkz. Let's go. All right, let me jot this one down. Let me also here, let me save the match ID in case maybe we will use it for whose fault. But we'll at least take the initial look here. Jupiter is almost 2 years at this point, but he's very treat focused, very attention heavy cat. So like anytime he doesn't get that, he starts meowing up a storm like this. Okay, while this is downloading, I'll be right back so that we can stay focused. I'm gonna get more water and everything. His lunch is about to come out. You should settle down after that. All right, let me write down the timestamp for this. Is there anything in particular, Chungo Bopper, about this? Like, where should we direct our focus? What is this? Clinkz. One Guardian. I'm open for a proper whose fault is it analysis at another time. I need a reality check. All right. I have been meaning to bring back that series. Maybe this will be a good game for it. We can do some of our initial review here without too much sass and just kind of give proper feedback. And then we'll make it sassy and funny in a video if we want to do that later. We had a short window advantage and didn't use it. Let me go back to that scoreboard real quick. The graph, I mean. Okay, so it looks like you guys were marginally ahead for a lot of it, which at this point, 3K is nice. At this point, it's kind of like whatever. And it kind of like dips back and forth a little bit before they, I'm guessing, win some big fights. And it just like ends. So we can definitely check some of this stuff out. Were you mid? I saw you were mid, but you're also part of a Jakiro, so maybe you guys lane swapped. Okay, you are mid, so I wrote down 1. Let me change it to 2. It actually doesn't matter that much. You're probably gonna play the same way as a mid, either way. Let's skip the laning stage then. Thinking about what we need to look for. Yeah, the lane is not your problem. So let's see where you hit level 6 and what you do with that.
Guess what's happening?
Because that's step 1. If you're gonna play Clinkz mid, you gotta gank, which I see you are, so that's good. You gotta surprise people with the invis. Clinkz mid is not considered great at the pro level, but for pubs, you know, any invis high damage hero can work, so I'm open to it. But I gotta see it. And it looks like you did it. You TP'd here, you ran in, the old Ringmaster surprise. Sven, 3-second delay on his reaction time will give us a double kill. I guess Jakiro got one, that's fine. Yeah, we could pressure this tower a little bit before running back mid. But we are going to lose our mid tower if no one goes. Jakiro maybe could have TP'd over to protect mid for you guys. And because OD should really be finishing this mid tower right now, which if you see that happening, I would just commit the skeleton walk to summon more skeletons here to make sure we take this tower. I actually came over here to defend. So actually, if you just disengage now, it's fine. Like, go back mid, get more clarities like you are. May need a trip home at some point because we are really out of mana. Just as a heads up. And actually, let me double check. Okay, yeah, okay. So, this kind of play it may work in your current bracket. So if you want to do it for now, it's fine. But just be very careful of this moving forward. Because we already came here and killed them twice. You know, we pressured, they defended. They should put down an observer and a sentry now, realizing you're level 6. Like the first time, maybe you caught them off guard. You hit 6, they didn't know, boom, you got them. There should be an observer sentry combo somewhere up here, if not at least a sentry in the lane. Which means as you walk down here, even though you're invis, it's bugged, you're invis right now, you should pretend as if you are being seen and position that way. So when you just like walk out like this, again, there should be a sentry here. Sven would see this and go, oh shit, and just like immediately leave, and you would have to dive this yourself because everyone's back here, and then it wouldn't really work. But if you sat behind the trees and wait for your team to push in, then they don't know you're here, and then you might be able to surprise them that way because you're still in like fog of war behind trees type stuff. Actually, a pull's happening. That if you want this gank to happen, you shouldn't do a pull. Your team shouldn't do a pull. If you do want to scout for people, though, then you should take a more indirect path. This is like the most straightforward path you can take, which the safest play would be to have an observer sentry on that path. So you should like come through the tree line, come through the back, something like this. You know, stick your head out this side or like around here. That would be less likely to get caught. Find someone and then have your team come in. Again, it'll probably work for now, but at some point it'll stop working because they'll be prepared for it, and then you'll either be killed for it or it'll just waste your time. Say I didn't know how to fight later in the game being squishy and with stout stuns. Okay, cool. We can look at that. We are attempting another smoke. I want to mention you've gone between the lanes since hitting 6. Now I know I said I want to see ganks, but you've actually barely stopped ganking, which it's a lot of movement time if you think about it. A lot of going back and forth between lanes, and it is okay to just finish a tower. Like, do one gank, push a tower, because you'll farm fast, right? Like, farming the creeps, farming the tower, farm the creeps, farm a jungle camp. We don't want to fall too far behind by doing too many ganks all at once. I'm not going to worry about the last hit misses, but obviously we always keep that in mind. Go for Deso. Let me think about this. I'm thinking if you should be getting like an Orchid first, actually. Either an Orchid into Bloodthorn or maybe the Shard. Because your actual farming speed is not that great. So this is truly a hero killer build with a Desolator, which I am kind of open for. But I also think when they use various spells, it'll stop our aggression. Which is why the Orchid's kind of useful to maintain mana. I also think you should have at least 1 point in Strafe. 100 attack speed in the early game is really good. I would do like... Getting this to 3 points is fine. So if you went like 0, 2, 3, I'm open to that. I feel like you should get 1 point in Strafe. Again, not really having a lot of data to back that up, what the best optimal Clinkz mid build is. I feel 1 point in Strafe is pretty worth it, though. Yeah, where are you guys going? Just get her. All right, if we hadn't left, we probably could have just finished that one. A lot of heroes here. Okay, it kind of works out. I feel they could have saved each other. Go back. So if your team came sooner, you probably could have done this. At the same time, plays have been happening all over, so maybe they can't TP in. I would just eat this creep as he's about to finish it for 1 skeleton, attack him for like the other 2 skeletons, and pop Strafe. You'll get a bunch of damage in. You probably won't kill him, but you'll steal his farm and then do damage and he'll run away. And then you can finish dealing with all this. And then maybe you can look for him further back now that he's at like half health. You were trying to wait for your team to show up though, so like I get it. Casual Raindrops, by the way, or Casual Sage's Mask, also good on this hero, especially if you've got these empty slots. And then especially as you finish Desolator, which is gonna, you know, composite into 1 item. I feel your team is actually grouped up too much. I feel there is actually too much focus on fighting, but because of the lack of Clinkz at a high level, you know, gameplay, I'm not sure how to best explain what I think should happen. I'm like trying to imagine this right now. It's like we are a real fast invis mid. So the strength is that they shouldn't know where we are, and we move around the map real quick so that they, you know, can't keep up potentially, or like they're always scared, like where is he? But actually, what's been happening is constantly there's a bunch of team fights, which means our invis speed, it completely goes out the window because we're just standing and attacking, which Clinkz does do a lot of damage while standing and attacking, but we're not taking advantage of the like surprise, gotcha, split them up, they're farming inefficiently because they're scared type stuff. That's why it's like 10 to 16 and only like a 2k gold lead. I'm trying to think, how do I help you find that balance though? Zuki Big Daddy, nice name. Thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you very much. Oh, donating's totally optional. I do appreciate the support. If you're curious, you can do it on either channel, Twitch, YouTube, Patreon, but it is all completely optional. It does help me do what I do though, so I am always grateful to anyone that chooses to do it. And if you do it on replay streams, you can get a guaranteed replay. Alright, we just died, but I missed it because I was selling out. Hold on, let me go back. Alright, we got into another fight. We decided to come in. Like, if we go back and reflect on how many of these kills happened in group fights, it's the majority. I think that's the issue. We're constantly fighting into numbers, which is why it's not as efficient as it should be. But that is how sometimes these Guardian games go, is the constant 5-on-5s. But that's the nice thing about Clinkz. So here's the thing. You're one of the fastest early game tower takers, especially with a Desolator build. So if you, for example, you came top on your own, you pushed it in, and no one showed up, you would simply take this tower. So someone has to show up to defend. And if they show up on their own, potentially you could kill them once they step out of the tower. Like, you push up, you go jungle, and you see, if no one shows up, you maybe come back, you kill the tower. If someone does TP, you watch them from the shadows, see where they go, you follow them, they're on their own, you kill them. Or after shoving it in and see someone come up here, then you go somewhere else. Potentially, like, you twin gate to another side, you TP, whatever, and you go look for something else that is happening. This is also where the deep wards help. I saw you guys had some earlier, they happen to have died now. But like, between forcing a rotation and then like what deep vision you have, that's what helps you find like smaller plays and put the fear of invis pickoff in them, as opposed to just like running at them. Like, if we were Drow, I don't know if the gameplay would have been that different. We're just like this visible ranged archer doing stuff. And it would also help you get higher level.
Lisa gifted a tier 1 sub to Fidget.
Oh, thank you, Lisa. Thank you very much for giving a sub. I got sidetracked a little bit. Oh, Clinkz. Oh, maybe we're seeing that split push example right now. Clinkz is a very level dependent hero because you want like all this stuff. So you like being on your own, shoving stuff, and then showing up for kills, and then splitting off again, so that you can get high level, get all your stuff, while also getting some farm. But if we're always with the team, we're not going to be that much higher level than our opponents. Unless we're like crushing. Okay, so for example, 4 heroes are running in, and I see you guys joining in. That can potentially be fine, but technically this should be a bad fight that we should just leave. Like, this is about to be a 3-on-4. Just leave. Let Slark die and go top and see if you can connect with Lina on OD. Or while they're chasing Slark, you start pushing mid in with this creep wave so that even though they kill Slark, you take a tier 2 tower. I don't think you actually need to join this fight or like try to pick off Lich while they're doing stuff. I mean, that kind of might work, but you might also die for it, which would then defeat the purpose. See what actually happens here. All right, we kind of like hug the edge, waiting to see if this will work. Our teammates get closer. It looks like in the end we back off and don't do anything, which I'm actually okay with. But if you can identify that sooner, then you could have a mid tier 2 tower, or you could have an OD right now. Here's another thought on a way to challenge yourself with how you play Clinkz. Play like a visible hero. There's times you're sitting invis, and because you're invis, you're like, I don't want to farm right now, I'd break my invis. If you actually just farm camps normally and keep an eye on the minimap and like the deep wards and split push, and then you use the invis to go to those targets, that might help you find the balance on farming and split pushing enough while then using the invis, rather than like always being invis and then feeling a little reluctant at times to farm. Also, by the way, you break your invis at max a lot. If you can get closer to the heroes, that would be better. I know it's not always possible, but I've seen it happen a couple times at this point. Ooh. You should probably just jump that guy right away. You got him in the end. You had to amplify. You can kill Roche now, too. Don't forget to use Death Pact. Maybe it's that when the enemy team groups up this much, you should actually just split push. Because you would out-farm them, and then just, like, occasionally join stuff.
Radiant's mid tower's coming up.
Like, for the amount of times they're grouped in the bottom lane, you probably could have taken bottom, or top barracks. For how quickly you do it. Which would then force people to come defend it, which would then allow you to find the fights that are more numerically favorable.
Who's that? Thank you.
Zuki underscore Big
Okay, so
Daddy
here's-
gifted a tier 1 sub to Loot Hoarder 69.
Okay, so Clinkz, or sorry, not Clinkz, Ringmaster.
With underscore Lisa gifted a tier
Thank
1
you guys.
sub to
Oh
Ray
shit,
Jones.
5.
Who's that? Thank you. What?
With underscore Lisa
Thank you
gifted
so
a tier
much.
1 sub
Suki
to
Big
Nugget
Daddy and with
Legendary.
Lisa.
Who's that? Thank you. What?
With underscore
the,
Lisa gifted a tier 1 sub to M
I'm gonna let these all play out.
TZ.
Who's that? Thank you.
For a second I thought I had the...
With underscore Lisa gifted a tier 1 sub to Pasmati.
Like lean in to double
Who's
check.
that? Thank you. What?
With underscore Lisa gifted a tier 1 sub to Sweet Dreams Slip.
They should all play. Thank you very much. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. For that many gifted subs, if you want to replay, let me know. You can add it. You can add it in. I don't know. I didn't see if you said that, but let me know. We have a little bit of a backlog, but we can add it in. Ringmaster is now not killable because he has a Ghost Scepter, so he doesn't count. But I do see them split. Like, what's his name was mid, Lich was there, OD was bottom. So you can start to find different people. Because they're split up. Like, that's the numbers advantage I was talking about of, like, wanting to find. Now they're all missing, so now I'm not so confident. I see your team going for this, but yeah, I mean, like, here's all the heroes. This is another numbered fight of, The benefit of being invis is supposed to be we find the favorable stuff a little bit more than they do. So if you're ever not sure where they are, I mean, one, play carefully, but two, try to split push a little bit more to get the info that you need. And if no one is showing up, then simply take buildings. For example, if no one came bottom, you would threaten this bottom barracks. So you kind of hang around, see if someone shows up, and if they do, we suddenly look at other areas. So Sven is here. How could Sven possibly help OD top? There's like no physical way that he could quickly do that. So now here is where you, if any teammates are nearby, you could all TP top and go for this guy. You could be like, I'm gonna go through Twin Gate, let's go find this OD. You know, this is how you start threatening the split push and using that to find smaller fights. Or yeah, if you think you can kill like the Sven, whoever shows up to defend, you can hang around and go for it like this. I'm fine with that. Dawnbreaker probably is on her own. Oh, here's an example. So assuming that they don't see us, which is the goal if you're committing, you are attacking her at like 2/3 of your attack range, which means she only has to go the last third, and now you can't efficiently attack DPS. But if you're assuming she doesn't see you, then you might as well stand directly on top of her and then break out of invis. Now there's some like nuances where like this is high ground to low ground. So actually if you wanted to do it from high ground to low ground, like fine. But assuming it's like flat ground, you might as well be directly on top to give yourself the most time where you can just stand still and auto attack. Because actually when you pop strafe, usually attacking and walking to some degree is fine because most heroes can only attack so fast. But strafe actually gives you so much attack speed that you have almost no time to move in between attacks without affecting your DPS. So as much as possible, you want to sit still and only attack if you're going to commit strafe, which means you've got to be on top of your target. Like right here, we got to start chasing after her.
The Radiant's courier didn't make it.
Oh, well, thank you so much, with Lisa. I appreciate it. Hopefully work is not too boring. Maybe it is. Maybe that's why you're here in the stream. I don't mind the Hurricane Pike. You will need a Nullifier to kill the supports again. Actually, you needed one this game anyways versus Escape Act, but now that Ghost Scepters are coming out, you will need one. Which, to go back to efficient split pushing and scaring them, your net worth difference, so you're at the top. That's good. You actually could be higher so that your Nullifier, like you could get all these items and then the Nullifier. I might say rather than Dragonlance, or sorry, rather than Hurricane Pike, you could probably go straight to the Nullifier. But if you want that first and then Nullifier, like I don't mind. Earlier we were talking about efficiently lining things up. Clinkz is one of those heroes who can do that. Either because the skeletons can hit multiple camps in between them if you spawn them like here versus like spawning here. But also if you aggro 2 camps, or for example, you stand in this camp like in the middle, sometimes Burning Barrage can reach another camp. So like this time, I think you could stand here and then Burning Barrage this way to hit both camps at once. Where's another camp that can do that? Others might be harder without dragging it in and then like doing it. All right, so here's a case no one is showing. Here's where either A, be careful, or B, you know, split push a little, get some info, do it safely. This is what Burning Barrage is really good for, right? Just from the trees, Burning Barrage, and then hide, right? You don't have to walk with the creep wave. Just let the creeps move up to towers and give you information, and we can learn a little bit more. But based on what you guys have, I saw Dawnbreaker just popped up here, and then OD is showing into a creep wave that's starting to come up here. But they're kind of close. We need a little bit more info than that. You guys are following behind a Slark, so, you know, kind of open to that. Yeah, if you just want to force Roche, I'm fine with that. Could use maybe a little bit of help with the team. That's where we need the nullifier. Alright, this ends up real bad, actually. Why was this so inefficient? One skeleton's outside, and we just don't have other people helping us tank. I actually thought you'd be able to do this better. Maybe it's the Bloodthorn you need. I'm surprised it was that hard to do, Roche. I really thought even just 3 of you would be able to do that better. I guess you were getting through it. It's just that they came and fought. Okay, for example, why don't all right, so let's just make the best of a bad situation. They came here, they've pushed us off Roche. Are they gonna do Roche themselves? I guess we're about to find out. But what I do know is there's a bunch of heroes here. So how do we punish that? If you just start jungling over here, if you think your team is gonna contest, then it's fine to stay in the area and be efficient while you're waiting. But if we're not contesting, for whatever reason, perhaps because heroes are dead, then we have to go do something. This is a do-nothing farming spot. This is, I'm waiting for them to, like, push this stuff. I'm waiting for Wisdom Shrine. That's what this is. But you're a super fast hero with Skeleton Walk. So as soon as you lose this fight, we should be running over here to push in bottom to threaten the barracks if they are continuing to look for kills or to go for Roche. Or we should be, like, running in, burning barrage from the top side to start pushing in mid so that they can't just get Roche and then immediately take our tier 2 because the creep wave will actually be over here. Or you want to, like, TP top and start shoving this in and take a tier 2 to force them to TP out of Roche. Like, we have a bunch of different options, but this is, like, the most I'm going to let them have Roche for free. It's not going to help me in any way besides to get gold, but you could get gold in any number of ways from the things I talked about. Like, everything I listed will get you gold while also forcing the enemy to do something in the future, which is what will give you an opportunity. Now they're going to get Roche, and, like, they could just come straight to the tier 2. You guys actually fortified to defend the tier 2, so we lost even more out of that than I think we should have. Now we're kind of farming in this area, but after finishing Roche, they should look to do something. Maybe they fall back, and actually this observer's going to let us know, but they may have also come over here as part of, like, let's push this and go this way. So you guys are in a dangerous area, but we shouldn't have been here. We should already be, like, back here from having, like, sprinted this way. Like, this should already be shoved in here so that they're definitely coming home versus, oh, I guess, like, none of our lanes got pushed in that badly. Like, we can keep looking for stuff. It's kind of dangerous to be farming where you guys are right now. Especially, like, you walked in here, but they recently did Roche. I haven't seen them all disperse. It's a little scary. That's why you ran into 3 heroes. Going for BKB does make sense, but I think it means you won't kill anyone. Because Escape Act and Ghost Scepter are constantly going to save them. That's what, going back on it, I kind of think if we had just gone Orchid Bloodthorn, we could then get Nullifier and then the BKB. Or if we had just farmed more efficiently, it also could have worked out. Or maybe we need to skip the Hurricane Pike. Because actually, having watched it, I'm not sure I've seen the most uses of it. Yeah, here's another case of, like, I'm farming on my own half of the map. Clinkz is one of the best heroes at creep cutting and split pushing. Maybe that's what I should challenge you to. You should constantly split push and aggressively farm, because you're so fast while invis. Even when they dust you, you can still get out for how fast you are. And you kill creep waves in, like, half a second because of Burning Barrage. You threaten towers if no one ever shows up. they need to bring multiple heroes to show up, otherwise you'll kill supports on your own. At this point in the late game, it is hard. But in the early game, you're so good at it. And if you can't kill heroes because we don't have nullifiers, you can still kill towers. But not if we're, like, in the back. The best rune for Clinkz. Invis. Alright, maybe we move on to the next one. It's kind of another case where we're using abilities at max range. Gotta get closer first. After you split push like this, don't keep running forward unless you know it's safe. So let's pretend someone is farming this area. Clinkz shows. So if they're gonna act, they're gonna be moving right now. If he was farming here and he's like, oh shit, we can do this, like go, go, go. They're running in right now. Sometimes you don't even finish this, but clearly if you think it's safe to do, it's okay. At this moment, we're done. So here, if you don't know it's safe, you should either fall back or fall into a weird angle. The most obvious paths are gonna be directly forward or to the nearest camp. And if you're ever uncertain on where enemy heroes are, we should not take those paths right away. We should move in a different path. This is how pro players stay alive in so many situations. But here, if they were looking for you, I promise you they're cutting through this tree line or they're seeing if you like come to the next wave, which you walked like directly into. Team wants to try top. Slark is your vision hero, though. You should play around Slark. Here, again, for Guardian, you're standing like right in the front. This will work for now, but higher ranks, if they plan to defend this, which they are, he's here, then they're going to have sentries down, and they're going to see you there, and they're going to know to avoid, or they're going to know to jump you first. So start playing like a visible hero, even though you're invis. And that'll shift your positioning a lot. Here's another case. We start attacking this guy and all our skeletons are here. We're losing so much DPS. Okay, as they push up, if you can fight as a team, you can go for this. Otherwise, you should immediately look for other targets. So this is going to be like, look at the minimap in the fight. As soon as you invis and disengage, look at the minimap to see a separated target, or to see what lane can you push in while they're chasing Jakiro. How quickly can I continue taking this tier tower? Or how quickly can I cut through here and get to the tier 3? Is this mid wave close? Or is a bottom wave potentially breaking backdoor for me? Like, what is my next opportunity? It's good to do with any hero, but for like invis heroes like Clinkz especially. Like, we hung around, but clearly didn't actually help out Jakiro, which means we just gotta cut the losses and, like, move on to the next thing. And it's like, we're doing it now, but we've already lost some heroes. You actually did kill the Sven. I didn't think you'd be able to. I'll eat my words. You actually just turned out a lot better. Look at that. You guys turned it around. All right, surely we get barracks out of this. Pew, 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 pew. Or at least a tier 3. Pew, pew, pew. Okay, no one is alive. You might as well come to the high ground. Look at this. Miss. Miss. Get up here. Spawn the boys. Spawn the boys. Spawn the boys. All right, the fact that OD made it in time is directly a result of not coming up to the high ground and not spawning the boys to help you out. Oh, we actually died because of that. Although we also could have left. Yeah, it cost us a lot for not finishing that faster and getting out. Okay. I think that's probably a good place to start looking at other stuff. Timestamp are we at? We have some other people who also donated that we got to make sure we get to, along with everyone else here. I think we talked about the potential for split pushing. You play him the way I play Drow. That's kind of what it felt like. You know, you're just like directly walking into fights, but you gotta think like an Invis hero. Which if you, there is a video on classic Invis mistakes if you want to not do that stuff. But you need to change the way you're positioning a little bit as an Invis hero. The pathing you can take is different. When you like pop into the fight can be different. That's like the value of being Invis. So definitely an adjustment worth, you know, thinking about and starting to make. Okay, we're gonna do Dark Jellyfish. Good name. Thank you for donating, by the way, both of you. I appreciate it, all of you, and all the gifted subs. Thank you so much. I cannot do this without you guys. I am reliant, but also don't feel pressure to. Okay, I had to copy and paste all this stuff and get the timestamp going. Where is this? Nabari. Oh, that's you. Okay, got it. Yeah, sometimes people have different usernames between YouTube and Twitch. Or like I'll talk to people in Discord and then they'll have different usernames on this stuff, and it's like it's hard to keep track. Not that you guys have to like make it clear and required, but yeah, sometimes it's funny. I don't realize I'm talking to the same people in different ways. All right. So this one is Timbersaw offlane. Excited to get roasted. Hell yeah. Slightly ahead up to mid game. Yeah, pretty slight, like you said. But could not pick off enemies effectively. Wonder what could I have done better. I'm offlane Timbersaw. Okay, so looking at this lineup, what I'm actually going to focus on then is this window here to start. Because this is actually the strength of Timbersaw and offlaners who function by, I reach a tipping point and no one should feel comfortable approaching me. That's what Timbersaw likes to look for. A hero like Beastmaster can kind of fit this bill in the right games. Night Stalker can fit this bill. I want to see how much you capitalize on that window where I see a Spectre. She shouldn't be able to do anything about you. Ogre, Snapfire, like, yeah, they have the burst to kill you between Lena, Snapfire, and Legion Lockdown. But without that combination, you should be pretty free. So we need map awareness to know when to be careful. And otherwise, how do we push our strength? I'm going to start with that to see, you know, are we building a proper lead? Which, as I look at the net worth, it does look like, you know, maybe the lane is okay. We kind of won to start. We're not super rich, but we're in a good spot. And then it doesn't really translate to the end of the 20 minutes where I actually see you drop behind. So let's start with that. I was really happy to do TI. Thank you. It was cool. I certainly hope to get to do an in-person one. Remote, just being, ooh, my desk a little. Being remote was still cool, but to a degree also felt like remote casting compared to like being at TI. Grateful nonetheless. But that'll be the next, you know, it's like check mark, got to be involved remotely. Next one is hope to get to go in person and get to meet everyone there, feel the, you know, energy from the crowd, all that stuff. Let's jump ahead a little bit. Because I said we are going to focus a little bit later on. Ooh, yeah, it'd be cool to get to go to Shanghai for the next TI. That's where my fiance's family is. It is going to be hot, guys. Anyone who plans to go, it is going to be hot at that time of year. Kind of jumped here, so I don't know why you're... I don't know how we got to this point, but it's not what I want to focus on, so I'm gonna keep moving forward. The goal here, though, pre-lane, is to hit level 6 fast, and then no one should be able to come up here versus you, level 6. You can potentially fight early, especially you took a little shredder. I think you should only need 1 point in Timber Chain. I don't know the Timbersaw build that well. Okay. Love you. Because I think versus Spectre and an Ogre, you should just be able to max Whirling Death. And you just need 1 point to move around. In fact, you might honestly skip Reactive Armor for better burst. Looks like we're kind of doing it. Okay. So I think there is some build optimization here. I am not the leading force on Timbersaw, so I don't want to like push you down the wrong path. But kind of quick look through Dota 2 Pro Tracker build. Actually, I do see a lot of people skipping Reactive Armor, which I think Reactive Armor... So here's the thing. They're going to hit you. Let's say you skip it. You go max Q, like 3-2 build. You're going to take more damage, yes, because we don't have bonus armor. We don't have regen. They should take even more damage, though, because of Whirling Death and Timber Chain, especially if you stay near trees versus 2 melee heroes. Ignite will be a hassle, but you buy a little bit of extra regen. He can only use Ignite so many times. At some point, he's got to walk up to like finish the job with auto attacks, and then you're Whirling Death like a third of his health in one go. So I think that's why this build would work here. I'm not going to focus on it too much because, again, I'm not the most experienced Timbersaw player. I only play by vibes. You know, when I'm supporting a Timber, I'm like, I think he could do this. I don't actually know the details when he like switches up. I feel like Reactive Armor is when they're ranged heroes who can poke you a lot, and you have to be careful about committing onto them, which maybe you can do, and you might still do that build because you think you can jump and kill them. But if you don't think you can, then I think that's where you take Reactive Armor to tank up. I think you were trying to get here to like drag this over. Maybe not. But if you were, because this is, okay, we hit level 6. No one should be able to come up here unless they bring everybody. So step 1, take this tower pretty quickly. But step 2, just keep farming up a lot. Get to the items we want, which you got Arcane Boots, Soul Ring. I feel like Kaya or Blink next would be pretty good. I think that's what I would see. Now, granted, Timbersaw is not the most meta hero right now, so I'm not sure if that's still the build. But again, quick look at Dota Pro Tracker. Seems like what a lot of people are doing. Otherwise, this game, I don't know. Lotus is kind of funny because of duel. But an armor item, like one later on, might be fine. I feel like Blink Sanch Kaya seems fine. Yeah, this Whirling Death is so sad because it's lower level. All right, so Timbersaw is a hero. Compare this to earlier. We had a Lifestealer game, and I said, ignore the enemy hero, just farm and shove it out. Timbersaw, very different. Pre-level 6, you're quite similar to that. It was like, I just got to hit my level 6, and I'm good. Now, Spectre is not allowed to be happy. Spectre's not allowed to stand and exist. I guess she's not, I don't know, she's like floating with her legs, whatever. She's not allowed to be in our space. So right now, you just like beat the shit out of her. You like chase her, Whirling Death is up, you Whirling Death her next to trees. Like Chakram's up and you have enough mana, you like throw Chakram at her. She's not allowed to be in this lane anymore. And if we both miss CS, I don't care. She is not allowed to farm at all up here until she's gone, and then I will farm because your farming speed will continue as normal after that. The enemy carry that you've kicked out early should not be able to jungle effectively, especially someone like Spectre. Now, some will be okay, and that's why they're like sometimes good versus Timbersaw, but that's the goal. That laning and jungling is always faster than only jungling. So you really want to like, you want to really hone in on the Spectre. If you're both farming, she is super happy about that. Twig, by the way, thank you for the $10 donation. Thank you. I'm glad the voice line is good for you guys. I need to start brainstorming in case we get to work the next TI. I got to start brainstorming new voice lines because I already panicked doing the first ones. The 12K behavior score is the only one I had in mind. The other one was like just spur of the moment. I got to start brainstorming better ideas. If you don't need to use spells to farm, depending on your mana management, you know, you might need to save it. Look at her farming in here. She even got 6 and now she's going somewhere else, right? Like that's we're missing the mark a little bit. And then we should run through as part of, let's pretend we kicked them out of the lane successfully. To take this tower, we should catch this creep wave, bring it to the small camp, farm both at the same time. If someone dares to show up, we should dive them with a full creep wave. If, you know, it's safe to do so, but... As soon as you hit your tipping point on whatever you're playing, if you're an offlaner who kicks the enemy out, as soon as we hit that tipping point, we gotta go fast. We're not equilibrium balancing anymore. We're farming quick, we're taking the tower fast, we're kicking ass on heroes that show up here. So when they meet like this, it's slower. Our creeps are going to take more damage. They're going to do less of the tower. We are farming one creep wave, but we could be farming a creep wave and a camp. Creep wave, drag it here, and a camp. Creep wave, camp. Creep wave, camp. Right? That's how we are not quite doubling our farm speed, but close to that, while also getting the maximum tower damage and the most dive potential when we have a creep wave under the tower and the enemy is not here. Uh-oh, disconnect moment.
All right, carry on.
How can we play with Medusa when both supports leave? Timber in particular, how is Timber against Medusa? You, again, work on getting to level 6. I see Dark Desires actually already answer some of this, but just to reiterate, you focus on getting to level 6. It will not be easy to just straight up kill her like some other heroes, but you do have a lot of raw damage. So over time, you will burn her mana pool if you are level 6. So focus on that first, and then it's kind of the same deal. Work in the damage, creep cut, all of that. She should be able to stick in lane longer than a hero like Spectre, but only so much. And then if you bring any other heroes, then you can finish the job. When you kick the enemy carry out of their lane, do you... who are we... While Timber's disconnected, who are you looking at? Rubik? He is moving all over the place. When you kick the enemy carry out of their lane, do you then free farm or hunt the carry in their jungle or roam to other lanes to then pressure there? It depends a little bit on the game. But, where are you? Let's get to where Timber's reconnected. Unfortunate DC, not much you can do about it. We're actually seeing it kind of showcased here. So Spectre's gone. How do we min-max on this as a strong offlaner? Couple different options that you've kind of highlighted there, right? Let's like pro and con for both. Free farm ourself. If we are an offlaner or a hero, let's say, who's going to be really strong later and maybe we just need to hit some certain item timings, then free farming sounds pretty good. Because we're obviously going to speed up our farm, get to that point where we're really strong and we can fight. But if we have kicked someone out of our lane already, are we not already a super strong hero relative to everyone else? So, although free farming is great and will keep you relevant, I do think the next part of that is pressure. The best way to pressure off of kicking someone out is to take their tower quickly. Because if you kick them out of the lane and then you leave, what stops them from just coming back here? And at that point, have they been kicked out? Not really. And if we don't have this tower, do we have easy access to invade them in the jungle? Not really, because the enemies might all rotate around us and then get us killed. So step one after kicking someone out of the lane is to take this tower as quickly as possible. And usually the best way to do that is to drag the creep wave, the enemy creep wave, to a nearby camp and farm both quickly, which then accomplishes both. We are free farming effectively while taking the tower as quickly as possible. So we're not choosing either, we're actually trying to do both. Chasing the enemy hero in the jungle can be good. If they're over here, it's pretty safe to do. If they're over here, maybe. But just keep in mind how dangerous this is when this tower is still up. Because we come here, we try to chase this carry. Can we instant kill them in 1 second? Most of the time, no. Which means there's going to be time for the enemy to respawn, or for the enemy to TP in, and then get us. And if we haven't finished the job, we might be dying. And now we're going from a winning lane to throwing back the lead to the enemy, and we may have missed our window at that point. For example, Spectre has hit 6. She's now able to like play other parts of the map. So it's usually safer to take this tower before chasing the enemy carry too much in the jungle. Especially when you think about it, let's say it takes 2 minutes to take this tower. That's actually a lot of time. It really shouldn't take that long. But for 2 minutes, the enemy carry who you kicked out, which means they shouldn't have been having a great time, they should be underleveled, underfarmed, they're trying to jungle. That is not going to be as fast as you, who is farming the creep wave and jungling, right? So for every camp they're doing, you're also doing the camp and the creep wave, which you are kicking them out of, because if they show up, you kill them. So you should be farming twice as efficiently as them, even as you aren't chasing them actively at that time until the tower is down. Then once the tower is down, now we chase them, and at that point, we should have an extra like 500 gold over them, which should make it easier to now kill them and chase them around. You can leave, but be very careful about this, because this is the most common mistake on offlaners, is to win their lane, potentially take the tower. If they don't take the tower, it's an even bigger mistake. And then they feel, okay, I got to go take other tier 1s. I got to keep up the pressure. And they end up sitting bottom for a really long time. They end up sitting mid for a really long time. The whole point of winning the lane and kicking the enemy carry into the jungle early is the fact that the mid laner is still in the mid lane and the off laner is still in the off lane. So there is no lane to go to and you can only jungle. So if Timbersaw in this game leaves this lane to go sit bottom, then Spectre, even without her tier 1, can come up here and she can farm the creep wave and jungle. So at that point, she is just farming max efficiency. And if you let her do that for a little bit, that's okay. For example, we shove this in, sneak through the twin gate, make a play bottom, and Spectre sees us, so she starts farming and pushing up. She used to be jungling back here. She starts pushing up the lane while we're gone. We finish what we're doing, we TP, we catch her here, and we kill her. Or maybe we twin gate back, we cut around her, we kill her, right? We just put the fear in her that even when we're gone, she can't push up too far or we're gonna get her. But if you sit here for 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes, then the whole point of kicking Spectre out is lost. Let's see if, that's a whole lot of theory talking, but now let's see if that happens with this Timber. Currently not punishing her as hard as he could be, but is punishing her to some degree. Right? Like, we're just throwing spells at her as she farms. And at this point, right, she kills... Oh, we kill her. So this is really good. Even as we maybe get killed, unfortunate. So it wasn't as smooth as it could be. I think you missed like one chakram, so it took longer. But even though we died, which we can argue is the worst case scenario. Actually, worst case scenario was die, feed, don't get anything. You killed her while dying. You killed her first. She gets nothing. A little bit of assist gold. Doesn't get any XP. You get the XP. You got the gold. Forced 2 hero rotations. They both teleport up here. They get a little bit for killing you. Now, maybe they're going to get more if they get this rubric, but let's ignore that. Let's come to the TA. Should be free farming. Who's here? Legion's up here. There should be no hero down here. So this, even though we are dead and we may not be building a huge difference over the Spectre, TA in this time, while Spectre's dead, should be farming like 300 gold that the Spectre is not. So there's a carry difference building in this time. Ancient Apparition can use this window. Oh, she's fine. TA doesn't need me. There's no one in the lane, right? He should go stack. He should take this time to travel, come through the Twin Gate so we can help you next time, or come mid, come do something like this, right? So there should be snowballing potential because we force these rotations up here, which it did cost us, but it's still worth it overall. Now, not if we lose too many heroes all at once, but I would say this is still okay. Would it make sense to buy a few sentries on the offlaner and block some of the carries camps and then leave? Depends. I would say like against an alchemist, it might be worth doing. Most of the time, these are the camps you would block rather than any camps here. Reason being is that you should come back here, and let's say you block this camp. This is your own camp. That's how you should think about it. These aren't the enemy carries jungle we're blocking. You're blocking your own camps at this point, because if you're so strong you kicked him out, you should have one deep ward up here to help keep you safe, and you should be farming this stuff, right? We should shove in the wave, come here, jungle this. Okay, back, shove in this wave. Are you up here? I'm going to farm this, back, shove this in, farm up here. And at some point when we're in here, they don't know if we're waiting for the next creep wave or if we're going to crash mid and go for a play here. So they are super scared. We block our own camps if you sentry this stuff, because then you're going to come back and you're going to be pushing one wave, and then you're going to have to leave super far to go find a camp back here rather than efficiently do this and like efficiently like come back right away. So I wouldn't usually recommend it. There's probably some cases where it's okay, but... No, she denied it. I do think not taking the tower faster is a place for you to improve on the Timbersaw. Okay, and then here, let's go back. So from here, let's ignore how long it took us to do, right? We're at the point where, as Timbersaw, ideally, you continue to control this area safely, and maybe you rotate to other stuff when opportunities present itself. Could be the Twin Gate, could be a teleport. So feel free to buy your own Observer Sentry if supports aren't doing it. But support players, as you see yourself reach this state, the Rubik, I suppose, in this case, right? Timbersaw is okay to be left on his own. The future path should be, okay, we're going to take this tower. He's going to push up here. We want to know where the enemy carry is. I want Timbersaw to be safe. You should be looking to place a deep ward. So either somewhere up here or somewhere up here. And you play on the side your observer is, because that's the safer side. So if Timbersaw puts the observer up here, or his support does, then Timbersaw would shove in the wave, come up and farm this. Shove another wave, come and farm this. You'd be playing the top half more than this middle half. If you put the observer like here or here, whatever, then like Timbersaw does this stuff and comes here. This stuff here, right? Whatever side is safer, and you avoid the scary side. I see Legion up here. The other heroes are missing, so I'm a little scared. So you should probably just nuke this wave a little faster. Use your spells, your soul ring. Do that real quick and then get out. Because in the time you sat here, maybe the other heroes are wrapping around and they jump you from high ground to low ground. So you want to finish this ASAP. And depending how scared, maybe we even just ignore it completely and we walk away. But let's say we did it. So now I'm scared. I don't see enough heroes. I don't know where... I know where Ogre is, but I said Lina and Snapfire ult scare me, along with Legion dual lockdown. So those are the heroes that are missing, and so I am scared as the Timbersaw. I don't have a deep ward, so this is where I'm kind of like, I don't know where to stand. You know, I'm kind of scared. Now, really, anywhere in the jungle is safer than being in the lane. So if you took a wild guess, either side is good, better than being here. But top side's probably safer. Like, the outsides of the map are harder to get to usually than the inside. Because, like, if Lena's coming from mid, she's walking this way. So by being on the top side, she just literally has to walk farther to get you, and then she might walk into a creep wave, and now you know. So Topside, outer jungle is the default safe option if you have no observers. Falling all the way back is the very safe side, but we're obviously giving up some space to do this, so only do it if you really have to. Now let's pretend we suddenly see info. Actually, we suddenly see info. Because we came this far back, and now I know, oh, it's actually safe to be here. Now I gotta walk all the way back. I have to take another 10 seconds to come back. That's why, if we can, we want to choose the camps that are closest, the most aggressive, most danger, but when you have info to know it's safe, that's the best, because we can quickly go between these camps, rather than, oh, it's actually safe. They're down here. Whoa, I've lost 10 seconds. Another case might be a little scared. Just nuke the wave out, go. Right? Because in this game, we have teleports, and there's a global Spectre. They could quickly come over at any moment, and I never know. You have been up here long enough to get your own observer. By the way, so in the lane in general is always dangerous. Couple super dangerous spots. Here, high danger compared to here. Because over here, they might get you through fog of war around the trees. And in fact, if you're ever really scared, let's say you're Timbersaw and you're worried they're coming this way, cut these trees like you have, intentionally or not, I don't know. Because now when you farm this camp, you can see people coming in. They can't fog of war you unless they come from the other side, which, you know, fair play, you can't see everything. No matter how many trees you cut, they could high ground to low ground you. This is always dangerous. This is even more dangerous because your creep wave might be in the river with you and they could TP right here and you wouldn't know, and then they jump you. Or someone could be coming this way, speed boosted through the river. They could wrap around this wave, high ground to low ground. So this is the most dangerous place you can possibly be as an offlaner shoving in this wave. And then this is like the second most dangerous. So if possible, anytime you're dealing with creep waves in this area, do it as fast as possible, as safely as possible. You got the long range nukes, throw that out. You're like, oh, should I use this mana? Absolutely. Just do it and get out. Or don't even do it if you're that worried. Like, I don't see enough heroes. I'm just not going to go into this area. And if you are going to do it, and it's a choice, from the high ground yourself is a little safer, or from this side. Like, one of the two, rather than being in the area, if it's an option for you. If not, that's okay. Again, the more information you have, the better. Which you've been up here long enough to get your own observer sentry to like sentry this area and then put an observer somewhere up here to help yourself. Oh, here he comes. I got you with the nuke damage. So funny enough, all the times you chose, a couple times you chose to come back here, and we kind of had some info, and it was like, but okay, it's safe. This time you didn't have the info, and you chose the more aggressive camp, and then look what happens. Will it always happen? No. But especially if you walk into a watcher like this, you're giving them info, right? They know where you are. They're saying like, hey, let's get them. This is the fastest for Lina to come through. And by the way, guys, as a core player, let me tell you, if a support ever walks up to you, you should be nervous. When Ogre comes up and immediately uses spells, if he was on his own, would he ever do this? Probably not. He might be dumb. He's Ogre. But most of the time, you would never do this because you would simply be killed by a Timbersaw. So, anytime a support walks up with confidence, you should be concerned that the team is behind them, and that's why they're coming in. That would be me. Well, sometimes it works. Sometimes it's the mind games, the false bravado, right? But clearly in this case, Ogre, very terrible matchup into Timbersaw. For sure a free kill if he's on his own. And yeah, his team is behind him. That's why he felt like, yeah, I can go forward, right? I'm baiting. The Ags. Yeah, I'm open to the Ags. If you're doing really well, if you know to if you work in some of the stuff we've talked about, build a bigger lead, you can afford Kaya Blink to maximize the damage that you can do and your farm efficiency. After that, I think the Ags is good. Sanjin, I mentioned Sanjin and Kaya earlier. I still think that one's good. Here's where you see like a Spectre over here. So ignoring the fact that we just made a play with our team mid, let's pretend we just camp top. So as we look for opportunities and we're like doing all this, you nuke a wave, you pretend to walk top. The enemy gets in this habit of like, okay, Timbersaw has just been camping top. He's like farming efficiently. We can't deal with him. So every time you shove in the lane and disappear, it's always a question mark of, is he still doing that? Or is he showing up somewhere else through the twin gate, through a teleport? They don't know. But they can't like sit in their own jungle the entire game, you know, like playing super careful. At some point, they have to take risks to walk up here. And that's where, as the offlaner, you leave the lane for a little bit. Even though this is supposed to be your area, you go, okay, they have sufficiently pushed up. I saw Spectre here. I want to try to get her. I want to try twin gate. I want like people to rotate. I want to TP in whatever, whoever it is, right? You go, you make the play. And if you can punish, you do it. Like, take the tower, but don't sit here too long. Come back through here. You got to smoke? Do it. You know, like, come back to your area and let them know, like, you never know. You never know where I am. I'm going to get you. Spectre thought she could get you. No. That was kind of close, though, with the Orchid. Ooh. We do have some observers now from that earlier play the team made, so now we can camp this jungle area. Okay, your team is smoked, so yeah, you can be the bait, although we're kind of missing some health, so I'm a little scared about being this bait. Yeah. But, TA, do it for me. Do it for me. All right. Ah, okay, unfortunate. Overall, still a pretty good fight for your team. Very good. Successful bait. We were maybe missing a little bit of health for that, but we'll take it. I don't know if this is intentional or not, but I want to highlight this is really good. So we shove in the lane and we immediately move to the jungle. Now you don't start jungling, that's okay. The important thing is that you're not showing in the lane in case they want to make a play up here. There's a very common mistake with split pushing. So notice that Timbersaw stays out of sight. You walked up a little bit. You were mostly out of sight. And in fact, if you wait here or you start jungling the small camp, that'd be a little better. And you see if anyone shows up. And you see if it's someone you can punish or someone who scares you. And then you leave. But if you walked up with this creep wave, you would just point blank walk into someone. Whether it's good or bad, you don't know. Support players, it's usually bad if you walk into someone. So we definitely have to sit in the trees when we do this kind of stuff. This is where the blink is popular on Timbersaw, because now from the trees, you just like blink on top of the hero, pop your stuff, Timber Chain here, and then keep attacking them. Rather than have to like walk out, then Timber Chain, maybe miss, stuff like that. Couple of heroes here. So Spectre shouldn't actually be able to do anything. She can't kill you 100-0 on her own. She does need teammates. And I saw enough heroes away that you should just like throw spells at her. And because of that, notice they then make a play somewhere else. Spectre TP's in. You didn't have a teleport because you TP top. I'm not going to worry about that too much right now. But at the least, what this should cost them is tower damage top. But because we didn't push Spectre and the lane as hard as we could once we saw other heroes showing, now they made a play. We left the lane to try to come over, so they got away with everything. They killed Sniper, they forced you to move, they didn't take any damage. That's why when we have the chance to punish people, we need to. Like, we got to kick them out of the lane, and we got to keep the lane shoved in. So that plays elsewhere on the map cost them in the areas that they leave. Shroud is a pretty good Timbersaw item. It has been nerfed, so it's not as good now. But you will still see people... You'll occasionally see people build it when there's, like, an insane amount of magic damage. But usually BKB is preferred right now. Or a pipe. That's the issue. Like, if you were going to get Essence Shroud, why wouldn't you build a pipe for your team? Or build a BKB, which would be a better version. All right. Get out of here. What are you doing? They're dead. It's tower time. Go push this way faster. I mean, if you want to send the Rubik, it's okay. If Rubik wasn't here, though, you better be pushing this tower. And then now, we're leaving. We're backing. This is it. This is it. Take the tower. Get over here. Who's going to kill you? Look. What's she doing? She looks for a fight and she's like, what am I doing? I'm not going to kill any of these guys on my own. Exactly. This wave should be yours, and you should have, like, a third of this tower. And then you back away as Snapfire used her ult, so actually I don't even know how you die without... Even, like, Legion plus Spectre Orchid, I think would struggle to kill you full health. So you need Luna, or you need, like, all the heroes. So as, like, they spawn more, then you can back off, farm this stuff back out. We should have gotten some actual tower damage here. Said you're, like, over here stealing Sniper's farm? What's happening? All right. That fight kind of showcased something that you're going to have to shift this game, which is that although you can jump in, they have tools to get around you to get to the sniper and the TA. So you kind of want to let them... You need to stay close enough to them. You need to be in front to be the space, but also close enough to immediately help them when Legion Duel and, like, Spectre Haunt comes in. There are games you can be, like, way far ahead of your team, but this is one where they will avoid you while killing the sniper and the TA, and then they will kill you. So you have to get them while they get your team. All right. I think what we talked about does cover why we ended up not that far ahead for having a pretty good matchup this game, at least in the laning in the early stage. Like, Spectre is too rich for what she should be. So if you adjust the way you punish her in the lane and then the post lane, you should have a better time. Yeah, like this. Like, they know you are no fun. They're gonna try to avoid you.
Radiant's mid tower ain't doing so good.
Yeah, Timber Blink could definitely help. It would fit the play style of what we talked about. Like, I'm trying to punish people while strong. I will admit, though, you kind of need to know what you're doing with the Timber Blink. Like, if you go that route, Kaya Blink, it is relatively fragile, and you're playing off the fact that no one should want to play in you, and you know how to push your limits. The only way to learn that is to do it and mess up and feed a little bit. But once you learn it, then you can go that build and do a lot. So if you want to try it out at some point, I would recommend it. It's pretty strong, and it's kind of the idea of the Timbersaw. And then because you're doing so well, and you can use all of it for either killing heroes or farming, you then can go back for like Sanj, Kaya, the Aghanims, all that stuff to then help you stay alive.
Pretty excited right now.
I don't mind if you don't do it at the same time, but I think it is the more common build. For as common of a build as a hero that's not super meta can be. Okay. I did not eat lunch yet. So I'm gonna go heat up my lunch leftovers. The next raffle, the next replay may not be super focused. Or the advice will be scattered a little bit, but still, if you want to be in that, just type !replay. Or sorry, that's old. Wow, that just came out without thinking. We don't do that anymore. We just type in the match IDs because the raffle system doesn't work anymore. Now that we do the multi-streaming, just put in the match ID, who you're playing. Let me know any questions. The game has to be from within the last week for me to be able to download it. Plus, it would keep it patch relevant, I suppose. Not that it was a massive patch, but, you know, that'd be good. I'll just let this keep playing out while I go heat my stuff up. You guys can give a little bit more feedback to Timber, I suppose, if you see anything big. All right, give me a couple minutes. Yeah, if you put in the replay before, I would do it again, because the chat moves, and then, like, you know, we'll pick from someone who's here. chair's been taken.
Radiant's bottom tower ain't pretty. There goes Radiant's bottom tower.
Ooh. Wait, this'll be interesting. Maybe not for the reasons it's supposed to be, but we'll have a couple things to talk about here. And this'll be a mostly laning stage focused one real quick while we eat. Oh, and then Zuki Big Daddy, we can do yours afterwards. Let's do that. All right, so this one, I'm pulling this one out because I saw you said you're playing Pango position 4, which is not a good position 4 right now. I'm not saying it can't be done, but there are going to be struggles. So the reason we're going to do it is because there are... Hold on, wait. Let me finish the timestamp and grab my food, actually. So that we can keep our thoughts focused. Okay, 1 second. Oh, Pango 3, Divine 4. Okay, I misread that. Oh, dang, that was going to be interesting, actually. Oh, well. Well, we'll still do yours. I've already got it up here. I was going to talk about creep dragging and all that. Because it's stuff you can do. It was going to be super interesting, guys. It's all lost now. Because sometimes people like to play, like, the weird position 4s. And it's like, how does this work? There are weak position 4s who are legit, but just do strange stuff. It's like when Ricky 4 was a thing, right? He's like not really a good laner, but there's stuff you do to get through the lane. So even though Pango 4 is not great, I was gonna talk about theoretically what you can do on him or any weird 4 or in weak matchups. But forget all that. We're gonna talk about offlane Pango instead because I couldn't read. It's all good. It's all good.
Better get ready.
Let me move the mic a little further. Not eat straight in. Okay, wait. Let me double check what you said then. How much did I misread? What are we doing right now? Divine 4 Pango. I see. Hard lane, trying to figure out how I can do better. Okay, we might still end up talking about the same stuff then. Playing with Rubik. Rubik's not the strongest laner. Especially into, like, what is this? TA Dazzle? Yeah, that's scary. So you're going to need to keep one of your spells available to get away when they commit. You're playing for a lot of creep equilibrium. You're going to do various tricks to keep the lane here. And we're going to... I don't know what happens, because we haven't seen it yet, but you're in Divine. especially as you push to Immortal. Creep dragging is not really necessary prior to this because most people are so many mistakes in the lane that you can get by in really bad matchups and they just give you playable games. As you get to Divine into Immortal, it's really good to start actively thinking like, should we just creep drag? Because it's actually the correct thing to do, as much as there can be a correct thing in Dota. And you'll be ahead of the curve as you work it in. I would say this matchup, I assume it's Dazzle TA, is one where you would consider that because it's really, Rubik's not the strongest. Pango is not the worst. Like, he's not the worst laner, but he's also not the best. So I think if you tried to play this in a standard lane without any weird stuff, TA would just win. Like, there just wouldn't be that much. She's gonna sideblade you. She's gonna, meld strike you. Like, she's just gonna do that for 5 minutes. And there's only so much you can do.
And they're off. And here we go.
Step 1, body block. Come over here. That would already give you a much better game. Almost no one punishes this. It's pretty impossible to punish without preemptively reading the enemy is going to do it, which is very difficult. You'll see this all the time in pro matches. Anytime you think your lane is bad, and frankly, even if you think it's good, go for this bounty rune if you want. Like, say your team came down here, get this. Just wait here or here, and when the creeps come through, you go and body block them. Even getting this one first, you then walked here, which was a little bit risky, but we saw some heroes here, so I was like, okay, it's probably fine. You made it here in time to still walk and body block if you wanted to, and anytime you think your matchup is bad, you should just do it. It will just put you in a better spot. Now, see, she still messed up. This is kind of what I mean. Even in Divine, she's still messed up. She brought it under tower. She's killing the whole wave. So despite being the much stronger lane, she shoved it into you. So she screwed up. You're taking a big risk for a range creep, which, I mean, I know it's the range creep, but I think you should just creep drag this out further. Short-term loss, long-term gain. Also, she probably should have, eventually you'll play players who you'll do that and then they'll just deny you. So kind of risky. Okay, here, we don't need to take too much risk, right? I'm gonna hammer this home throughout this replay. Anytime you're in a bad matchup, every single wave and frequently throughout the wave as it develops, constantly ask yourself, is this good for me or is this bad for me? How much do I need to do right now, or can I wait till later and it will pay off later? 4 creeps versus 2. Do I need to do anything right now? I might miss a last hit or 2, but it will push into me, and then I'll be much safer farming here. Especially if Rubik is, like, over here. So, how much do I need to do right now? Not a lot. You're going to try to creep aggro a little bit. I don't mind, especially if, Dazzle's a little far to the side. You can go for it. Downsides to this. You're actually going to lose the range creep for this creep aggro. And if you hadn't done it, it was going to push up anyways. So, if Dazzle had been in a closer position and you go for this, they're going to punish you. It's going to force out shield crash. You're going to take some damage. You might still lose the range creep. And then, yeah, it would push up, but then you'd be missing health from coming up earlier. So especially when Rubik backs off, you can just play it safe. I know the lane is going to come to you. There's nothing they can do, 4 creeps versus 2, to fix that. It will push into you.
First blood. Double kill.
Dazzle's probably not here. Yeah, he's back now. But I was going to say, like, there's a window there to push the TA a little bit if you want. Also don't need to, though, because the creep wave is still in a good spot, even as we miss some CS. and now we're really happy. Now we can CS under the safety of our tower. We're pretty good to go here. They can't run us down with Poison Touch. We might take a couple side blades, but she can't finish the kill. This camp, I think he blocked it. It got unblocked. You know, this is where support players, this is your job to try to like minimize this stuff as much as possible. And we sit here for as long as possible. Now I notice you're immediately creep aggroing the creeps under your tower. So despite being in a good spot, you're going to minimize how long you can stay here. If you hadn't done this, it actually did meet a little under tower, so it was already not going to be great. But now, the last hitting is going to be harder because you're fighting your own tower. And then secondly, it's going to die way faster, so then we're going to get back here sooner. So if you can keep it out of the tower as much as possible, and then especially only aggro the creep you need to last hit. For example, this creep, so you position like to the, let's say it's like in a line like this, and this creep's the one being focused. Position over here, aggro just that creep, and then get the last hit. Then the others stay out of the tower. You get the safety of the one you need without destroying your equilibrium. That's real advanced tech, but I mean, you could start working on it at this rank. If it has to go under tower, that's not like the end of the world, but it should be more like they force you to do it rather than you did it to yourself. Like here, they left already. They're not making sure you drag this under tower. So you guys like fully retreated assuming that was going to happen, but you should have stayed closer to keep this out of the tower. And then TA has to come back to push you under the tower. Then like, okay, I'll do it. But otherwise, why not walk this creep wave like all the way around here? If they chase you, you can always double jump up any of these cliffs and then like bring it back around and then meet this creep wave out here. Or you can go this way and like all this stuff, right? Even as they chase you, you can waste their time so that the wave stays out of your tower, which I'm gonna show you now. This camera, he has one small camp to work with. There's no possible way to deny an entire creep wave. So if you are maintaining equilibrium here, they cannot fix it in one go because they actually blocked this hard camp. Now by doing this, and they did the pull, your wave is gonna shove. Depending what kind of pull he does, might determine now where the equilibrium ends up, and we're gonna have to reevaluate at that moment, but we definitely could have held the lane here a lot longer than what we just did. So, really quick to summarize before I start eating and then I don't talk for a little bit. To start this lane off, TA made a mistake to give us a playable lane position, whereas we could actively get a lane position by doing some body blocking early. So, missed opportunity one. Then second, couple situations where we like creep drag under tower and we don't try to drag things around where we could continue to maintain a good spot, but we don't. So those are two big opportunities for you as an offlaner in a tough matchup of how to do this. Not to like toot my own horn, but I'm not the greatest at core because I mostly play support, but offlane's my best. And I think my greatest skill set as an offlaner is a good understanding of creep equilibrium to know when I have to take risks or not. And to then also allow my support to move without risking myself while still getting the most I can. Because I'm a support player, so I know all that stuff. So as an offlaner, I can also do all that stuff. And that's what lets me play offlane to some degree, as bad as I am at that, is just knowing that skill set. So it's really good once you are actually an offlaner with good mechanics and you know the heroes. If you then combine good understanding of creep equilibrium, then you become unstoppable. Why are you hitting this thing? You're giving him 3 extra seconds. You're killing this faster than it needs to be. Maybe you want to be here for the Lotus. I mean, that's fair. But in a losing lane, you don't need this. Just let it live. Hit it once for the last hit. Okay, we're now playing here. If you didn't hit that creep, you'd be playing up here. Was trying to push wave for the 3-minute Lotus. Although I was just like critical of it, if you have a plan in mind, I'm fine with that, right? That's the most important. Don't mindlessly do it. That's the biggest mistake. Like, I'm just hitting this because I can, right? But if you think, I want to do this because XYZ, totally fine with me. I can be wrong about stuff. You can have a plan that like also works that I just didn't think of. As long as there's a plan, you do it. It'll be a learning process either way. Like I'll be wrong, you'll be right, who knows? But it'll be something you carry forward rather than mindlessly just hit it. So as long as you had an idea, that's fine with me. I would say for the Lotus, I think the Lotus is most important when you have like a lane that is close. And when you're winning, it's also kind of important to get it because it should be free for you. If you're losing, be the most willing to give up the Lotus and just play for good equilibrium. That's very rough, you know, rule of thumb, but... Under tower. Look. TA cannot help but Psyblade shove. It's really hard not to, unless you take really good angles. She's attacking for free. She's pushing it into you. So all you have to do is not push it back, and you will capitalize on her mistake. If I see this creep, if they push you, it's fine. If they don't push you and you bring this creep wave under tower, like that's the problem. That's what's holding you back. Is she pressuring me? Okay, she's coming up here. She kind of is pressuring me. So if I have to go under tower, then it's fine. But maybe I could drag it around, especially depending what time of the game it is. Right? Let's say it's like the very first wave. It's a horrible matchup. Yeah, maybe she forces me to go straight under the tower. Is it possible, though, for me to bring the creep wave around, cut things if you have a Quelling Blade, you know? And maybe I miss one wave goes through, but can I hold it back here and catch another wave? Like small little tricks like that. Okay, she forced me under tower. That's okay, right? She chased, no big deal. After she leaves, depending where it meets under tower, because she actually backed off sooner. At this point, could you not turn back around, creep aggro them out of your tower, and bring it over here? So yeah, it took a couple of tower shots. She thought she did her job. She starts to leave. And under the tower, this will die really quickly. Tanking 2 or 3 tower shots still dies faster, but you'll still get to hold it here for a few extra seconds. You already had your lunch, Jupiter. Now I'm having my lunch. 6 minutes. Okay, here's another thing that's out of your control, but if you want to communicate it, it's pretty good. Leading up to 6 minutes in a bad lane, your support should go stack or help with the power rune, probably with the power rune. Because if we get the Lotus, are we really fighting into TA Dazzle? Probably not. I mean, it's nice to get, but if Storm rotates in because he has a haste rune or a power rune of some sort, regen, amplify, arcane, isn't that a lot better? Isn't that way more likely to tip things in our favor rather than getting a Lotus? So as you get close to 6 minutes, like you hit the 5-minute mark in a bad lane, what can you do to get equilibrium in a good spot so that you are okay and you can tell your support, go get the power rune for our mid laner? Because we can't make a difference down here, even with the Lotus, even with both Lotuses. We can't make a difference down here, but Storm Spirit coming in could make the difference for us. So I will give up a couple creeps, having to play really carefully while you're gone if the equilibrium's bad, but it might then turn around with Storm getting a big rune and helping us. At the least, it won't get worse with Puck showing up with a haste rune and then killing us under our tower. You know, it can only go okay. And it's good to do anyways. It's a good habit to build as you get higher and higher. You see how many times it's happening? Now you'll know. Honestly, it's a good play from them. More of your team if you scouted a little sooner, more of your teammates should have come by. Like, I can't believe a TA just like walked under the tier 1 to get out, and your Storm didn't even come over. Did he not have TP? I don't know, but anyways, we don't have to worry about that. The big thing here is the equilibrium tricks we talked about, and I think that's a good stopping point. That'll answer the question for how do we deal with a tough lane matchup.
Dyer's mid tower could use a little help. Dyer's mid tower won't last much longer.
Speaking of those mid rotations, that might be the focus of our next one. The game is still pretty playable, despite everything we critiqued. But yeah, you could just have like a better start with some of the stuff we went over. Of course, no problem. Oh, that last game was a Divine. This one's about to be Crusader. I forgot to pop up our little thing, actually. Good reminder. Let's download this one. So this one, you were playing Invoker mid. You struggled a lot in the beginning, even though you won in the end. You want to know how you can be more efficient as a mid laner and when to start moving or to help other lanes. Okay. And let me, where's my little thing? Crusader mid, okay. Death Prophet is a little bit of a tough matchup. I wouldn't expect you to win this lane, but let's see. You should be able to get more farm than 3,000, so we can take a look at what happens and what we can do better. I will say some of Invoker is just having good map awareness for Sunstrikes, which, yeah, you just gotta either ask the team to communicate, but also it's a good habit of yourself to just like constantly click the mini map to check, can I get a Sunstrike? Looks like you like Invoker though, so maybe it's something, maybe you'll already have a decent habit for it. Sometimes you're AFK for whatever reason. I'm not gonna make a huge deal of it. If you do know you're gonna go Exort, we'll see what you end up picking. Always nice to be in the game right away and then Sunstrike in the mid to check what people have. If we're late, then obviously everyone's scattered. We're not gonna make it work. But sometimes, something comes up. It's not a... If it's a habit, try to change that. But if it's just a one-off, I don't, it's not a big deal.
Seconds to go.
Right now, it's typically better to position for the bounty runes. This is old school blocking, like as much as humanly possible. But if you block as much as humanly possible and the other mid has first blood, you're still gonna have a terrible time. So now, due to the immense amount of level 1 fighting, I don't know why there's still level 1 fighting, but it's usually better to like position up here with your team, help with the bounty rune, and then do a little bit of blocking like once you get to this point. And probably have like an observer. I mean, I guess you don't have to have one, but usually people put mid observers. If you're interested in donating for the guaranteed replay, Twitch, if you're watching on Twitch, below the stream, there's a panel for donations. You can do it there. YouTube, I think in the comments section, there's like a little thing for it there. Optional, but yeah, if you're interested in supporting the stream, then thank you. And that's where it is. Okay, hang on. I got distracted. But again, selling out. Hang on. What was happening here? I'm not the greatest mid laner, so I'm not gonna put too much time on here, but I'll give some like quick tips and advice. All right, she just used Crypt Swarm on you to secure this range creep. She hit everything. What that means is as this range creep gets low, she does not have a spell to secure it. She only has auto attacks, at least for the next 8.9 seconds. Right here, it gets low, and she's backed up. And she's low ground to high ground. So as long as you don't have anything else to work on last hitting, I would hit this range creep and try to deny it from her ahead of time. She would have to walk up and then launch a slow attack. You might be able to attack twice from point blank before she can get in range, especially depending what she ends up doing. Like she starts throwing out an attack on this one, you could just start, like, deny this. Now it's like a little too close. You do end up getting the deny in the end, so it's like, it's fine. But she might have saved her attack, walked up, and you might have had to fight for it. Ooh, I see you looking. Nice. I'm not going to worry too much about you missing last hits and denies or not, unless I see something major. I know you know to work on it, and you're trying to get them. Don't be afraid to Sunstrike range creeps, by the way. You haven't strictly had to. It's usually when they're under, like, they might get denied. It is worth doing, in my opinion. I guess people might be back to Midas. I don't know. I haven't seen Invoker at the pro level yet. For a while, Helm of the Dominator was the way people were going about the mid Invokers. Helm of the Dominator and drums and stuff. I guess we can just go back to Midas is, I'm sure, safe. I was not going with my team in the beginning for fear of getting killed. You can definitely position safely, for the record. Like, when I say, like, position with your team, you don't have to be the guy, like, breaking smokes here as people come in. But you can be nearby in case. Especially, who knows what, you know, maybe it's a free kill being delivered. And then we can help ourselves. But you can make that choice if you're near enough. Try to, by the way, I've noticed, she just keeps Crypt Swarming, like, straight down. Now, maybe it's because you also keep standing straight down, but as a creep gets low, try to keep in mind, like, she might throw the Crypt Swarm. So let's say this creep. Should she use it on a melee? I don't really think so. But in case she does, right? And depending where, let's say she's standing here. Then I don't want to stand here. I want to go stand here. And then I see her start to move this way to land it, like, this way on me. Then I also have to either keep moving this way or, like, keep moving this way or, like, you know, something. So that at least the Crypt Swarms don't hit me for free every time. She griefed herself, though, on the range creep, so that's nice. I haven't seen you use the Forge Spirits or really any spells yet. So whether you use Sunstrike for range creeps, Cold Snap for some light trading against Death Prophet, maybe not the greatest. Against other heroes, probably a little better. You do heal a little, though, per... Oh, wait, do you need to take the other one? Or did they change that? Didn't you used to heal on Quas? When did they choose? Did they remove that already? You don't heal anymore? RIP. Well, you can still use it to get some some trades in. Also make them miss last hits, you know, like as they go for the windup, you can cold snap them. Otherwise, I would just use the Forge Spirits pretty much off cooldown. We have to be a little careful not feeding them, but it's just more damage for farming. Uh-oh. Oh no! Unluck.
Killing spree.
Not sure if this is outdated info with the Helm Dom change, though I think it's still a good build. A lot of Invokers actually skip Wex. If you take Agent of Galaron, because you get the free points in it, they'll get 4 points in Quas. They'll go 403, get the bonus point in this, so it's 404, and then you get 2 Forge Spirits. And you just use the Forge Spirits to right-click farm the lane and also jungle camps when you like have a time. And if the mid ever leaves, the Forge Spirits help you push the tower quickly. It worked better when you also then had the Helm of the Dominator plus drums. I feel like it'll still be a perfectly fine build to do, even if you're just going Midas. You end up not needing Wex a lot of times. Or like, maybe you die and you could have had it, but maybe you take it in those moments as you need it. Otherwise, you just try to get to the 2 Forge Spirits ASAP.
Radiant's mid tower's coming apart. No breaking down the Radiant structure.
Ooh, yeah. Forge Spirits to deny runes, also pretty good.
Radiant's mid tower could use a hand.
Oh, who's that? Thank you. What?
Orkan Matapakos gifted a tier 1 sub to Trife Money.
Thank you.
Mid tower's coming apart.
I have food in my mouth. Thank you for gifting us up. Oh, I think you hit him, but maybe also hit a creep.
Dire's bottom tower's getting the business.
I'm gonna butcher this. Akin Matapakos. Thank you. Yeah, we can do your. We'll finish this one up, and then we'll do yours next. Oh, who's that? Thank you. What?
Glad to see you again.
Hey, Scuba Steez, thank you. I'm happy to be back. Here's where the Forge Spirits can help you. I see you have it. I see you have a prompt, right? What is it? It's at 60 extra damage. You know. So here is where you would have the 403, which effectively is 404. And so you would have 2 Forge Spirits hitting for 50 damage each. Also applying, still applying negative armor, don't they? Did that also get removed? Am I so outdated on Invoker? Does it not show here? I don't remember that one getting removed. Either way, they help you farm. And I would recommend that. You can also, if you find yourself getting harassed a lot by the, what's it called? You can buy the raindrops to help mitigate some damage. And you could also use the bonus mana to help you with the Forge Spirit spam. By the way, I'd be careful. She's literally in front of your face when you're doing this. So if she was going to fight you for the last hit, and if she was faster, like launch once, and then she just denies it in front of you. Because you're trying to do it while she's right here. This isn't going anywhere. Unless you know it's about to die, then like, okay, I guess. But you might as well do it later. I also want to say a lot of the times you might as well pick a side, left or right, rather than like straight in the middle. That's not fully true. Clearly it worked out this time, but unless you're playing versus like a Sand King, TA, etc., or you know it's kind of in the mid lane, I do think sentries like along the side actually are like, you pick one, you know, like you pick the right side. If it's here, it's here. If not, then it's probably top. But I mean, you can play depending on your bracket as well. If you think people tend to put it in the mid lane, like straight in the middle, then, you know, I'm all for it. She then kills your sentry because you couldn't get to hers. Another reason to not do it while she's right there. Maybe you get one, like an observer sentry, but you don't make it to the other. Okay, with DP down there, we shove. Go, 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 go. She's down there. Double Forge Spirit, take the tower. Oh, who's that? Thank you. What?
Sweet 16 for my best coach.
Okay, it does still have negative armor, yeah. Primoist! Yo, what's up? I don't think anyone in my family ever did like a Sweet 16 thing. I don't think that's a very Asian thing. Go study for your SATs if you have time to celebrate your birthday. I don't know. I don't even know what I did for my 16th birthday. Unfortunate. I see you looking for the Sunstrike, so that's good.
Double kill.
Where'd you go on a break? I was just, it was a bunch of different things. So first we did the remote cast for TI. So I wasn't, you know, I wasn't streaming at the time. Then the rest of TI was happening and I decided to just kind of like chill. And also I was playing Silksong while watching TI. So I did that. And then right after that, I went to a friend's wedding back home in North Carolina. If you attack from the low ground, well, okay, I was gonna say if you attack from the low ground, they'll know you have an observer, but I guess they know you have an observer because they also have an observer, so never mind, it doesn't matter. I went to a friend's wedding, I got sick, I came back, I had to like power recover. I was sleeping like 18 hours a day because as soon as we came back, like 2 days after, Ricky and I cast for like 10 days in a row, and the first 3 days had mega overlap because every TO did their qualifiers. So we pulled like 18-hour days, and I was trying to get better before then, and I kind of got better, but I was still sick the first few days were super rough. That's where I was. And then I was just sick, so I didn't really want to... It took me a long... I was still having like a residual cough, even though I was mostly better. I'm pretty much 99% better now. So that's just where I was. The whole month was real busy. But now we're back. I've already forgotten what I said I was looking for. How to be more efficient as a mid laner and blah, blah, blah. Okay, so first we talked about the Invoker build to get tier sooner so you can push, farm faster, better. So that will help. You don't need to put them down. You're going to go... You can use these guys to jungle. You don't need to kill them. You can tank for them. You've got all the quas regen, so you can just sit here, tank. They can attack from behind. He's got full damage output, even with 1 HP. You can also send them to stack for you. And as, I forget who said it, but you can also use the Forge Spirits to deny runes. Okay, here. So as part of not feeding them away, she used Crypt Swarm. So if you want to send them at her for a little bit, you can. The Crypt Swarm is low cooldown, so they can only attack like twice, and then you gotta pull them out. And have them go like sit back here. And after she uses Crypt Swarm again, you can have them come back out to help you deny and last hit. Or you can just keep them back here hitting your own creeps. I know it's more micro, so it's tricky and it's easier said than done, but it's... I don't know, if we're playing Invoker, we kind of have to, you know, embrace it. It's, you know, hard spell casting and then like a little bit of micro with the Forge Spirits. Like that's Invoker gameplay, so I'll mention it. I don't expect it to be perfect, but I'll at least, you know, make sure you have the idea of it.
Double kill.
I looked away. I didn't see you die. I'm sure it wasn't your fault. It was probably this lion. Why'd you do it to us, lion?
Double kill.
I guess we have the Midas. Let me come back here real quick. So we lost our Forge Spirits because she used Splinter Blast twice and got them. Try to get in the habit. Once they get hurt, bring them out. And send them, just send them back a little bit. They don't have to be like sent to the fountain, but like pull them back a little bit. If she leaves, you can bring them back. Or if you end up teleporting away like this, and we had the Forge Spirits with us, and we just like brought them back a little bit, as you TP away, you can micro the spirits to just push the lane while you're gone. I know, more micro and all that, but nice. Did you use Cold Snap? I kind of missed that. Oh yeah, you came in with it. Okay. You could probably have summoned the Forge Spirits to help tank some of those. And then we go straight back to farming. Unironically, that's fine. I guess you can still go Ags right away. It's not the greatest game for it, but it's a pub, whatever, who cares? I don't even know if you need to Tornado, actually. I think you can just meatball her. She set herself up. Little bonus micro tip that probably wouldn't matter here. As you run away, Forge Spirits, micro them this way. The next creep wave that walks through, catch them, pull them this way. It can help delay a push. Now this is an Exorcism Death Prophet with a catapult, so it's probably not going to matter, but just a little, another little bonus micro idea. Anyone can do that. Anyone with summons, doesn't have to be, you know, Invoker. Woohoo! Got him. God, just enough. I didn't think you were gonna get that. Thank you, second point in Wex.
Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant's bottom tower.
You're running home. Forge Spirit farming, very little mana usage. Bring out a Clarity, sit by a camp, just let the Forge Spirits attack with you.
Radiant's top tower's hurt.
Well, actually, because you were getting boots of travel, then it's fine. I didn't realize you were going bots. I was thinking that Ags. I don't mind bots here if you want to try to like play to split up your team. I will say though,
Radiant's top tower's in bad shape.
why are you doing this to Bounty? It's farming over here. I feel like you should go mid, you know, like TP to this one, shove this in, back out, because they were all top moving here. I think you can do it and then like run this way and be safe. But it's probably not that big of a deal.
Radiant's top tower's hurt.
It's just funny that you TP here, you run top, and now you're like overlapping with Jug, so now Jug's got to go down here.
The Radiant lost the top tower.
Unstoppable.
Okay.
Radiant's mid tower's coming.
Do we want to fight here? This is a twofold question. As a team, do we want to fight here? And then I, as Invoker, how do I want to fight here? Because you bought Boots of Travel and you're not using them right now. The function of Boots of Travel is to be able to play different parts of the map and still show up, whether it's aggressively, you TP to a teammate, or like a teammate's creep, or you push aggressively and you TP out, and then you can TP somewhere else again. So right here, actually let's go back a little bit. All right, so they killed the guy here, and it looks like they might be coming to our mid tower. Maybe they're going back top. It's a little unclear right now, so we fall back. That's fine. Okay, Lich is mid, and so is Magnus, so they're gonna push this in. Let's just pretend we as a team want to fight. I, as Invoker, do not need to be here. I will show up last, or like second to last if maybe Jug, right? So as soon as you see them commit to a lane, and we say, okay, I think they're committing to mid, and we can still be cautious about it, we go this way. You can go through your base for ultimate safety, at least hug the edge here. Definitely don't cut through here because they might have warded here. But you should immediately go to another lane to start pushing it out. It could be bottom, but we've got heroes here. So top is the place to go, to me, looking at this. So we sprint over there, and we keep an eye. If they keep pushing in, you know, we'll TP home. But I want to try to get here and at least put the Forge Spirits to push out, if not go with them to try to draw them back from this tier 2 push to be like, oh, let's get Invoker. And after doing this, I cut this way and I go through the Twin Gate, or I step into the trees and I boot to travel back here, I boot to travel bottom, like wherever. But that's how you make use of Boots of Travel. If you are sitting in the tower preemptively, then why did I do this? You know, like that is for some sucker that doesn't have Boots of Travel. But I got the fanciest boots out there, so I gotta use them. I gotta go walk. Gotta get my boot value. Oh my god. What? That is insanely unlucky. By the way, be careful of that. I was about to say. I had food in my mouth, so I wasn't saying it, but
Radiant's mid tower's coming apart.
if you're worried about blinks, especially versus Magnus, this is not the place to farm it. Your Forge Spirits can do it. You keep going back. You are back here, because I can't see over here, and that's exactly what Magnus did. This is another angle they can go. That's so funny. All right, so here, this is common for Invoker, who is going an Exort build. You typically are not the strongest in early fights. So going back to that two-part question I asked, it's like, do we as a team want to fight here, and do I as Invoker want to fight here? You as a team, actually, despite having the Bounty Hunter, you have to be very careful with the fights you take, especially because look at their ultimates, right? Exorcism, RP, Chain Frost, and then Winter's Curse are insane team fight abilities. Yeah, we got Echo, then that's it. You know, like Finger's not good, Omni Slash early game's like, you know, Invoker's still ramping up. So their team fight is way better than ours. Excuse me, I'm like choking on my spit. If they're grouping as 5 in the mid lane, we're giving up mid lane, but we should be taking 2 separate lanes. And that's how we drag this game on. without falling super far behind. You guys keep trying to engage in the 5-on-5s or not avoiding properly. That's why we're getting some kills, but it's also 16 to 29. Juggernaut, though, like, notice his farming efficiency is kind of what's keeping this gold lead within reason, because he's 50 over, like, the other heroes. And we also want to be in that realm. With the Boots of Travels, when we see them grouping up, we need to go to other lanes and be farming meteor drops, send the creeps, everything. We don't want to be in these 5-on-5s because we're not strong as a team right here. And if we're not fighting, we can't just AFK jungle. We have to push the other lanes. So, for example,
Radiant's top tower.
well, I don't know. If you wanted to take this fight, I guess it's fine to walk over. At the same time, no one is dealing with top, so we're about to lose it. Or, like, we're at least going to take a lot of damage. So, as you respawn, if you think you want to fight, I guess it's fine to come over here. But it also would have been nice if you had walked top and then Boots of Travel. I think you tried to... I didn't realize you tried to TP something. Hold on. Where'd you go? Oh, to this creep. Unlucky. I think you meant to TP to the tower, and it chose the range creep. That got killed instantly. But that's the thing. If you're going to TP and instantly fight, sure. But I'm looking at it. Are you fighting with Earthshaker, like 93 health, and then you and Lion are going to kill Death Prophet? Probably not. Bounty Hunter's what? Over here with the Magnus. So are you, Lion, and Bounty Hunter going to get any kills here? It's going to be real hard. So actually, if top was being pressured, maybe you have to TP here. But it's actually out here, and it's coming in. So you could walk top, save the Boots of Travel teleport, so that when the fight does break out, perhaps because they dive the supports, or maybe Jug respawns and comes bottom, and Earthshaker heals and he comes bottom, and now we can fight. Then I'll teleport in after having pushed this lane out, and we're going to start a fight. Even if we lose the fight, maybe my creeps and Forge Spirit take this tower, so we get something out of it, you know? But we're kind of missing that. So even though we bought the Boots of Travels, I feel like we're playing as if we had brown boots, and we keep just walking two fights because we're not using the split push potential of Boots of Travel.
Radiant's top tower's taking hits.
Try not to tornado when people are nearby using their stuns. Tornado is good setup if it's the initiation. As follow-up, tornado tends to be really bad because these guys are already in position. They're hoping to finish this job as quickly as possible so they can get out. And now you're going to give everyone, however, whatever level this is at, 1.8 seconds for their team to show up, and before you guys can finish the job on Lich. So typically, if someone is already stunned, try to use other abilities instead of the tornado, unless you absolutely have to for whatever reason. Like there's something you need to lift the guy up for to waste time, like Abaddon ult or something. That's okay. But in this case, just like drop the meteor from further away, deafening blast, cold snap, whatever. Try to avoid the tornado. Yeah, this free coaching is for everyone. It's a bit of a random system. There's actually one we do have to do because there is a donate if you want a guaranteed replay. It's like a $5 guaranteed. Otherwise, I just pick randomly from the chat, YouTube or Twitch. There's one we have to do first, but then after that, we can take a look. Speaking of, God, I gotta... Alkin Matapakos. I think we're getting there. Sorry for butchering your name, but can you let me know who you're playing and any particular question about the match? I do have the match ID, but let me know what we're looking for. Still in my chair, Hephaestus? You are. Yeah, I would challenge this. Okay, couple thoughts. This came up in the Snapfire build review we did earlier. We didn't review the game, but someone just asked, like, I didn't know what to build here, and I mentioned the boots of travel in the rank tend to not go fully utilized, so they're not usually necessary. This is actually a really good example. This is a similar rank. This is what I mean, where a lot of the boots of travel has not been implemented. The split push and then join the fight. So if you like to buy boots of travel, that's fine. It's a good item. You can perfectly, like, you can do it. There's nothing wrong with it, but we got to use it. So I challenge you beyond just this game. You know, going forward, try to do it. Review the game if you bought boots of travel and look at it and ask yourself, how often did I use boots of travel to, one, on the 40-second limit, because that's one of the benefits, right, is the lower cooldown. How often did I use it that frequently? And two, how often was I with my team and didn't actually need to boot to travel? Because as I, like, keep looking, like, again, we're with the team. Again, we're with the team. There's very few instances of this game so far where you are on your own and then you show up. It's, like, very brief after you take a fight and you're, like, jungle on your own, but you're on the same chunk of the map, right? So if you're going to buy boot to travel, like, review the game and watch the minimap. And how often are you away from everybody else? Not just your team, but the enemy team too. And how often are you forcing people to show up? You know, you can do it on the free cam mode so you can see the whole map. And in fact, this might actually be a really good challenge. Just play it on, like, ×2 speed, whatever. Look at the map and just say, like, okay, this fight going on right now, sure. Look how much of the map is empty. I could have been anywhere on there and then TP'd home, you know? And let's just, like, jump ahead real quick. Looking at this. Oh, this is good, right? There's a bunch of heroes bottom and you're pushing top. So this is making use of boots of travel. I don't know what's happening right now. I assume, you know, we are farming top. We're maybe a little distracted. We're keeping an eye on it. But in theory, you know, we're up here pushing this creep wave, pushing this tower, farming this jungle. You are making use of this top empty part of the map. And then, depending what we see, okay, this is a good fight. I'm going to teleport in with my boot to travel to this creep wave. Oh, this fight is ass. I'm not showing up. I'm going to keep pushing this. And when someone TPs to defend, or maybe I just get scared. I get up to here, Forge Spirits go do the rest of the job, and I TP here, and I start pushing out a second lane for my team because this bottom fight is so bad, right? Then maybe they win this fight, but it's over here, so they're going to have to spend forever pushing, and they can't just, like, run straight mid because this creep wave is here, because I pushed both lanes in with my boots of travel. So, like, we want to look for stuff like that. Now, let's just jump ahead again randomly. How could we use boots of travel, right? Min-max, in theory, pretending you had vision. I know we're free cam so we can see everything, but I could push bottom. I could push mid. You can see there's actually quite a lot of space here available, especially with these heroes dead, and I could TP in. It looks like a fight just happened, so actually this is maybe a weird example. Although with that said, actually, when you do win a fight with boots of travels, you should push whatever is least convenient for your team because you can boot to travel back. So, like, if your team wins this fight and they go, okay, quick, guys, go mid, go Roche, whatever, right? They run down, you do not run with them. You know, you go, okay, no one else wants to go bottom, so I come here, I shove in bottom, and then as they get close to this tier 2, I teleport in if I'm needed. Maybe they can, if they're all dead, they don't need me, they can just finish this on their own. So I'll just keep going all the way, start working on this tier 2, and then when they get here, if we're still going, maybe now I'll teleport in. Maybe I'm still not needed, so I'll just finish this tier 2 and then go in. Compared to running with your team, you take this, you still take this maybe, And then you go, oh, we're losing our buildings here. Or like, okay, that's all we got. We only get mid lane and all the tier 2s are still up, so we can't do more. But that's what the Boots of Travels are for. It's away from the team and then rejoin the team. So anytime you're buying it, like look through your games and look, how many times am I actually doing that? And if I'm not doing that, maybe I should just buy brown boots and a different boot, or like move on to my next item. Oh, a twig. No, I'm sorry. I missed that. Okay, we'll do yours as well. I'm glad you brought it up. Don't worry about being that guy. You should absolutely... I mean, you donated for it. Don't let me scam you. I'm not trying to. I swear. Chat's going so fast, you'll never know Zach scammed me. I meant to like check, I was checking up on chat, but I see what you're doing right now is what I'm talking about. That was proper Boots of Travel. You push top while stuff was happening mid. And maybe we TP mid, maybe not, you know, but that's the Boots of Travel usage. Okay, well then, I have Archon Matapakos' match ID. I struggle to connect the first part to the rest. I don't know what's wrong. Yours is right here, so let's do yours first, then we'll do Twigs. It's a raffle for anyone here for the first time. It is a random system, as much as like I pick people randomly from chat. Whenever it's free, like nothing's going on, but otherwise there sometimes is a backlog if people donate for the like guaranteed replays. But once we're done, we'll go back to it. And usually Wednesday is the day we do these, but I felt like doing it today. We'll still do it on Wednesday as well. So even if I don't get to any of your games today, if you'd like to drop by on Wednesday, we will do it again. And we may do more. I may add more of these in throughout the... throughout the week if we do end up streaming more. Okay, so this was... Dazzle, okay, soft support legend. Let me write down the timestamp and then let's read what you wrote. Let me also move this plate away. Let me clear up space here. With Lisa, hands raised. Yeah, what's up? What's the question? It's an indigenous name. Oh, that's cool. Is my timestamp correct? How long did I step away? Oh, let me add another minute to it. Okay, let me read what Alcan Matapakos. We're gonna get that right. All right, let me see what you wrote. Okay, so you are playing Dazzle here. You feel like you brute forced your way into Legend from Herald. What a way to, that's a long way to brute force. Certainly there was some well-deserved skill, not just brute forcing. I don't think I have a good idea of the game and often second guess myself. I've only recently started watching your videos. Thank you. In the past few months to get better after thousands of hours. Spam play Dazzle. I think I got a lot of Herald habits, still haven't broken, but don't know how to tell what to get better on. Terrible with keeping up with the hyperstructure of Dota because I think it's time to poke or get a kill, and it's hard to differentiate between going to stack, going mid, etc. Want to get better at support and have a better control and understanding of the tempo of the game. Okay, so that's a great point. Like, as you go from whatever rank, let's say from Herald to Legend in this case, but whatever rank, your old bad habits that you got away with and you didn't even know they were bad habits until you start losing and you're like, I don't even know why I'm losing. It's because of those bad habits that never got punished before and maybe now are. And it may take some time to identify it. And it looks like you've recognized, like, yeah, that's some of what's holding me back, but still not sure what those habits are. So we'll try to identify some here. That is I like it. That's like a good question. Or like it's a situation, I guess, to be in, you know? It's a good thought process of like, what are the bad habits of old that have to be changed? With Lisa, have you made a video about mid-game plays? Not mid-game yet. I made so depending what you need, I made the late-game flowchart video, which honestly, the mid-game, there are elements that just carry over. Even though I called it late game, it's not like you can't do some of that stuff earlier in the game. So I would start with that because that was the most focused in terms of different plays that a video I made. The old support guide, like hard support and soft support, not like the very first video playlist I made like 5 years ago. It's like a year old at this point, like the ultimate guide to hard support, soft support, whatever. I did list different play ideas at different stages of the game. So like laning, post laning, early game, mid game, late game, ultra late game. I put stuff in there. I don't remember how much detail I went into it, but I'm pretty sure I at least listed potential things to do based on the game. I have not made a video yet on the mid game, which honestly I kind of forgot about. So good reminder. Let me write down that note to consider that. I've been thinking about what videos I want to make and work on. And I don't mind wrapping up a couple things like that, which we kind of touched on like the other topics, but didn't wrap around back to mid-game plays. To give you a very quick answer, and this is not going to be satisfying at all of an answer. However, the laning stage is about playing the lane, getting what you can. The late game, I kind of covered in that video. It's like, how do you close out a game, whether you're ahead or behind? The mid game is really just like, how do you build and grow an advantage? What can I do here? It is almost always centered around getting farm, picking off enemies, taking objectives, or delaying any of that. It's usually one of those four things. How you go about it is then what's very intricate and difficult, and that would be what the video is, I suppose. I'll have to think on that. So I don't know if that provides any direction, but typically if you ever feel lost in the mid game and you can think about one of those things, like, how do I help my team get more farm right now? How do I help us find a kill right now? How do I make sure my team is not being killed right now? What are the potential? Should I like push this lane? There's a tier 1 tower here. Should I just go there? Right? That's in the right direction. And then, yeah, I'll think more on a specific video, or if you do have a replay, you know, maybe we could look at one of those later. I find it's hard to stop my team from farming after winning team fights or getting pickoffs. Yeah, that's the funny part. It's like the bell curve of Dota, which is like, all I want to do is group up and fight. And then you go like, no, you gotta like play the map efficiently, whatever. And then later it's like, all I want to do is group up and fight is the other end of it. And a lot of people get stuck in the middle of like, oh no, like we gotta like farm this and be efficient and get our items and all that. And it's like, just go guys, just go. It's 6 minutes into the game. Let's all go mid. You know, like that's pro Dota. It is funny. It's hard to get people back on that side of it. Yeah, for sure. Let me know if you have a replay. We can check that one out. That's a good topic to have. I think a lot of people struggle with that kind of thing. Okay, sorry. Refocusing back on the Dazzle. The Dazzle over here. Where should we start with this? From Herald to Legend and feeling lost. There are a few times where I go AFK for seconds because this is when the stream... Wait, did you play this game like an hour ago? That's so funny. Or like whenever this stream just started? Nice. The freshest of replays on this stream.
30 seconds to
Okay, I'll tell you what. Why don't we start from the... Let's do this from the very fundamentals from the get-go. Right? Let's break it down. What is our job this game? You know, it's sometimes we take for granted of just like you go into a game and do this stuff, but I do think it's useful to sometimes step back, just really break down a draft, and you think like, what do we do? What's our win condition? And then how do I start fitting into that? So you have, I think you were position 4 Dazzle, which I usually would recommend position 5 Dazzle, but it'll still work. I'll be real. It'll work for now. So if you want to keep playing it, it's fine. Maybe you lane swap this game. I don't know. I guess we'll see in a moment. But, you know, I'll just throw it out. I'm like required to, you know, for the feedback of saying like whether I think a hero fits a role or not. But anything can work in a pub. So you have, let's start with like the clear examples. So you have a Medusa. Medusa is very classic late game winner. Let her farm up a lot, reach a critical item mass, and then she's good to go. She tends to, the worst matchups are into mana burn matchups. Slark might build a Diffusal, but it's not really the main build nowadays. He's not the worst matchup, so I don't feel like this is a super free late game, but she's generally good. It's not like an anti-mage on the enemy team. So getting Medusa farm, making this game go late, going to be generally in our direction, and then we save her as the Dazzle, or the Venge swaps her around. Queen of Pain, strong laner, playmaker, can do stuff. Also pretty good scaling, also encouraging me into late game. The weird part in this draft is the Necrophos, which this is a classic. Necrophos in a game where it doesn't make sense. Maybe he picked early. Maybe I'm blaming him for nothing. He may go greedy, go straight for Radiance. Not going to love that. But that does mean we're going to have a Medusa farming early game, and then I need Necro to farm, you know, his Radiance. So until then, after my lane, I got to play around the Queen of Pain, because she's the only one who's going to do stuff. And then when Necrophos finally gets his Radiance, I can play with him. And then we all continue to make space until Medusa is online. Leading up to that, I don't have to make plays, right? Especially in the early game. I said play around Queen of Pain, but what if we just stack? That could also be really good to help Medusa get her farms, to get, you know, closer to the Radiance. That's very viable. So this is only looking from our half of the team, of our draft. And then once we have that farm, really it should just be Medusa walks up and we all sit behind Medusa. And maybe Necrophos tanks a little depending on his build, and everyone else just waits behind them, swap, save, all that. That's our game plan. A mass farm, make what space we can, hit that critical mass, and then just A-click as a group, like down the lane. Let's look at their team. Axe, pretty good offlaner in general. He's going to be able to make plays sooner, but he needs like the Blade Mail, Blink, usually in that order, but some will buy it sooner, like the Blink first and the Blade Mail. Sometimes they get other items, so who knows exactly, but he'll eventually have it. Spear Breaker will charge a lot. So this could be some of the ways that we have problems. Like, oh, I want to just save Medusa. Well, I might get charged. This guy might blink at me. This guy might blink at me. Slark might look at me. So if I want to do my job and I don't have the innate tools, like the skills, abilities to save myself, then my early itemization might have to be around like who's going to kill me and how do I prevent that? So how do I stay far back in the fights? Maybe like Four Staff Glimmer to stay out of sight, Invis, Ghost Scepter to keep you alive versus right clickers. Could be good in certain games. This game, you know, iffy. I'd say like Leshrack's probably a bigger issue, and Ghost Scepter wouldn't help me. Though it's good versus Slark, and it's good versus the Witch Doctor ult if that's a problem for you. Their early game looks a lot stronger than ours early to mid game. So if they start winning the lanes and they start grouping at us, I don't really want to engage in that. I want to do what we talked about last game, which is just, oh, they're all bottom, then let's go to the other 2 lanes and let's just avoid. I'm waiting for Medusa critical mass. I got to drag this game out. I'm going to sacrifice towers to get farm in other places, and we'll take our final forced fight at high ground when forced to, and hope that is enough time to get online with everybody. So there's more details we can go into that. But, well, let me maybe ask, did anything I say just make any sense whatsoever to you guys? Because I just kind of like info dumped a bunch of random stuff on the draft. Does that kind of help paint some perspective of overarching goals this game? Because sometimes, you know, there's like so many thoughts, I might also lose myself and take things for granted. Okay, it does make, it's at least making some sense to you. Okay. That's good. That's good.
No time.
So let's come to Dazzle. Let's get a little more specific then. In the lane, you're pretty good versus Axe. Just use Poison Touch and Shadow Wave on him, like if he starts trying to like creep, drag, things like that. But going back to that overarching goal, I'm mainly here to get to the late game. When we think like how aggressive do I have to be in the lane? Not that aggressive, right? Some matchups with the Dazzle, pretty good with Poison Touch. I think we saw like a TA Dazzle lane earlier. Like, yeah, you could go for kills. With the Medusa, if we get the chance, sure. But I don't have to. And in fact, if I'm choosing between maybe playing aggressive versus I'm just going to go stack somewhere, I probably just want to go stack somewhere because I want these guys to get gold, and the kills are not, the early kills are not our strong point. That's kind of why I think it does help to like think of a draft from the greater perspective, overarching goal, because then that helps shape it earlier.
And away we go.
Whoa! That's not right.
Yeah, everyone's got different problems. Some people confused about lane, some mid game, late game. Okay, this is actually, sorry, I forgot was his position for Dazzle. Actually, it's quite similar. For Necrophos, we aren't looking to play aggressive. I mentioned, right, it's usually a greedy Radiance rush. Maybe he won't, cool. But if he is, for Necrophos, the first 3 levels are usually the worst. And then after that, he gets better. Necrophos is a war of attrition hero where he is constantly healing through his stuff and doing damage to you through Heartstopper Aura and occasionally hitting you with Death Pulse. So you're not looking for like 100-0 fights. That's what Witch Doctor's looking for with the Maledict. You just want a very slow laning stage that drags on, and you want to try to get the lane back and just let him do his thing. So that's kind of my goal for this lane. Just get equilibrium, keep it back. I don't need to do anything crazy. If you can do this earlier, like in the early smokes, that would be good. Because notice the laning stage has already begun and we're still back here. Be careful of this, by the way. It's pretty common to unblock the camp by using a sentry somewhere down here. And then an observer like this would get killed. If you want to place this, if you can do it at night, it's better. Because actually, if you place it from like right behind this tree, I think it works out. But if you want to place it any deeper, like I'm mentioning, you're going to have to step out. And then like the tower's going to see you, the creeps are going to see you. So if you can do this earlier, it's usually a bit better. By the way, you have a mango, but you actually don't need a mango as Dazzle. If you're playing with a Medusa to use it on her, you can. You should be careful with your spell usage. And mostly, you right-click. Dazzle actually has a really good right-click animation early in the game. So you right-click and use the occasional spells. If you do need a mango, you'll need it later, not like in the first minute, right? We've literally used no mana. So I would recommend, instead of this mango, another Iron Branch, a Fairy Fire, things that give you a little bit more right-click damage, and just poke a lot, right? That's how I draw attention away from Necrophos so he can get through the first few levels. I'm just going to poke with my auto attack so they focus on me. And if I do need mana later, I'll buy a Clarity, I'll buy a mango. But maybe I don't need it, and then I don't need to spend my money on it. Or maybe I get a bunch of stick charges, and that's enough for me. Maybe I get the Lotus, so I don't need the mango. A whole bunch of ifs that we don't have the answer to yet. so we can hang on. Compare this to a hero like Lich. Those are more mana dependent supports who are gonna have to use spells, and their right clicks aren't as good. They are the ones who are more likely to buy the mango. Undying, he's another one. I actually don't mind this too much. I don't think you need to commit the blood grenade. Mini tip, you could tango this tree. You need the healing anyways, and it would also give you vision a little bit sooner to find the witch doctor. Also, if you A-click. Okay, so we did end up overextending a little bit, but let me fine-tune this for you a little bit. So, 1, if we tango this tree, we'll get vision sooner to attack. And then I can actually see here, you are right-clicking to move, which is pretty natural. But anytime you're chasing a hero around Fog of War, if you can get in the habit of attack clicking, whichever button that is for you, that way when your hero turns the corner, he might be trying to move, like say you attack click here. He will move this way, but as soon as he sees Witch Doctor here, he will instantly turn and start trying to attack the Witch Doctor. Versus your right click, you see Witch Doctor, then you have to move your mouse and attack him. And it's like, you know, if you're fast, it's not the hugest deal, but it is a, you know, few fractions of a second difference, which can make a big deal, especially, you used to run into this issue more with the tree lines like over here. It can still happen where you might have enough vision of a hero to launch one auto attack for a very brief window, and there's no time for a delay of like having to move your mouse around. And up to here, this is already really good. You actually see Slark starting to come over. So at this point, you should just leave. You actually got a really good trade. Remember, what's our goal? I just need to give Necrophos a decent time. I don't have to get kills. So up to here, I was a little iffy on chasing the Witch Doctor out here, but I'll tell you what, Necrophos versus Slark is fine in the one-on-one. So if you distract the Witch Doctor to keep it on a one-on-one, it's okay. But I don't actually need to kill Witch Doctor. I just got to keep him low or distracted from the Necrophos, which is what I've done at this point. So if you actually back away sooner, especially as Witch Doctor gets to like around here, maybe you don't even chase around the trees, you just leave. Mission accomplished. Necrophos has been left alone this whole time. I don't need to do more. But it's because you want a little more. You're like, I'm so close to the kill. I want that kill, that we then overextend. But if we remind ourselves, like, what am I actually trying to do here in this lane? You remember, it's like, I don't need to kill this guy. Like, I have done what I need to do. Okay, wand, blood grenade, mango. If you tank up, it will help you. You mainly have to survive the burst from Slark and Witch Doctor, especially the Witch Doctor. There's like 2 things you gotta be careful of. Maledict, burst killing you, so any extra health, and that's part of the reason Fairy Fire is good for the burst heal. And then a salve as a backup instead of a tango, so that when they use... The thing is, okay, so he uses Maledict, 30-second cooldown. Doesn't kill you, gets you down to 1/3 health. You have to spend 30 seconds tangoing up, and then he has Maledict again, and then he does it again. So there's no window where I feel comfortable doing anything, because I lost all my health, I don't feel good walking up. I finally get it all, and then I get Maledict again. So that's where if you buy a salve, I mean, of course, one set of tangos is still fine, but like if you buy a salve preemptively, he uses Maledict, doesn't kill you because we built to be tanky, we have the blood grenades, we have the fairy fires, we live, back up, salve, that heals us all to full within 10 seconds. I now have a 20-second window where he doesn't have Maledict, and I'm healthy enough to fight, and so I can fight now. So anytime versus Maledict or burst heroes, salves, like at least one early, can be really good to give you that window to fight back. Second, if Slark builds up enough Essence Shift stacks, do not fight him. That's the other thing. He will just be like way statted out to fight you. Okay, the idea of pulling is not bad, but that's not quite... Yeah, the creeps didn't quite work out. You can just hit your own creeps in this meantime. Witch Doctor actually trying to prevent you from pulling, potentially. You might still be able to do it if you hit it again there. But otherwise, 1, the Lotus. 2, Just hit the creeps or hit the Slark if Witch Doctor isn't in the lane, if he's doing all this pull stuff. I know we're only looking at one game, so I don't mean to paint the entire picture off of one sample size, but going back to what you mentioned about, I feel like I brute force my way from like Herald to Legend, what bad habits might I still have, which put a nicer way is like, you know, what can I improve on from here? Like, where are my fundamentals? How do I go from here? The laning stage is one place where it tends to get a little messy. And I see some like, what's the best way to put this? It's like a lack of focus / a lack of using your auto attack enough in the lane of, okay, Slark's a little far back. Okay, I'm going to come over here and look for like Witch Doctor. I feel like you're constantly looking for a hero, but it is okay to just wait here for Slark to walk back up. It's okay to like hit the creeps while Slark has backed off. You don't have to go find the Witch Doctor. You don't have to strictly find the Slark depending where you are. There are things you can do if you have a clear idea of like, I want to do this. I'm going to wait for this. I don't need to look for anything else because all I care about is hitting Slark. Or I just need to make sure Necrophos can't be killed, so I just got to be near him to use like spells. I feel like he's been marked with charge forever. Is this bugged? Where's the Spirit Breaker? They're the slowest Spirit Breaker in the world. Holy shit, here he is. All right, Spirit Breaker was just here, so I am a little scared. I appreciate you being far back. Here's another habit I talk to coaching students about. All right, this is another bell curve thing, right? You're low rank. It's like, okay, hey, you got to do more. All right, you got to auto attack. You got to be like moving this way. You got to change your position. You got to do stuff, right? You try to get people to do much more. The middle is like, oh, I got to do like a million things. I got to move here, got to move there, got to do this, got to do everything. And the high end of the bell curve is again like, I'm just gonna sit here. I'm just gonna AFK in this tree line. This is a really high skill AFK right here, right? There comes a point where you got to stop doing things, and that's actually okay. So you are scared of Spirit Breaker, for example, here. So you backed up. I'm okay with that. Now all you need to do is stand in this tree line. Like stand behind this tree, stand here. And in that time, while I'm waiting patiently, I free up capacity to check through enemy items. I can take a look at the mini-map. I can reevaluate. I can do all sorts of stuff. While you're scared, you're like, oh, here's a better, oh, here's better. No, back here's, no, over here. Over here. Wait, no, back up here. No, maybe over here, right? We're clicking a million different places to move up and down this tree line, but really, this spot, great. This spot, also great. Any of these spots, because you're in the tree line, fine. You don't need to keep moving up and down between all of them. We just need to be kind of close to Necrophos and kind of in the lane to get XP. So really just any of these tree lines, just sit, and you minimize the chance that you get spotted because we're in the tree line. Whereas you're like, you know, if someone was seeing this section, they wouldn't see you here, but now you're like, well, I'm going to go here and here and here and here in case they have any vision here. Now in the side of the lane, probably not going to happen. This will happen later in like mid-game pushes. Your team is pushing this, and then like the high-level AFK is like, just sit in this tree line. Just sit back here. Just don't move. Just sit here and wait. But then what a lot of like in the mid-rank players, it's like, oh, you know, I move here, 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 I move. They can't stop moving. And maybe the enemy has an observer like up here or over here, and they didn't see you here, and they had no idea Dazzle was here. But then because the Dazzle is like, fidget, can't stop clicking, is like, oh, now I show myself in the ward. Oh, the ward was actually here? Don't worry. I'm going to walk over there too and then walk back to my spot. And it's like, you just keep moving everywhere. But it's okay to just sit still sometimes. That's not strictly like, you know, the only issue that I'm seeing here, but it will be, I feel like that will come up if you feel, you know, rush from Herald to Legend then that interest in constantly trying to like find things to do, you actually want to start thinking of the other side of, I'm actually content with what I've done. You know, like this is, I think, the best thing I can do, and I don't need to try to like do more. Oh, got the grave off. Aw. Yeah, that was a little bit forced, a little bit too far. If my position 3 is reluctant to aggro the creeps close to the tower, should we do it as 4? Yeah, it's okay for you to do it. You can also ignore the current creep wave and go creep drag the next one, body block, things like that. There's a lot of different options as long as you're working towards good creep aggro. But to your specific, yes, it is okay to do it. Especially if they're low and you're healthy, it's okay to switch it up. Like, for example, you have a Centaur plus... I mean, let's use Dazzle as an example. Usually, we'd want the attention to be on the Centaur. But when Centaur does tank a bunch of damage and loses 50% of his health and we're still full health, we should swap a little bit. We should become a little bit more aggressive and draw the attention away from Centaur so that he can heal up a little bit. And then when he gets to about 3/4 and we've lost like a bit of ours, we swap back again. We let him tank for us. Just little things like that to be efficient with regen. All right, we've kind of like rambled our way through the early game. Let's jump to like some mid-game fights. It does look like they've got a good lead. 5K at 14 minutes is a lot. So I am fully in drag this game out type mode. Classic Radiance Necro. This is kind of an old school build. Not really the best right now. It doesn't really change what we need to do. We need to drag this out, and we are clearly behind. So if we see them grouping, we don't want to engage. We want to split push and avoid. If you were a support with good wave clear, you would be the guy to go and try to delay. But we're not. We're Dazzle. So try to push other lanes. Try to sit behind someone doing that aggressively for you so you can maybe grave them and they can get out. That's kind of our game plan at this moment where I've jumped to. Let's see what happens. Your own observers, a lot of them are going to be put defensively. Usually it's still good to have one deep observer, even if you are trying to play defensive. It just covers more. Okay, so let me go back to this. So I actually saw Spirit Breaker charging from the top lane. If you guys happen to miss it from map awareness, you know, I don't make a huge deal out of it. But coming back to our state of the game, if we think about how we feel. Now, I know you don't know you're 5K behind, but I noticed they all have their tier 1s. We've lost all of ours. We just lost our mid tier 2. You're probably not feeling very good in this game right now. So we are in that defensive mindset, even without knowing the exact gold figures. So from a defensive mindset of, I just want this game to drag out. I want us to find as much farm as possible. They were just in this area. They may have vision down. Do we want to be chasing really far against a Witch Doctor, especially when there's a Spirit Breaker in the game, whether you saw him charging through or not? Let me do a quick item check. Yeah, there's a Blink Dagger on Axe. Celestrak sometimes build Blinks, but I guess not in this case, right? Do we actually need to chase this far? Probably not. Once you guys saw there was no farm, it's probably time to like start to back off away from where they were all here and think about other parts of the map, like top half. And right now, okay, so I know we are involved in here, so it's not really an option for us. But let's pretend we weren't here, we were somewhere else, you happen to be warding, dewarding top, right? As I see this fight come out, you guys might be tempted, and very understandably, it's like, oh, I gotta go. You know, like I see a team fight happening, my team's gonna yell at me if I'm not there, I gotta go over. And I get it, if you think a teammate is gonna like quit because you don't do it, then like, yeah, we're gonna lose 4v5, so I guess I'll go to what I think is a bad play to maybe make it work. But what's actually the better play is, even if I show up here, we are not winning this fight. We are losing. I don't want to do this stuff, right? Like, so I should come here, shove this mid lane as quickly as I can to hopefully chip this tier 1 and get it eventually, and then run away if I'm scared. Medusa, still jungling up here. She shouldn't join the fight because she needs to keep farming and get to a point where she can carry, but she should be as useful as possible while doing that. And if they're all down here, then she needs to get in the lane and shove this out as fast as possible. If she was too scared to do this because she didn't see enough heroes, fair. As soon as she sees heroes, she needs to leave this camp and go push this out. So everyone on the team should have this mentality, right? Like, I'm scared if I don't see them, but as soon as I see them, I gotta go do the nearest useful thing, which is probably push out whatever lane they are not in, whether you're a core or a support player. Supports might be a little bit more likely to ward and deward areas of the map that they were too scared to go to, but now, like, let's say you're a top jungle. Okay, I know they're all bottom. I'm gonna run in here, check for wards, maybe place my own somewhere survivable, right? I'm gonna do it now while I can. The core shoves the lane while they can. Now let's go back to you. Oh, what just happened here? Necro kind of walking far up. He gets a burst down. Yeah, he's going to the Radiance. So Medusa again, look, moving backwards. It needs to be moving this way. Okay, so for you, actually, support players, this is where it sometimes I feel like I'm trapped in my base. What do I do? Dazzle is unfortunately not a very good hero for what I'm about to describe, but you will still do this to the best of your ability. Sometimes the enemy heroes make this harder than other games. In this case, a Spear Breaker makes what I'm about to describe very difficult. But as we can see, Necrophos got killed right here. He's going for a Radiant, so he's not very strong. But if a core is too scared to be here without being killed, certainly us supports are going to struggle to do this. So we could all sit in the base being ready for when they push high ground, but if they don't push high ground and they just keep farming, then they're just going to build a huge gold lead and they're going to eventually win when they're just like way too farmed. So you have to engage risky gameplay here. We are in drag the game out and avoid them mode. That's how I know I'm like entering this mindset. I think they're here-ish, right, on the minimap. So what I'm going to do as Dazzle, I have my TP. So if for whatever reason they do push high ground, I will teleport and I will help at that time. Until then, I'm going to switch to the enemy's perspective in a second here, guys. I promise you, their half of the map is almost for sure empty and probably no wards on it. There might be one because it's actually so early in the game. There might be one from earlier. But typically when you're winning this hard, you're all up here. And there's maybe one hero back here. So this is where you have to try to sneak to the enemy's half of the map. One, to creep cut, but two, to just jungle on their half of the map. Otherwise, currently, if they're all farming like these jungle camps and you guys are sometimes getting creep waves and a few small camps, right? You're just going to get massively out-farmed and you're not going to lose now, but you're going to lose later. So Dazzle has to go mission impossible, sneak this way, right? Go through the tree lines, bring your sentries and observers, check the common spots as you go. You got to keep sneaking your way. Now, if they don't have the heroes like Spirit Breaker and stuff, then that's where, as you come up here, you then walk into the creep wave, like blast it out as quickly as you can, and then you hide again. If you do that in this game, you're going to be charged versus a good Spirit Breaker player, and then you're going to die. So you can't even show in these creep waves. If you have a spell that can be used from Fog of War, in Dazzle's case, he can try to shadow wave the creeps. It won't get him every CS, but it'll push the lane, and that's all he needs to do. Don't take any more risk. Shadow wave the creep wave. Stand there for XP. That's it. If you get a couple CS, great. Do not show yourself versus Spirit Breakers, Storm Spirits, Nyx Assassin, Clinkz type here, like the Invis Assassin. You know, like as soon as you show, they're gonna go find you. They're gonna kill you real quick. So you can't even show. You got to stay in the trees. You can keep making your way over. This is why if you can take tier 1s earlier, it's a lot better. And that's why when people, they're losing and they're like, oh, we tried to defend this tower and we lose it and we lose the fight. And we tried to defend this and we lose it and we lose this fight. And we tried to defend this and we lose it and we lose the fight. And then you don't take any tier 1s. It's extremely difficult as you enter this state of the game. Because if we try to cut bottom, this tower's here. That's why as soon as you start losing and you're like losing a tower here, unless you're really good at defending, you should actually try to take a different tier 1 on their side of the map, because that gives you options. Here, we need to start by pushing in creep waves often enough till the creeps kill a tower. And once they kill a tower, it gives us a little bit more room to do stuff. This is actually the best tower for you to take, but obviously they're down here, so we can't do it right now. So we're gonna have to go top. And this'll, you know, we'll have to settle for this. We'll have to push this in, and then like jungle camps in between. We have to go sneak our way here, jungle this stuff. We have to find gold somewhere. To close this point out, here's Slark's perspective. So Leshrac does happen to be back on his half of the map. Everyone else is up here. So all of this farm is available. This is why sometimes, like, if Medusa was a Rager, and Medusa goes, my team sucks, I'm done, they break their items, they smoke out, they come over here, and then they farm better than they farmed the entire game, because they should have just done this to begin with, but they only thought to stumble into the correct thing to do after giving up on the game. It's a really funny, ironic thing, where they, like, get run at, they can't get farmed for, like, 3 minutes in a row, then they come down here and they're left alone for like 10 minutes. Because that's, the enemy is up here and you just need to make your way out like that. That was a really long ramble on this stuff, but to see it now in action, or probably the lack thereof action, what we're likely to see now, because it's a pub game, Dire is probably just going to get trapped in their base for quite a while now. And we're just going to see the gold slowly ramp up for the Radiant. Because it doesn't seem like they're trying to sneak to the enemy's half of the map to do kind of what I'm talking about. So as the enemy moves out of this area, probably a core should farm this, but if they're not doing it, I don't care if you do it. You should try to like D-ward and check for stuff. You should use your courier to check for like the high ground so you can sentry low ground, because we have to find their vision. If they have vision of us as we try to play in these rough situations, it's going to be miserable. So we kind of have to min-max. Try to bring your courier out if you don't have a way to high ground check, so you can put your sentry on the low ground to check this, but also check this, to also check this area. You just got to give yourself the best odds in these situations. Then you keep moving and you stick in the tree lines. Don't go straight down. As Necrophos gets jumped and killed, I'm going to watch him die, and I'm going to stay in the tree line, hope they push past me up to here, and then I'm going to pop out and cut the next creep wave if possible. Again, I mentioned, like, it depends on what hero you're playing, how much you can do this or not. And that's why Dazzle's unfortunately not the greatest at this. I guess you could Nothel projection from Fog of War. So see, okay, what's going to happen here? So Medusa's going to die, and then we're going to die. As much good intentions as we have, like, I want to help my chorus. You can't help her. That's where we're at. There's no helping this Medusa. The best we can do is to force them back here so they don't take our tower and end the game, and Medusa gets more time after she respawns and she goes somewhere. Everyone else also should not come here, right? Necro has to try to get as much tier 1 tower damage as he can right now. Queen of Pain, she can like farm through here. She should sneak down here. She's a good hero for this, where she farms here, comes into the creep wave, eliminates it, blinks out. She might do it so fast that he can't even charge her. Whoever can do this shit, right? They all gotta try. Because there's nothing to do here. Dazzle's gonna die. Now, Venge, who came over, she's gonna die. Instead, right, Venge is maybe running over here. And, like, she gave up on you guys, you know? She's, like, here right now. And then while they're pushing in mid, because they just killed, say, the Medusa and the Dazzle, Venge is getting this amount of farm and starting to push this top to try to take the tier 1 tower. 10k down. You guys take one tier 1, that's 9k. You farm out this whole wave, that's like 500 gold for you if you farm 2 waves. For how much is there. Kind of depends exactly. We're gonna smoke, but, well, I don't know. The desperation smoke is sometimes okay. It depends where you guys are at. Oh, rich. Honestly, it's fine. Better than expected. I thought you guys were about to get wiped. Take the kill. Take the D-wards. Leave. Give up on her. Leave, leave, leave. Go, go, go. Get out, get out. Who's that? Thank you. What? Postachini. Yo, thank you. Thank you so much. How you doing? Yes, it is. If your team is doing really poorly, it is okay to tank some smokes as a support. This is where it really depends on your mindset and also what type of hero you play in pub games. So Dazzle, I mentioned, he's actually not so good at split pushing. And also, even if you give Dazzle a bunch of farm, what's he gonna do? He's a saving hero. He's not that good at it. I know there's like a core offlane Dazzle build, but it's like, you know, it's far out there for a support Dazzle to pivot to that. So for someone like Dazzle, you are more likely to tank a gank rather than try to split push. Someone like Marcy, you could make the case rather than tank the gank, Marcy would rather split push, get really farmed, and then that might be a way for her to win the game. So it kind of depends on what your teammates are doing, what your mentality is, of whether you believe your cores can carry you, whether you need to carry, whether your hero can carry at all, whether you're good at split pushing. That's where you have to, you know, make the decisions on the fly.
Double kill. Dominate. Triple kill.
Yeah, the couriers can check high ground for you. Couriers can check high ground for you if you put the sentry on the low ground. It's a little efficiency tip. Lets you cover more ground with the sentries. Because if you think about it, sentry on the cliff, no one puts observers like in this area, right? But they might put them like over here, which you need the sentry to stretch to do that. So you like put it here. And this, okay, so I'm gonna hammer the point home more about like playing from behind. We can get these type of kills because they walked up to our tier 3. So this is the only area I'm really interested in fighting. Anywhere out here, I don't really want to fight. Anywhere out here, I don't really want to fight. Individual pickoffs, you know, are like a separate thing. Those are okay. But like any actual team fights, very difficult without the bonus of our high ground. And this is where we, you know, get kills like the Witch Doctor. So that's why. Now, if a fight breaks out here and I'm down here, I probably can't join this fight. But if a fight breaks out here and I've been split pushing and I can TP here, I can do that. That's why everyone on your team, when you're behind, you should be avoiding as much as possible. And you only reconvene for like the defensive fights that are the most in your favor. I don't know how much this covered your how many bad habits from Herald to Legend. I feel like we've been talking more generally about playing from behind. Which, I mean, is good knowledge. Itemization. Really understand what the other items are worth it. It's not bad to follow a cookie cutter item build to start. Like, these items are fine, and then you just do that to focus on other things. For example, you focus on your mini map, and so you don't waste time thinking about items. You're just, you know, you're following the basic build and doing real 100% attention on map awareness. At some point, you can swap it, though, where you default everything else, and then you 100% focus on, like, is this the best item for the game? The nice thing about itemization, though, is you can usually do that outside of the game. Like, after the game is done, you think back on it, and you're like, how much did this item help me? How much did this item help me? How many times did I die and I thought, oh, if I had a Glimmer Cape, I live here, or Ghost Scepter would have saved me here? To some degree, you just gotta try it to start learning those. In this particular game, I would have said that actually, this is kind of tricky. Probably a 4-staff or a Glimmer would have been good early, because they help you save, but they also save yourself. So in the early game, the biggest issue is being charged and then Leshrac getting you. which is going to be a lot of magic damage. So the Glimmer would have helped to stay out of sight, to not be charged, but then also once they get you, the Glimmer barrier and the magic resistance could help. Axe Call makes it a little annoying because like he could reveal the Glimmer by calling the spot he thinks you're at. Force Staff is good to get away from the cask and away from Leshrak's AoE spells, but can't really help you as much versus Pounce and then Charge and then even like Axe Call to some degree. So this game, it's actually a little annoying in terms of itemization. There's not like a clear, this is the best item. In fact, I would actually say Blink Dagger first might be one of your better items to stay super far back and only show up in time to Grave. Because if you have to show up any other time, they're going to kill you first. So that could also be an argument for one of the better items. Once your team starts getting your ass kicked and you need to split push, I'm definitely favoring things like Glimmer and Blink because those help you split push a lot better. The Glimmer helps you move between dangerous parts of the map. Like maybe I can walk through the tree line up to here, like I'm kind of going through here. At some point, I got to cross. So I Glimmer and like slip through. Or you Glimmer, walk to the creep wave, blast out the nukes, run away again. And you're hoping in that tiny fraction of a second they didn't notice you, or like Spirit Breaker didn't click on you in time, something like that. Blink, similar deal. You just like move between tree lines. You're more difficult to catch. Or if there's an item that helps you have the farming speed to split push. For some heroes, it's like their shard. You can do stuff like that. Yules isn't bad this game, actually, either. Good versus Axe, good versus Spirit Breaker. The only problem with Yules... One, it's a little bit more expensive. Two, the question is, when you fall, does it make a difference? The issue with being this far behind is that you will live for a moment, and then you will fall down, and then you will die. So it doesn't actually, like... It buys you 2.5 seconds, but those 2.5 seconds don't, like, change that much. Whereas Glimmer, you can actually use spells in the time you're barriered, and maybe that's, like, what you need. Or maybe you get away because it's invis. Force Staff, up and down cliffs, stuff like that. You might actually live. So I might recommend those instead in a losing game, especially because when you're really behind, you got to help your teammates, which Yules can't be used on teammates. It can only be used on enemies, which if they're winning and they then get BKBs, you can now do nothing to with your Yules. With that said, in a better game, I'd be more open to Yules, though it's still a weird item for Dazzle. I probably wouldn't get that. Whose are we supposed to do next? 1 second. Ooh, can you review my league game? That does sound interesting. But we have one to do before yours, I believe. I think we have to do Twigs. Twig, are you here? / did you send it earlier? He mentioned he might go grab lunch. Okay, if Twig is not here, then maybe we can move to yours. Auken Matapakos, let me know. Let me know if there was a part that was unclear or any questions. I'm gonna go refill the water. I'll let this just play for a moment. Usually I would stay out of sight and mostly wait for Graves, but you are in kind of a do or die situation, so you do need to contribute whatever damage you can as support Dazzle. And joining in like that, especially as other heroes were dead, is good. In these type of situations, this is your warding, dewarding time. Or like, there's a couple things that need to be done. Push out lanes as far as possible. Get as much farm as possible. And do whatever objective damage you can. Roche being number one. If your team can get Roche, that should always be like the first thing. If you have any like tier 1, tier 2 towers to take, like next best thing. And then dewarding and warding. Those three things split amongst the team as possible. So obviously supports should typically do the warding. Cores should go do the objective taking. But depending how the game goes, depending who's dying, depending who is good or bad, for example, core players just going back to jungle, you may have to do it yourself. So as long as it's one of those things, it's generally good, right direction. But I don't know. Yeah, I guess that's it. I don't have more to say on that. I feel my brain turning into a galaxy. Let's go. Okay, I'm glad it was helpful. And yeah, if you're interested in signing up for the one-on-one coaching, feel free. It's on Patreon for you or anyone else. You can feel free to message me with any questions. This is like the free version, which is kind of rambly, sometimes distracted, more or less time, a little bit random. The one-on-one is definitely focused and guaranteed set amount of time and all that. But anyways, I'm going to let this play a little bit while I go get water, and then we'll see if Twig is back. If not, we may... Who was it who just did it? Non-graded pass. We'll do yours.
Killing spree.
Trouble brewing at Radiant's
Triple kill.
The Dire might want to mine their top tower. Dire's top tower's getting beat down. Dire's lost the top tower.
Ownage.
The Dire's top rags is all to pieces. Nothing left of Dire's top rags. Guess what's happening to Dire's bottom tower? Rough day for Dire.
I started boiling some water to get some tea ready. I feel we'll need it. Ah, Twig is here. Okay, Twig, yeah, let me... Do you have a match ID? The usual, the details, the bits. We'll prepare the next timestamp. So we have a, oops. Okay, so Weaver 1, Herald, usually a support player, but you've been trying out the Weaver carry. He's pretty fun. Let me type in the carry. Oops. Herald. Okay. Ooh, lots of thought. Perfect. You know you need to improve your laning. Okay, we can take a look at that. You're averaging around 3.5k net worth, so and good ones you want to put you're near 4.5. So how can you push that to be more consistent? All right, always a good thing to look for. You can usually get pretty farmed later on, but maybe struggle to close out games. Okay. And then you gave a default build. That build sounds fine to me. Definitely there are adjustments in a game, and we can see how this one looks. Unsure where Dragonlance fits. Dragonlance is usually when you are not a carry Weaver player, but from what I usually see in pro matches, one, there's a little bit of style to it. Like I feel some people like it more than others. But two, if you need to tank up and be a little bit more active in the early game, I think you see it. Especially if you need the Hurricane Pike, then you'll see it a lot more. For a lot of pub games, you probably can put it off in terms of I will probably get space to farm and split push and all of that. So if you don't want to do it for now, I think that'd be fine. At the same time, if you want to experiment with it to do a little bit more, that's okay too. This game, you skip BKB for Lincolns. Getting both seemed redundant. Is that crazy? It's not. It can be good to get both, but you are right where generally you need a really strong reason to get both rather than only pick one. So summary, feedback on lane aggression, late game fighting, and itemization. Okay. No, that's good. That actually helps provide some solid directions. Let's take a look. Why don't we start with the build? Of course, this might adjust depending on how the game goes. So we got what? Legion Venge Drow. A lot of physical damage. Is there an armor item we can work in? Because Drow will bypass it. Okay, this is where I'm not the Weaver carry, so I don't know if like AC feels real weird to work in. Maybe a Butterfly, although Drow passive does kind of bypass that, but it would help versus the others. Something with armor could be good to work in here. At the same time, I know Weaver is reluctant to do so, and maybe you would depend on teammates to help you with that. I think I'm okay with you skipping the BKB this game, but I do think you need a Dispel, which you got a Satanic eventually, but that's usually quite late game. So I wonder if maybe a Manta earlier could have worked. Also not the most popular item right now for Weaver. Let's come back to the item. Let me see how the game is actually going. And let's adjust from there. I do think like Falcon Blade Treads, which you mentioned, is a pretty safe opener, and then into I'd say Maelstrom if you want to, if you think you need to go later, you need to farm up, you think the magic damage is more useful. Deso is more early game fighting, I feel. Though it can still be good split push farm in combination with the shard. But I do think you're typically looking to fight a bit more if you're going Deso. What about Disperser? You'd probably only do that late game if you needed not only a Dispel, but something to help you with move speed, which you don't usually need the move speed because you have ZQuixotix. So it would just be like another source of Dispel, and the enemy would have, I don't know, be weak to mana burn. Someone like Medusa, I guess. Though I feel like Weaver can actually just focus on pure DPS versus Medusa, like Daedalus with triple ZQuixotix or triple Geminate attack. Although I think the ZQuixotix talent's a little bit more common. But even without mana burn, you can deal with Medusa just through like straight up damage. Okay. I would always be a little careful. I think you mentioned, how do I have a stable start? Consistently push 4K net worth. The first wave, be here. That's step one. Anytime you're late to lane, anytime you get caught up in these early fights, it may work out. There are times to do it. But if we're talking stable, safe starts, just be here. Be here. Hit your own creep when it gets low. Get the last hits. All this stuff tends to lead to wacky laning, which sometimes is in your favor, sometimes not. That actually did work out where you got the last hit. In the laning stage, I would pretty much only use ZQuixotix to dodge abilities. Say Venge Stun, for example. Secure range creeps. Secure multiple melee creeps. And then once you do like the initial thing, damage the enemy heroes with it. Oh, and then third case, like a fight broke out, so you're using it to like do stuff in the fight. That's fine. But for example here, you use ZQuixotix a little early, right? It's like, I can hit both heroes, yeah, but I'm going to be forced to break ZQuixotix to get this last hit. And ideally, ZQuixotix should have finished the last hit. So actually, if you auto-attack this creep first, or better yet, auto-attack the enemy heroes while you wait for the creeps to get it low, and then ZQuixotix through all of it, especially if while you are hitting Legion, she's going for the deny, and then you ZQuixotix with 100 magic damage, right? So you can't out-deny that. She wastes her time, you got auto attacks in, you got ZQuixotix on her, and you got the last hit. That's like wins, wins, wins all across the board. You actually did secure it with an auto attack, which is like, okay, cool, we got it in the end. But, you know, it's messier. We may miss it, we may break ZQuixotix in a bad spot. If you want to fight a lot early, and I'm not super sure on this, but I feel that bugs might actually help you more if you think you're getting involved in very early fights at level 2. Geminate attack is like slower casual harass through the laning stage, especially because, by the way, you can manually activate this nowadays. So if you want to turn it off auto cast and then you manually activate it on the enemy, you won't draw aggro.
First blood.
It's one of those situations. I definitely just prefer getting more farm. Just get the farm. Just get the farm. So like we went for all of that, but look how much we ended up missing. Let's go back. Look at all these creeps that we ended up getting distracted from. Another creep wave here. I think we got a fourth of those creeps, maybe. You shouldn't feel as much pressure to get kills. You're the ranged hero versus the melee core. And you're a weaver. I shouldn't say it's just because you're ranged versus melee, but essentially, they have to walk up to you more than you have to walk up to them, you know? Because you're ranged. So if you get her low and she wants last hits, she has to come back to the creep wave. You don't have, like when the creep wave's here, you don't have to chase her here to kill her, because if you just ignore her and you farm and you just stand aggressively, you stand here while the equilibrium's here, she will have to come through you to get last hits, and then you will kill her at that time. Even if you defensively posture here because you're Weaver, if she walks up for last hits and denies, you can Shikuchi up to her. So you don't have to feel pressured to like run all the way up here and miss creeps. Like, just go back to farming creeps. Your stuff is so low cooldown that it's not like, oh, we got to do it now. This isn't like Terrorblade meta, you know? It's like, oh, I didn't get it now. Okay, 15 seconds. I'll do it again, whatever. So if, you know, spells are being committed, you can do some damage, but otherwise just focus on the last hits. All right, look how many Rubrik's got, 21. Skyrocketing net worth there. All we did was farm. I think the Shikuchi is being used a little over aggressively and a little bit more than it's needed. You're still learning Weaver, so I mean, it's not, it's fine. You'll fine tune it, but I do think you can limit it a little bit more. It's close.
Radiant's mid tower could use a hand. Radiant's mid tower could use a hand.
I am low. Now, I think you're getting baited by your Shadow Shaman, but he's just gotta like, you gotta tell him no, or you gotta just let him do his thing and be like, no, I'm too low. You know, just like literally don't go. But right here, you're missing a lot of health. Legion's gonna be coming back. All you want to do is farm this wave and then go do a pull and just chill. You guys don't need to do anything here. It's more likely to backfire. This part of the idea is like, oh, it's 2v1, but she's coming back. You know, she died. She's not TPing somewhere else. I think there should be a sentry here if that connected on you. Unless this doesn't disjoint anymore. No, I think they must have like just seen you. This is I don't know if there's an accidental tango perch. Oh god, you're buying more. You don't need this many. In fact, I probably wouldn't have even bought more tangos where you were. I know that's scary to do, but this is where you have to recognize, like, I'm fighting too much. Because if you can't just sit under your tower and regen over time, that means... I mean, it's not that they couldn't be doing damage to you, but... it is a sign of only doing as much as you need to when you don't end up buying too much regen. And the fact that you feel you need like 6 more tangos and then like 9 more, right, is you're fighting too much, too aggressively, and not taking the opportune, like, I'm just going to hit a little bit here while still under my tower. Going to hit a little bit here. You feel like you're go, go, go all the time. Especially as you get to 8 minutes onwards, I would be very adverse to buying any more regen. Like, maybe one more tango or salve, but certainly not this many. Used to spend a lot of time buying no regen, now you tend to overbuy. Yeah, learn to... that's fine, you know, you're exploring one extreme, now you're on the other side. I guess that's okay. Definitely look to find your happy medium. For example, if you hadn't bought all those tangos, you'd have your Band of Elven skin. A duel is one of the ones you got to be careful of. So if you, there's like two things here. One, you might have overestimated, you know, what you could tank and all that. First tip, time lapse, or sorry, fighting here, we shouldn't because Legion is 6. And if they're going to kill us, it's going to be duel to prevent time lapse since we can't use it in the duel. Most other stuns usually don't last long enough for us to not be able to use time lapse, but of course it depends. Long silences, things like that, a lot of chain stun. But duel happens to be one of those singular abilities that is a very long duration that can get you killed. As part of that, if you did want to fight, for example, I don't want Legion to be close. I'm going to show you your attack range. This is your attack range. So you broke your Shikuchi here, which means if we are interested in fighting Legion, you are taking an extremely aggressive position of when Legion runs away from us, she's going to have to go through me, so I'm going to get the most time to auto attack. If you are stronger, your positioning is relatively good. And this is a little bit of what we talked about with the Clinkz earlier. If he was breaking invis at like max range and then they would run away. So he actually like get on top of them and then break it. Or do what you're doing, you know, get ahead of them where their retreat path is and then do it. That's if you know you are ahead and stronger and they're going to have to run from you. If they can fight you, then what your actual position is, both heroes can get to you very easily. Like Ven just stunning you, she's going to walk forward and duel you. So, couple alternate positions. One, say we're focusing this Legion. Why not Shikuchi and break it over here? This is going to be max range auto attack. It's going to be kind of behind trees, so if you don't want to, if they start like chasing you, you can like go through trees, cut through here. If she runs this way, you know, you can like step back out. If she runs this way, this is a weird path home. So as long as she doesn't TP home, you will get Shikuchi back up and you could chase her again this way. Although once she gets under the tower, you can't chase there. So the fact that you're making her run a different way will still work for you. The other thing is, do we actually have to kill her here? No. We can just take the damage from Shackles. And if that's the case, you don't even need to Shikuchi in. You can just attack her from over here and not get dueled. Now, because she has swap, we also have to respect swap, but you didn't even need to like Shikuchi this far. What's happening here? Shikuchi this far in to risk your life then this way. It was pretty close. It required like all their abilities. And if they weren't level 6, it would have been fine, but I think you're just like too aggressive, which is fine as limit learning, but yeah, that's what's happening to you, essentially. We're going too hard. See, again, the like aggressive break invis in front, and then I can max attack time, which in this case is working out. Actually, where did Legion go? I don't know. It did work out this time. You did pass a bunch of farm on your way to do that. And farm, just to send this home, 3 1-1 really good for most laning stage standards, right? You got 3 kills, you only died once, 1 assist, really good. And we see that's not reflected in the net worth because you just can't make up missed last hits. This is why typically choosing between secure last hits versus risky kills, because even if you get kills 3-1-1, but you miss too many last hits, it will not pay off. Worse, it screws up. You're the one getting killed and missing last hits. Then you're definitely down to the dumpster. So general rule, prioritize last hits. Definitely learn to be aggressive when you can, but you're currently in the over-aggressive camp. If I have the opportunity to just sit in lane and get creeps the whole time, there are times to be aggressive. Certain matchups require you to be aggressive rather than farm. For example, Viper is actually really weak level 1, and rather than take a more drawn-out laning stage, focus on last hits that you'll lose eventually, what you'll see a lot of pros do is completely ignore CS early, trying to kill Viper multiple times when he's level 1, level 2, and you'll miss a lot of CS, but you'll make Viper miss his window, and then you're okay. There are a few matchups like that where that's, you know, what you try to do. Most are not like that. And typically, if you chose to just AFK farm versus fight all the time, AFK farm would be better in most cases. But the ideal is somewhere in between. And it just takes time to learn to know when are those moments. It's usually positioning or a level spike that you guys hit a higher level first, level 2, level 3 before they did, so you go. You sacrifice a bit of farm because you're way stronger, and we're going to sacrifice 2 or 3 last hits to get a really good trade, which guarantees me the next 3 waves, compared to staying even and having to fight over all 4 waves where I maybe get 50% of that. I sack the first wave, play aggressive, guarantee get the next 3, that comes out ahead, you know? Or, okay, I do want to farm, but Legion steps way too far forward, so this is a good time to fight. Or we have a bunch of creeps, something like this is a good time to go. There are cases like that. It's kind of hard to, you know, describe them in a void. As they pop up, you kind of see them, or over time, you get a feel for it. All right, here's the window where I do want Shadow Shaman to go do stuff. Weaver's pretty squishy in general, but he fits a similar build to like the Lifestealer I mentioned earlier, which is we are now in the mode where I'm just going to farm as best I can, and it's hard to kill me due to time lapse. In most cases, duel happens to be one of them that I'm going to be scared of. So here, you're entering the cycle where you're just going to shove the lane and then jungle as efficiently as possible. So, you know, swarm between multiple camps, Shikuchi to clear one, like last hit one, Shikuchi to finish it, so that your Shikuchi can then hit the next one. Little efficiency things like that to farm better. If you're too scared to walk up, very reasonable. Instead of watching her, for example, you could be farming the small camp, and then when it comes in, you Shikuchi over. Real careful about Shikuchiing in, as you can see why. This is one where you just got to respect the swap. And try not to use Shikuchi. If you ever use your mobility into a creep wave, you need to know it's safe. This happens in the lane. This also happens in the mid game where people, for example, people will blink into this creep wave to farm it and then walk away. But that doesn't make sense because you blink in, showing the enemy you're here, they're going to be on the way, and then you're going to slowly retreat. Whereas you walk in, they see you, but then you instantly escape when it's necessary. Whether you have finished the creep wave or not, when you see them coming in to get you, you instantly escape. While you're in the middle of blinking and slowly farming this, and you see them coming in, you have to slowly walk away, which they might then get you. Shikuchi is similar in the laning stage. And it could be that same mid-game example where you Shikuchi into the wave and then they kill you. Although Shikuchi's unique with the shard, you actually would, you kind of would Shikuchi into the wave to clear it. But you would just break the invis not in the middle of the creep wave, you'd break it like further out. Yeah, if you're alone and you know you need to shove a lane, it's okay to Shikuchi in. That's what I mean by, like, it depends on the safety of the situation. In the laning stage, if the offlaner and the 4 support aren't showing, you have to assume they're in the lane. Like, that would be the most common place for them to be. So you can't just Shikuchi into the wave, because then they'll do what they did. They swap you, they duel you. That's what they're looking for. If you see them somewhere else, then you can Shikuchi in.
Can't do nothing about Dire's structures right now. Dire's top tower gone.
I forgot. I boiled water for tea. I'm gonna go get that. I'll let this play because we're about to jump ahead of time anyways. If people are watching, they can let me know if something happens.
Radiant's bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right now. Dire's mid tower well.
Something happened. Oh no. What was it? What were the other questions? I think late game stuff, right? Lane aggression covered to some degree. Okay. Late game fighting and itemization. Okay, okay.
Let's do something about that bottom tower.
I gotta say, I don't know if it's best to go Desolator or Maelstrom on Weaver. I don't play him enough to know. I do think after whichever item you choose, Maelstrom or Deso, Lincoln sounds good to me to prevent the swap and the duel. So I do think that's good. We're getting baited into too much aggression by this Shadow Shaman. That was so far for you have to run over to fight here. It might work out thanks to this Echo though. Ah, but we die. I don't know how to finish a game. That's also a big part. So there's more to that covered in the late game flowchart video. More details on that than I can fit in probably this replay. In this particular game, looking at this draft, for your team, what I would be interested in is 2 conditions to maybe finish the game. One is getting a fight outside the base for whatever reason. Pick off, big team fight, you guys win, and then you guys push. You have Liquid Fire, Shadow Shaman ult, and a Weaver, right? You're, I guess you didn't get Deso this game, but your building damage is still pretty decent on Weaver. If you guys win a fight anywhere on the map in the late game, you will be able to take buildings. Maybe it takes 1 or 2 fights, but you'll be able to get them over time. And building up to that, take the tier 2 so that when you do reach that, you can take multiple barracks rather than just one. That's kind of viable in any game, but, you know, I still see it in this game. The Siege is scary due to Drow being a really good high ground defense hero, Venge Swap being really good at high ground defense, and then Duel being a very good initiation ability, well, just in general, but especially on the high ground defense. So simply sieging is pretty scary with the main heroes. Usually Shadow Shaman ult might help with that, but Drow's pretty good at farming those, but it is still kind of true to some degree. Sure. Thank you. Usually Shaman ult will be good for that. But yeah, Drow will farm it. Split push is another option because you're really good at ratting and Shadow Shaman ult is good if he like makes his way. But Duel and Venge Swap are a little bit scary to split push against. Not that you can't do it, but you just have to be extra careful of as you commit to it. But if you do want to force a front high ground and they're just not giving you a fight anywhere, you have to have the Roche. You need the second life because they'll only have one duel and only one swap. So when you get swapped, you could time lapse or you could just try to Shikuchi out there. When you get dueled, the Aegis will respawn you. And then once they have duel, they won't have the lockdown to finish you the second time. And while they're focusing you, because you'd be the Aegis carrier, while they're focusing you on your first life, the rest of the team should be looking for the Echo. They should be looking for the Epicenter. The Serpent Ward should have been dropped on the buildings. You know, that whole combination of stuff. One of those options is how you're going to close this game out. I was kind of catching up on chat as that broke out. I'm debating if that's the one we need to look over. I feel like we can find... These are not the best fights for you guys to take. I feel like around this point, you should actually just be split pushing. Okay, let's go back, because this is like a weird sequence of events. Because the game is pretty close at this point. Maybe we can check... Does cut back your way. All right, we can take a look at it. You know what? Forget this fight then. I know it'll take us a long time to... Ooh, okay, that's the throw. Let's go back. All right. Because, yeah, that individual fight might matter, but clearly these are the big fights coming up based on the graph, so these are the ones I want to make sure we talk through. I worry that you don't have a Dispel at this point. I feel like you might need to get Manta here rather than a Daedalus. But then your damage is kind of low because you went Lincoln's. Maybe you can get Crystal. I mean, Manta still helps with damage. I suppose Deso Shard would be better individual damage. Maybe that's why people do that. I'm conflicted here. I just feel like, one, I've been hyping up Duel as like, we need to deal with that, and that's why you got the Lincolns. But now you're also at the point where like a single Drow silence might kill you. And we don't have an answer. You're now working on the Satanic, but I mean, it's like, it's going to be a 40-minute answer to Drow silence, and that's the dicey part. I think probably Manta is the option. I suppose a Hurricane Pike, if you finished that, because you were questioning on that. If you got the Hurricane Pike, you could maybe Hurricane out of here. That could also be an option when you get silenced. But I do think this game seems like a Manta game. Okay, if I had to theory craft a build without having the Weaver expertise to back this up, the Falcon Blade treads. I'm a little indifferent on Maelstrom versus Deso just because I don't know the true power spike between the two and how it feels on Weaver. Into the Shard. I kind of like the idea of the Maelstrom here versus Drow's high armor. I also like the idea of the Deso to give you more physical damage output, considering that the rest of your team is mostly magic damage. So offering some negative armor, along with the fact that you have the Swarm, I kind of like that. I really don't know which is better due to limited Weaver carry experience. Lincolns, Manta. Some pros might put in the Dragonlance somewhere in there. Also, some pros would depend on the Manta instead of the Lincoln to just like, you see the duel come in, you Manta, you get out. But I think Lincoln's into Manta is fine. And then like Daedalus, Satanic. Maybe a Butterfly for the like the armor evasion, but I feel like Drow True Strike passive makes that meh. Okay, so inevitably we all throw a little bit, so it looks like they take a fight, or you guys start a fight before Drow is up. Wait, I couldn't hear what was being said over the T fight. That's so funny. Yeah, guys, you want Duolingo? You can gift subs. Get your Duolingo free months. Random. I don't know if it's a partnership or promotion. Isn't Manta on Weaver kind of weird? It's not the most common first pick item, but he's an agility hero. It's an agility item. And when you need the Dispel, you need the Dispel, you know? I think he does need an answer to Drow Silence before the Satanic. Satanic is so late. You can't really justify a second/third item Satanic, but you can justify a second, third item Manta. And essentially, if he only has Satanic, you want Satanic like, oh, I get dueled, I see the duel coming, I Satanic so I don't die to Blade Mail. I get low, I Satanic, I heal up. But if you have to use it because Drow silenced you, then you don't have as much control over when you're actually healing. And you could use BKB, though again, you're going to be forced to BKB, and in this particular game, it's not a critical BKB game. Okay, I got a little sidetracked with itemized. How did we not push? What happened here? So some of our teammates are leaving. They fortify. And then we decide to back out. Okay. I guess that's fine. Roche is dead. Okay, so at this point then, we should be dealing with lanes. So Jakiro, instead of TPing here, should have actually like pushed out bottom, or someone else should have pushed out bottom so that you guys could transition to getting this tower off of having like vision in this area. Or top tower is also fine if someone had been pushing that in. If you want to go mid again, depending on the heroes and the drafts, it would have been okay. But into swap and duel, I don't think you can go mid again without everyone else. Got him. All right, huge fight. One person push bottom, everyone else push mid. No fortify. You just go mid and you take everything. Right? Take mid and range tracks. Okay, the team got distracted by tier 2. This is one opportunity for your team to have taken mid tower. Look how much damage you did in like 5 seconds. So if the rest of your team was here, this should be done. One person pushed bottom when I said that was just to get the wave to shove in. I actually didn't even check if it was needed to click. I just saw us further out. But if the other 4 heroes were here, this would be done. So off of that fight, we end up getting nothing because the team split focus. If you see that happen, you should go... Well, it depends on your philosophy. I actually don't mind if you push mid on your own, but if you also go, okay, my team's pushing bottom, like, it's not as good, but I guess I'll go too. I think that's fine. Your team pushing now after you left is psycho shit. You also pass an amplified damage, by the way. I don't think you noticed. But you should grab that, and then you might be able to, like, solo someone. I think that Drow, for example, looks like we got her in the end. I might just ignore your team there. Kind of a weird call to make because of what's happened, but okay, if you notice this amplify damage, maybe even without it. So the one you just walked over right there. Your team should be in retreat mode right now, right? We lost 2 heroes, they have 5. They had to use some abilities, but like in general, this is not the time to be fighting. We should wait to be all up so we can fight for the potential Roche. With that in mind, these guys should just be trying to escape, and you should go push top. Now, as I see this happening, I think this is where you go through this side. If you want to take a risky approach here, as you see them move this way, and while they fight your team here and kill 2 more heroes, you maybe rat the high ground. But I think that's pretty risky. Overall, I think you guys just should not be fighting here. And because you're so fast, if you ignored them, you probably could be already top, pushing up to like here. And you can take this tier 2, I bet, while your last 2 heroes die. Okay, Drow's not here. You guys should beeline it. Go fight anywhere. Go Roche. She can maybe TP. They never even captured this. You guys should immediately go. You should TP out to be faster. You should TP out, smoke, go. They should shove. The cores, what are the cores doing? The core should have shoved this quickly. Now you just had to break smoke. We're losing time. All right, so they ended up moving a little faster than us. But actually, although you died, it's kind of worked out. Hold on. Are we cooking or getting cooked? Oh shit, Venjag's cooked. Oh, wait, where are the chefs? Looking for revenge illusion? Oh no. That's why Venjags is so good. Oh no.
Radiant's top tower is in bad shape.
All right, there was an opportunity there, but we didn't go fast enough as a team. So you needed to teleport, they needed to clear the wave, and then you guys need to go real quick. Instead, it was kind of scattered. So Drow made it through the Twin Gate. They managed to find a good angle on you. Pretty close fight at the end of the day, but does just go to show why the seconds do matter. And sometimes, even though you ultimately arrived at the correct decision, which is like, I should go to my team and we should do stuff, right? The sooner you identify it and the faster we act on it, That is literally the difference. Sometimes people are expecting some secret new knowledge to gain MMR. Like, oh, I didn't know this about Dota. This breaks everything. This is the new truth. But really, a lot of it is like the exact same shit Heralds know, but the Immortal player sees it 5 seconds faster. And that 5 seconds is what lets them get a kill or a team fight win. And honestly, between high Immortal into pro level, of course there's going to be even more specific knowledge that they know. But a lot of times they know 95% of the same stuff, but the pros are consistent and they're faster. And we just keep taking... We are staggering our deaths. I'm gonna crush you with my butt now. I'm tired. He knows I'm about to do it. He's trying to cover up the edge of the chair so I don't have space. No. Okay, he gave up. He left. Haha. That's right. I am the cat owner. This is my chair. Fiance gave me her leftover coffee. Okay. Non-graded pass. Can you... I think you sent it earlier, but I'm trying to scroll up to find it. I don't... If you have it again... Oh, actually, I do have it here. Never mind. I don't know if you have more info on this. I see the message that came with the donation. I don't know if you like put more details in. Virtual Sports League. How fun. What's the rough MMR of this? Can I see? Archon. I'll put offlane Archon, but as a team review, it may be less about the individual player when we focus more about, like, you know, casual team environment stuff we can do to play better. Where am I writing down timestamps here? Where are we at? Okay, guys. We are getting towards the tail end of the stream, most likely. So if you're thinking about donating for a guaranteed review, hold it for a second. Let's see how long this takes, because maybe we'll stop after this. If it's not, maybe we'll do a little bit more. I don't know. But maybe hold on for a second. If we didn't get to your game today, Wednesday, we're going to do this again for sure. Do I want to play Dota tomorrow? Should we just do replays the whole week? We'll think on that, but we'll definitely do this on Wednesday, as we do most Wednesdays that I stream. Timbersaw 3 Archon team in my notes. Let's bump up the time to here. Okay. Okay, you're here. Let's see. So we kind of stomped this game, but it's only our 4th game as a team, and we have a wide spread of MMR. POS 5 is Herald, POS 1, who is Ancient. You were mid. Okay. Our offlaner, who is low Ancient, is our official shot caller. Oh, how come I wrote offlane Timbersaw? Oh, I guess I just assumed it. I saw Timber and just assumed it. Okay, let me change mid. Okay, let me ask a follow-up question. Do you want, so as a team review, how much focus do you want on a couple things? Yourself versus as a team, what can we do to improve? So you don't care like who gets the advice, just like as a team, how do we respond? And I won't focus so much about individual plays so much as like, you can help this guy by doing this. This guy can help this guy by doing this. And then do you want draft advice? Because I do have a lot of thoughts on drafts. I also recognize for these kind of casual leagues, and especially as a team that recently came together, you probably have limited hero pools, right? There's probably some limitations on the draft. So sometimes for these team reviews, some people like that feedback, some people don't. Let me know what you want to focus on. Sergeant Rathbone, any advice for support Naga in the trenches? Ooh. It's tricky because it depends how coordinated your team is around Song, and that is very hard to force. But I do think that your laning stage is still good. A lot of people underestimate Reelin. It's not a meme. It's actually like, here you go into the lane, into the tower. It's actually not bad. So going like Deluge into Ensnare can actually be pretty good, and you can get some kills that people are not expecting because Naga is so uncommon to see. Depending on your MMR, the higher you go, the more you play like pro Dota. You build support items, you play with your team, illusion scouting, use Song to like reset key fights, set up big fights. The lower in MMR you go, the harder it is to do that stuff, but you'll still try. And you may lean a little bit more into like split pushing illusion scouting, which will get you a lot of farm, which will give you a lot of impact, but sometimes griefs the team on farm, but so no one's pushing the lane, someone's got to do it. So the Naga support in pub games is very tricky depending on your rank. Focus on team rather than myself. Okay, cool. You got a coach last week. Oh, nice. Focus on team and draft. Nice, nice. Okay. Then let's load this up, hop into the draft. I'll say thoughts, but I understand that there will be limitations to like who feels comfortable with what. But actually to that thought then, before we get too far, LMAO, I see what you mean about your... It's fine. This, for drafting, for a casual team coming together, I did this in the past, and I have coached other casual teams before, so this is kind of what I've learned over time on this. One, start with a play style. So we're going to play 4 protect 1, for example. And our carry is going to hard carry. Our mid laner is going to play a level dependent playmaker, space maker. Our off laner is going to build auras. We'll build a strong support to get through the lane for the carry. And 4 will, be like a ranged damage dealer. Pick tropes and then go with that. So even as there are adjustments to, oh man, they banned our Underlord, they banned this, you go, okay, who's the next like aura builder that you're comfortable with? And that way you're not trying to like, oh, we have to like pivot styles, like I need an initiator now, that's where a lot of the chaos can happen in drafts, is when you don't have that clear initial idea. Now, the more you guys want to spend time on drafting and practice and you get used to it, then feel free to adjust on the fly, ignore what I'm saying. But I do think that's where a lot of people get lost in the draft. They try to focus too much on like, oh, we got to dress like what this guy did. We got to like do this. Start with your own game plan and then try to adapt from there as you go. Anything that you find fun and interesting, I'll share with the enemy team and our league. Oh, you're like giving advice to the bad guys too. Nice. No, that's cool. That sounds like a nice league. The Australian League. The Australian Dota's alive.
10 seconds to go.
You guys have it rough out there. I've never been there to play, but I know it's hard to get to, like, just internet-wise, the different regions to connect to. The true Dota fans out there. Okay, let's talk about team drafting as we know. Most initial bans tend to be, like, very targeted bans towards individual players. I'm fine with that. You know, a guy is like 2,000 Invoker games, nothing else, you know, ban out Invoker. Just focusing on that is fine by me more than like, oh, the pro meta is this, you know? To some degree, if you want to follow the pro meta and like use that as a starting point, that'd be good, you know, perfectly fine. But as you can see, not too many normal bans here. Okay, Dawnbreaker. So initial thoughts coming out. This is a very safe hero, probably off lane. There is flex potential, but no matter what, this hero is going to offer counter initiation with her ultimate. So right away on your team, I assume you're Radiant actually, because well, we thought the Timber offlane might come out, so I'm pretty sure you guys are up here. You need someone sturdy in the lane. Someone who can't be 100 to 0'd by Dawnbreaker and a strong position 4. Instant stun can be very good to stop Starbreaker. And then if you have any way to deal with the ultimate, that's also really good. You guys actually banned out Silencer, so that's too bad. Nyx, I actually don't like, but I think he would work in a, you know, more casual environment, not the pro level. So if you have like a good Nyx player, could do that, but I actually don't think it's the end of the world for Dawnbreaker. I think Silencer is one of the more annoying. You may not be able to stop the ultimate, but if you know she's going to drop into a bad situation, that's also good. So if you want to go Disruptor, get like Static Storm, Ags, you know she's dropping, so you put it down where she is, that can work. Naga Siren, we just talked about that briefly. Naga Siren Song is also good, so when everything's coming in, you song and reset, but that is like an advanced strat, so I don't expect you guys to play Naga. Okay, so you guys picked the Timber. So this is like your surprise flex. Could be your offlane, could be your mid. For the record, it doesn't really directly address Dawnbreaker because you're not going to lane against each other. You are good versus Dawnbreaker, so that's fine. That part's kind of missing from this counter pick. But as part of, you know, let's play our own strats, let's do our stuff, I like, it's fine. So this is like a damage dealer. We're going to need initiation from other heroes if that's the case. I'm not going to worry too much about bans. Oh, maybe you guys are worried about a Huskar player. Let's just see how your draft comes together. So you get Wind Ranger. I feel like there's some counter synergy here between breaking the trees and needing Shackle. So that kind of concerns me a little bit. They actually get the Disruptor. These guys are following the meta over here. Disruptor is pretty good versus your two heroes. You could put Disruptor with Dawnbreaker, but I also think just like any strong 4 is a viable pick for them here. Someone with a Dispel might be nice versus Wind Ranger. They actually sold the Sven. That's interesting. I actually think you could run Timbersaw on the offlane now. I feel like that's fine. If this is Wind Ranger 4, maybe not the strongest, but... Okay, Phoenix? So I'm open to the Phoenix. I think Phoenix is pretty decent versus these guys. You do need someone who's going to keep them near the egg. Shackle Shot, kinda. The Shard, also kinda. But that's kind of inconsistent. So from your last pick, or not last pick, but Timbersaw can technically go mid and off lane. I don't know if you guys actually flex it. I feel like when I see this, I would have been okay with Timber offlane. If you still want to keep it mid, that's okay. You guys are also last pick, so maybe we're saving it till then. But I do think you're going to need actual stun to help set up the egg and or protect it. So if you wanted to grab a mid or an offlaner that does that, I think that would be good. Mars, for example, is a classic. This game, it's like okay. The Mars did just get nerfed. Ah, nice. Okay, so that's our off lane. I guess this is It is still a little funny though, guys. Like, your Wind Ranger is gonna have the hardest game of her life. Like, what is she gonna shackle to? All the trees are broken. Like, Egg's gonna break trees, Arena, Timbersaw. There's some counter synergy there to reconsider next time for the support combo.
Radiance ban.
From this point, I guess you just need to carry.
Radiance ban.
Disruptor and Witch Doctor. So whoever, if it is Witch Doctor, Dawnbreaker, that's a really strong 100-0 lineup. So you either need to be good versus that or be able to avoid it. Their actual catch is not the greatest. There's ways to dodge like every ability they have. If you wanted to go with an elusive hero, you could. What do they need? They need a playmaker still. If they don't pick a mid playmaker, so you guys actually banned Viper and Sniper. Those are good direct lane bans. But if you think about a Sniper lineup for these guys, it would actually be pretty. It'd be very pub game, and this is an amateur league, so I get it. But how would they do stuff? It has to be Sniper walking up to a building to hit something. But Mars is actually really good versus Sniper because you either trap him in arena or you block him off from the fight. Even if he BKBs, his bullets don't go through the arena. So you guys have really good ways to control Sniper. And then you ask, like, so then who, like, even if Sniper wins the lane, who does anything? Because how does Disruptor, Witch Doctor, Sniper find fights for Dawnbreaker to ult in while allowing Sven to farm? Eventually Sven could get a blink and he could start stuff, but then it's like your carry having to start every single fight. That's getting weird. So I actually think they really need a playmaker in the mid lane more than like Viper and Sniper. At the same time, if you're more worried about that guy's hero pool being this stuff, then like I do think it's fine to kind of adjust that way.
10 seconds.
But I think your team's actually solid at getting to the Sniper.
Radiance pick.
Queen of pain.
He played DP and Viper previously, so we were thinking he mostly plays boring slow heroes.
5 seconds.
Queen of Pain's not a bad pick. And what'd you guys end up getting? Oh, the Muerta.
Well, something. Time to pick some of these folks.
Oh, that's kind of wild. There's always room for this to work. I will say, I think Muerta carry looks best when she has some kind of buff to her early attack speed. Ogre with Bloodlust is a good example. Someone who helps her through that, which you guys don't actually quite have. That's not to say it's the end of the world, but if you do like Muerta carry, maybe for consideration, a support with an actual buff, I think could be good. I also think the double ranged safe lane, I mean, it kind of works, but I guess because you're last picking it's maybe okay. Little conflicted on it, but you know, I said we won't worry too much about the draft, so let's go. Let's just hop into the game. We do need to care a lot about this.
Better get ready.
Whoa, princess. Careful, gank.
Start.
Someone called that doctor?
Oh, wait, we smoke up.
Whoa, princess. Careful, gank.
Where are our items? Okay. Who's got the other observer? Okay. The 5-on-5 smokes are a lot more common in any team game. Even if it's not like a league like this, any like party game, you're way more likely to see smokes. Up to you in any given draft, whether you think we're stronger or weaker. I think this one's pretty close in terms of who is stronger. I favor you guys a little bit, but it does depend. I think because Disruptor is like the weakest level 1 hero here, I would favor you guys in the early fight, depending on how it breaks out. Because there could be some like bounce back between 2 heroes that destroys them, stuff like that. If you want to fight, predetermine a smoke path. You don't have to get too fancy. I don't know if your league is going to be like studying replays and like, they always follow this path. I don't know. Then maybe you got to mix it up. But to start, I would like just blindly pick a path and go. There's a lot of pro examples of where they place their stuff. For you guys, if you want to save 1 observer for mid and 1 for the attempt, if you're playing defensive, put it defensive. So like, for example, an observer ward here, or like cutting this tree with a quelling blade and putting it there is very popular, and playing around this defensively. If you're playing aggressive, then feel free to come in here and commit the observer aggressively to look for a first blood. Same deal over here. But for you guys playing as a party, essentially, like, don't be afraid to use observers this way. Now, maybe I'm preaching for nothing. Let's see if you guys do it. It does seem to be a defensive smoke, though, that you didn't place both observers in that time. If you're being defensive, that should be kind of your goal, is to move out, place both observers, and then wait around it if you're going to smoke that fast. You can do a delayed smoke later. Then you don't need to place your observers right away.
Boys, what is
Here we
up?
go. No more bets, please.
That's a default talking as if it's kind of random, like where people go, which to some degree it is. If you have a further purpose, like for example, this lane is going to be tough. If we can find kills in that lane, that would help us a lot. This guy is going to do stacks. So if we smoke into here, even if we don't find someone, we can block some of these camps, something like that. That can help give you direction on the smoke. I also don't want to focus on it too much because it is kind of... There's a lot of thought that can go into it, which we could if you want, but most games, I do feel like a vague smoke attempt into just playing the actual game that we're more familiar with is probably what's going to happen. So I think I want to focus a little bit more on that. The league definitely follow hero picks, but probably not smoke plays. Working on hero pools. And prior to this year, never really spent effort on trying to get better, but now you are. I think that's the fun thing about the team games, right? Even at an amateur level, it's just kind of fun to play with a group, try to get better, come up with ideas. It's a lot of fun. I don't know how you guys are doing it, by the way, but the draft, I recommend get an Excel sheet, Google sheet, whatever, column 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Put a list of like best heroes on there, like okay heroes, and then pick out heroes that like, I think these would be good for us to play around. Like put those at the bottom for people to like, yeah, I'm willing to learn this hero. That would be good for our draft, something like that. You may already have something like that, which is great. But I do think it helps to have that list out. Okay, so let's think about what we're going to do as a team here. So Muerta is a little bit of a slower carry. First, okay, actually, before I even say that, if your carry player disagrees and they have like, this is how I'm playing this, that's fine. You guys just need to be unified on it. From my outside perspective, I'd say Muerta is a little bit of a slower carry. In the lane, you can get kills and stuff, and then you kind of like have to go through a farming period, and then you're really strong again. Especially, I feel around Crystallis, like BKB Crystallis, potentially Blink type stuff. When she has the mobility to enter the fight with the ultimate and like crit people, crazy strong in my opinion. And that's going to take a while to get all those items. So she's a little bit slower, needs a bit of space after some early fights. So we're looking to play around your Timbersaw, the Mars, and then like the Phoenix and the Wind Ranger will help out with that. If someone needs to hold a lane because you guys are losing somewhere, probably your power shot is your best bet. plus the wind run to get away. Phoenix is not bad either, honestly. But in terms of synergy, Phoenix Egg with the Mars Arena is going to be a little stronger if like they're together versus like Wind Ranger and the Mars. So that's why I would probably dedicate her to like whatever lane sucks. If you get to that point. If you don't, great. For now, it's just going to be individual laning, which I think we might speed through this part because this is where it would be mostly individual feedback. But as a team, what you would do a little differently compared to your pubs is that you should care about power rune rotations a lot more than any given pub game. So around the 5-minute mark, both lanes should think, how do we get the lane to come back so that supports can go mid to help with the runes? Not every matchup needs this, but it's a really good habit to build as a team to at least start thinking about this. They just learned Phoenix to combo with this Mars. Nice. I mean, it's really safe to go for in general. It really does offer a lot. Team fight, decent laning. You got initiation from Mars. Phoenix has open itemization. It is a very good like combo. I recommend your Phoenix, by the way. Put the either like the sentries in this like type of tree lines over here. If they want to like cut anything with a tango, you can do that, but like usually the edge of the box is a little better than in the straight in the middle. Make them look a little bit for it. All right, let's get to like that. Lotuses, teams definitely put effort on Lotuses. I'm gonna zoom past that again, but the 3-minute Lotuses are worth thinking about. I want to get to the rotations for the power runes into the Wisdom Shrine. Into the power runes again. That like 6, 7, 8-minute mark is a really good place for casual teams to start focusing on in terms of how do we build that early momentum and maybe just build a lead and we don't even have to think much harder. We're just winning. We just play our usual game from there. A lot of it will start there. Up to this point as well, you guys don't have the most stack heavy team, so you don't have to do a bunch, but there's no excuse for like, I leave my offlaner and he always feeds. Like my pub teammates suck, right? This time we're playing as a team. So when the 4 support says like, I'm gonna go stack, the offlaner should be careful. So if you ever do think stacking is important as part of like building momentum, it's something you guys can work into more. For example, the enemy team should be thinking about that for Sven more than you guys should think about it for your own team. All right, Witch Doctor coming in. Can we do anything here? This is a really good time for Witch Doctor to actually rotate over. Dawnbreaker's like in the perfect place. That's a really good play from them. It does say, okay, here, let's actually change this. You're right. Team review. Because it's like the Timbersaw is the one who is here and donated for the replay, but it is meant to be as a team. Focuses on this. Okay, if you can't punish the Dawnbreaker, by the way, in that type of play, then one of the ways to punish the Dawnbreaker is that your Muerta could be left alone and Dawnbreaker can't 1v2 and maybe doesn't know it's a 1v1. Or sorry, Dawnbreaker can't 1v1 and maybe... What am I saying? Dawnbreaker is thinking, I need to play safe because my Witch Doctor just left. It's 1v2, I can't do too much. So Wind Ranger could actually sneak away without being caught, depending on the timing. So you might go to stack at that time. If you can't actually kill Dawnbreaker, you leave the lane, leaving it as a 1v1. Stacked pulls could also work, mid-rotations if the timing works out. This is unfortunately not the greatest window for the Wind Ranger. Should punish the Dawnbreaker, though. Should move in here. This is as part of a team of saying, like, hey, this guy came here. I know it's a 2v1, you know? So I need to punish that guy until this guy's back, Witch Doctor. Okay, and then around here is where I want to focus on making sure our equilibrium's in a good spot. So Mars, pretty dicey, almost. Dies. Ooh, power shot the disruptor, pretty nice. Did require rotation, that's okay. So we're thinking about rotating over. We had to TP in the Wind Ranger. So Muerta is on super safe mode right now. Not only because her support left, but also because the power rune times are coming up. So Muerta doesn't want to do anything too crazy. Play it as safe as possible. Farm what you can. Small camp, boglets, right? Don't do anything too crazy. Either keep the lane here, or if you have to shove it out so that Dawnbreaker moves back and you have the safety to do this stuff, that's all fine. That's Muerta's job right now, is like not needing help. If she needs help in the next minute, you guys are going to lose power runes, or you should. It'll at least be up to RNG. So Muerta's job, be safe. Supports, you guys are kind of watching to see if Mars like needs help, but after killing Disruptor, the two of you could have moved up a little bit while Mars heals up here. You guys could like check on the status of camp, stuff like that. You have a little bit of time before you need to move for the power rune. But around now, like we got to start moving over to the mid lane. One support could maybe stack while the other waits here, and you guys like fight for the top rune. If you want to try for both, depending on the matchups, you can. Start with just choosing one. So instead, we're getting into a fight top, which could work out and sometimes will be okay. But if we look at your team and ask who is the strongest hero in the game right now, it's Timbersaw. So if there's anyone we want to be involved in a fight, it's this guy. And the best way to get him involved is to get him a power rune, which either you use in the mid lane because everyone's here, so he doesn't even have to move, he just fights here, or he gets like a haste, a regen, so he's fine like blowing spells to like come top, do stuff, and then come back. At the same time, Queen of Pain is their strongest hero, so even if it's not about getting Timbersaw to help us on our side lanes, it's about Queen of Pain not killing my Muerta because she has an amplified damage rune, or like coming up here and then like triple sonic waving three of us with an arcane rune, and then she does it again bottom. So you guys definitely want to think about power runes. I'd say it's the first big team play you think about as a group. Illusion rune is a really poor example of why it's important to go for this, but I think it's one of the first actual team plays you can do. Outside of like the bounty smokes and the drafting, this is the first truly like we're doing stuff, because it can then lead into the 7-minute rune, right? If you guys are doing well enough, you can potentially invade this while Mars, he has no support help. 2 supports plus the mid might be moving here. It's not always that amount. But then he goes and gets your Wisdom Shrine. You all steal their Wisdom Shrine. And you might be able to win a fight around that because you got a good power rune that is not illusions. It's not the worst this game, I guess, but... Running down Disruptor. Enjoy the shackle shots while you can, Wind Ranger. BM pause, LMAO. Unfortunately, the lane, I haven't checked everything going on over here. It seems like the lane has stuck. Muerta's like not having the greatest time when it's up here, but it looks like it's maybe okay, actually. Maybe I am overreacting.
Dyer's mid tower could use a little help.
Okay, if we're not making a Wisdom Shrine play, let's go back. Hold on. Okay, some of this is because you guys chased that Disruptor, which I guess if you had killed him, it would have been okay. But around now, you should absolutely be at a Wisdom Shrine and stacking. And if you go, okay, well, 2 heroes isn't enough to do anything, then the other hero should be stacking triangle. If someone's still down here, same deal. Like, if you're not trying to steal this, you're either trying to punish this guy, you're trying to, like, double stack something. But something should happen at 6 minutes. Something should happen at 7 minutes. Oh, damn, we got the Sven.
Could use a little help.
It looks like you got screamed at in the mid lane. Oh, no, maybe not. What happened? Oh, they all rotated in.
Dyer's top tower, you know the drill.
8-minute rune. So we're here. Also, Consider the stack. You guys are all here this time. You guys can help push this together. If Timbersaw feels he has to sit here, then it's harder to get the rune, right? It's actually safer to get the rune if this is pushed in, so you know either Queen of Pain doesn't feel like she wants to miss creeps, or you're getting some information of like supports waiting back here. So as a team, if you guys like 10 seconds earlier or something, if you guys shove this in preparation for the next power rune spawn, that's usually pretty helpful. It's not always required, but this is a little risky, right? We're going for both runes, no information on the team. What if they all jump him and then glimpse him back? What if they jump you, right? We're kind of split, don't have information. Could be the mid observer that we place down maybe a little sooner. Could be shoving in the wave so that we get information from creeps being at towers. Mars. Side lane heroes need to be careful at this time. So look at this wave. Is Mars going to miss anything right now? No, right? Like, in fact, Sven can't help but push because he has Great Cleave. So actually, at best, if Sven sits here at equilibrium, Mars will miss very little. If Sven shoves the lane to farm fish efficiently, he'll maybe deny one creep at most. So Mars doesn't need to take any risks right now, and he shouldn't. He should like hide behind trees and stuff if he knows both supports are not with him right now. Same with Muerta, generally be careful, and I see Muerta like behind the tower, which seems good to me. Coming up here, this is still under the tower, so it's relatively safe. Now for them, they're actually missing the power rune for making this play, but maybe it doesn't even require the Queen of Pain, you know, maybe it's the supports doing it, who knows. But essentially, if the others are busy doing something in another lane, then the other heroes want to be a bit more careful while that's happening. Now, Queen of Pain is going to be hard to kill. Sven and Dawnbreaker are very weak to Timbersaw. So we are trying to look to get Timbersaw involved. That's part of why I've been hyping up these power runes, like get them. He has the haste. So he could have used haste to run up here, maybe just walks up and then uses it. But it's much easier to get the Sven between Arena and Spear, even without it, just Timbersaw chasing with the haste. Shackle shot, just running him down with dive slows, things like that. Way easier to kill Sven, way easier to kill Dawnbreaker than a Queen of Pain. You can blink out of everything. So Timbersaw can leave. You can potentially leave a support here to get mid XP if you want. You can also bring everyone top, kind of depends how committed you are to the play. Usually I would say top is the better play. Versus a Dawnbreaker, it may be worth it to go to her so that you don't jump the Sven and then Dawnbreaker comes in. At the same time, if you feel strong enough to do that, then all the better, right? You're going to pull people away from the Muerta and kill her.
Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower. Have fun trying to bust it.
So now you TP down here. The solo kill is a little difficult for you, though. And then they get you first. I think their supports have been they've been a little bit more proactive in terms of making ganks happen.
Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower.
Which is a little harder for you guys because Mars is the only true playmaker, and he needs some items to get to that point.
Radiant's bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right now. Radiant's bottom tower seen better days. The Dire best do something about that bottom tower.
All right. I feel like you could probably have a bit more farm on this Timbersaw. We won't worry too much about it individually, like we mentioned. I think some of it was like moving around to try to find plays that didn't quite connect. So before we move forward, I do want to... There's always like a bunch of intricacies you can talk about in Dota, but at least to start, as a team, think about, you know, play your own individual games for 5 minutes. How do we help mid? How do we get then mid involved with the other lanes based on these power runes? Could it be the Wisdom Shrines? Could it just be like ganking the Sven? It's like sort of happened, but it's been very disconcerted. But if you guys kind of like make it around like, let's have a smoke ready If we get a good power rune at 6, we can do it. Okay, we didn't, that's fine. Get a good power rune at 8 minutes, okay, then let's do it. You know, then like you bring your best foot forward of like 3-4 heroes going top with a smoke. I think we sat mid a little bit versus Queen of Pain, who's pretty unkillable for our lack of lockdown. And then like there's been like some attempts, but it's not the Timbersaw with Ethers. It's been a bit scattered. Kinetic fence! I didn't even realize. Oh, look at you protecting your courier as well. All right, we get this. We do a little tower damage. We don't need to take the whole thing right now. Supports. All right, supports don't really need to hit this building. Now, if it was really close and you might be able to get it before they respawn, I'd be open to it. But right now, supports, whoever has the Observer sentries, which in this case is the Wind Ranger, now is a really good time to do it because heroes are dead. And what I'm usually scared of, you know, walking and dying, now is fine. So I think Wind Ranger, rather than hit this, could maybe like back up, sneak her way in here, scan to like double check it's safe. Because if we think about where they want to play, Sven's going to be farming. And he's either going to continue to hold this tower and farm and then like jungle this stuff and keep being here. Or if we bring the Timbersaw there, Sven shouldn't want to fight. And then he's going to move over to the triangle. So an Observer over here. Also, if you want to get the Dawnbreaker, she may end up staying down here. So then we can see her farming on her own. We can target her. That also works. But this is the time to place that Observer for future plays down the line. Now they're up. Now I'm going to feel a little scared doing it going forward. Wind Ranger should sit in the trees on the left, by the way. She's kind of like in sight of the creeps. If you're on the left side, then are the supports still here? Are they already moving towards the Sven? Who knows?
Guess what's happening?
Okay, Mars working on his blink. We're trying to let him get that. That's fair. Muerta came over here. But it's weird because like Sven is free farming, essentially. Now the bottom fight, like the way it broke out is like, sure, it's not always in your perfect control, but at some point kind of refocusing of we want to be messing with Sven, and the Timbersaw is really good versus that. We need to try to connect those heroes together. Arena to kill Witch Doctor. I mean, if you gotta take the mid tower off of that, it's okay, but I think otherwise we're more interested in the Sven, which here we go. Now we're bringing the full squad. No arena though. This is like where it's awkward, right? That's like the best playmaking tool we have is Arena Spear, and we just used it. So now smoking after that is a little funny. You do have some other stuff like Shackle Shot, and I know you still have like Blink Spear. So it's like, it's okay to some degree. But this is a little harder than it otherwise would be. So yeah, he just kind of like turns. Like leaves. You kind of see how they scatter from egg. Let me go back to this actually. So if you want to make this play, I don't mind attempting, but who needs to be at point? It's got to be your playmaker, and that's Mars. So Mars is back here. I think you guys are still smoked up. I think it's a bug. But Mars is in the lane, and you guys are hunting over here. But Mars is the guy who will make it happen for you. So it doesn't make sense, like the placement of the heroes attempting this deep play. You need to swap someone. Or at least like Mars also needs to be here. He can also just be waiting here while Timbersaw just like walks down and takes a tower. That would also be fine. But that's why Sven is able to like run away so far, and then they're able to respond. Can't believe that egg came out. Look at the Dawnbreaker. The fight actually kind of works out in the end. And we get the Sven too. And actually, this panned out perfectly. All right, nice. Okay, wait, actually we lost our Muerto. So almost perfectly. Okay, from here, if this tower hadn't been finished, we're gonna finish that tower. Supports, if anyone has an Observer Sentry, unfortunately you guys don't, but now is the perfect time to set them up, you know, deep ward style. I know Disruptor's here. I'm not scared of Disruptor, right? So anything else I can do, make sure it lives. Make sure it's not like, I'm gonna go put it in the most obvious spot. I don't know, like right in front of him, or like this area tends to be commonly sentried. People put it like here and check this. Anywhere in here kind of has a chance of being checked. It's not the most common because all these spots are good, but like I can't guarantee that anything here would live. So like something in the river, something over here. Maybe they don't expect an early tower. Maybe they would, or a cliff ward, I mean. Anywhere like real deep up here, all this stuff. As long as you can do it unspotted, the supports don't need to help push this mid tower, which we're not going to take a tier 2 at this point. Maybe actually with a Timbersaw, like we could force them out if we think we're feeling strong. But the supports don't have to be part of hitting this building or clearing these creep waves. So the supports should be not, you know, they should be helping to jungle and Observer and all that stuff out of sight. So you don't know what they're up to. And if you don't want to get tier 2 top, then you like pivot towards the mid lane. So we put, oh, this was from earlier, never mind. This is not, I thought that was placed after the fight. A little bit of sentry overlap. I won't worry too much about that right now. I think they just didn't notice. They didn't even try. They didn't have their abilities from earlier, so you guys get a free tower. That's really good. 16, Arcane Rune top. Okay. Okay, if you have one playmaker, which in this case is Mars, you guys have an on-off switch. Anytime Arena is available, you guys should try to do something. Anytime it's not available, it's not that you can't do stuff, but it's okay if you like farm a little bit more. But when it is available, you should be thinking about like doing stuff. And you got to make sure when it's available, you're ready to do stuff. So Mars, I see two things. One, it's ready. No health, no mana. So prior to this, either needed to be a little bit more careful, careful with the soul ring, just right click to farm, a little less efficient, but you're ready to make a play, or take a trip home. Are there lotuses? Like whatever it is, you got to be ready to go when this is up. Secondly, I see a Deso being built. I assume, right? Here it is. But if we think about your roles in this game, is Mars supposed to be a damage dealer? I would say no. It's not that he can't. Like, I know the build exists, but Timbersaw is a damage dealer, right? All magic damage is coming out from this guy. Magic and pure. A lot of damage coming from Timbersaw. He can kind of be tanky, not a lot else. Phoenix is a bunch of magic damage in fights. Muerta is going to be mixed damage, leans magic early, more physical later, but you know, with this, it's kind of in the middle ground. 3 heroes that are going to do a bunch of damage. Wind Ranger could potentially build for it, but should be doing more utility this game. Coming back to the idea of like, who is our playmaker? It's only Mars. Like, Mars is our only true playmaker. So if he's going for damage items like Deso, it's going to hurt his ability to make plays, and he's going to be thinking about doing damage, but that's not his job. So I would recommend either a Yules or BKB Refresher into Scythe. Like, one of those type of builds is usually the way to go for Mars if you have to play as the initiator. The Deso is also not going to synergize as well with a lot of the teammates. Like, maybe some of Muerta's damage, but most of your team is magic. Now, on one hand, you can say, like, well, doesn't that then help diversify our damage? It's like, oh, yeah, kind of. But also, if you just make it easier to deliver the damage you have early before they can build responses, then you can just build a big enough lead to close out the game. So I would prefer to see a Yules here from the Mars to cover the mana issue. It helps you initiate some stuff, gives you more control. If you want the BKB, that's fine too. How did this fight break out, actually? That was a really close one. I was thinking about Mars builds. Let's come back here. So you have the amplified damage and the arcane rune. I think you're ready to fight. Who's our guy? It's got to be the Mars. So you guys are moving forward again, but the person who catches is just like earlier in that play that did kind of like some degree work out. It's like not here yet. He's coming now, but like look at him. He's going to jump in and die, which is kind of what happens, you know? And you're up here on your own without anyone showing. Is this warded? I'm not sure. Maybe you checked it with Chakram just now. But they also could have a defensive ward we didn't miss, and you're super far ahead of your team. So this is needlessly aggressive. You don't need to be up this far. You should be further back with the team, getting ready to go together. Wind Ranger should also be careful of this without anyone showing. A power shot from like back here is okay, but you don't actually need to be here in the creep wave and risk getting glimpsed, jumped, all that stuff. That's why before this, like, as Arena Egg comes out, Timbersaw is 2/3 dead because you were too far ahead. Maybe you had gone to live a little longer, then we get to do a bit more damage here, and you actually would have cleaned up this fight. But they started the fight first together, and we kind of came in a little bit one at a time. So in the future, whoever your playmaker is, kind of recognize they have to be there. It's not that Timbersaw isn't a playmaker, by the way, of like being involved in stuff, but like the actual initiation, I should say, is the Mars. And if you don't have that, it's really, it's not impossible, but it's much trickier. Some of this is also farm, which I'll leave that to your own individual coach to help you with the, if your farm was a little better, it might be easier to get through some of this stuff. Okay, smoke up. Do we have arena? So, couple reasons this is weird, but also I kind of get why you're going for it. One, we don't have our own cooldowns, and that's kind of a good chunk of our strength. It's also nighttime, so as you smoke, the smoke will break and you won't actually see your target. So that's kind of iffy. And also our deep wards, actually I don't remember if you even placed any in here. So we actually don't have a target to go to with this smoke. The plus side is that they also use their abilities, so that might be what you're thinking, like we're stronger without abilities than they are. And I actually would kind of agree with that. So I don't hate this. I also think if you just shove lanes, finish up whatever items you're working on, like maybe you get to a spirit vessel. He's going for Deso, so it's not quite there. If it was Yule's, he could be done with that or really close. You could wait for the power rune as well, coming at 18 minutes. This will be a little bit of a directionless smoke, and I won't know what I'm getting involved in. If you push in lanes at night, you will get some information. So for example, as top comes to this tower, someone's going to deal with that. That's going to let me know what's going on. Oh, also Dawnbreaker's still dead. So I mean, like, you kind of have the numbers here. Okay, Sven's top, actually. We can go. All right, we get the Witch Doctor, and you guys are pinging tower. Do we have... Okay, we have one Observer Sentry. Place it here. Okay, I'm open to that. Get that. Okay, Muerta's leaving. Overlap on observers. You guys have to be a little bit more careful of this. I'm going to assume it was accidental, which is just, you know, general communication to work on. I warded here. I checked here. They don't have a observer. Stuff like that. Good for the whole team, not just supports. But also, if this was intentional, it's way too much overlap. This is saying, like, okay, we're going to play up here and camp this, but it's 19 minutes, so it's not the easiest to camp this to take towers. But also, the real objective is actually over here in 1 minute, and we've committed, like, so much over here. This also kind of happened over here. This was for a different issue where you guys were, like, taking the fight, but notice, like, the observers are kind of chunked together, and you actually want to spread a vision. So much going on. Okay, so you got this and that. It's like a weird time to fight because Muerta's gone and this is their base, but it is working out. I think because you guys found some good targets to start. Okay, they do eventually at least get the Timbersaw.
Oh god, I think I'm gonna be sick.
I think maybe some of this is just hanging around too long, but it kind of like started okay. It's also really scattered though, where like isn't this like a Wind Ranger 5 in the back? You're over here, these guys are over here. It's just like a little scattered. I actually think you're also okay just farming. You know, just fall back and farm. You're 4K up at 20 minutes. Just like keep finishing the next set of items. Anyways, I won't worry about it too much. Let's refocus as we respawn. You should be thinking about Tormentor. That's the next big difference between pubs and amateur leagues. You guys should be going for the objectives really fast. Either Tormentor or Roche. Both, ideally. If you want to shove in the other lanes, like shove in mid quickly and then head top, that works for me. Timbersaw can TP here. You may actually not even need him. 4 of you might be able to do it. Marco Mavelli, hey, thank you for watching the stuff. I appreciate it. Oh, nice, spin kill, let's go. What was she saying? Oh yeah, thank you. Thank you. Welcome to the Wednesday replay streams, which we only have probably not too much more time today, but oh, I just noted. Okay, you have to head out to work, but yeah, we'll have the VOD, so I'll keep going for a bit more. What just happened? Killed this, and then TP'd here for this guy. But then you saw Stray Queen of Pain. Alright. Pretty solid series of plays on their own. I do think you guys should think about Tormentor. Work that into your game plan as a group. It's the... So what have we talked about today? 6-minute Power Rune into 7-minute Wisdom Shrine into 8-minute Power Rune is like the big early game team difference you guys can do. And then the mid game is who gets the Tormentor into the Roshan. Pub games, maybe you never see a Tormentor done. Maybe Roche happens 30, 40 minutes. But for amateur leagues, in terms of playing together, this stuff will happen sooner. And the more on the ball you guys are, the more likely you're going to pull ahead. So it does look like you're here first, which is pretty good. We're going to get it over the enemy, grow our lead. The room for improvement is like a minute or two there. We take those. It's a little messier now. Got him. Worth it. Get him, Muerta, get him! Nice. All right, Phoenix, you got any Observer Sentries? Unlucky. But if you did, same deal, deep warding time. For this, yeah, I mean, you guys just continue to farm, heal up, push in lanes. Yeah, Phoenix can do all this stuff. Quap showed bottom, top safe a little longer. Oh, hey, I haven't given your team as much feedback this time around. It's been mostly focused on the Radiant here, but it's cool. It's funny. You'll get to learn how to beat this team. But everything I said for them is going to be very similar for you. So hopefully you also find useful advice, even if it's from their perspective of like amateur team things to think about. Alright, I was not focused on that fight. I was talking about random stuff. Let's go back. I think this is a smoke bug. I think Mars is smoked, walks up, sees Quap, tries to go for this. This is why the Yules, if you want to get that, is better, because you can blink Yules, the Queen of Pain, and then spear her back. If you skip Yules for BKB, that's also acceptable, but it kind of goes back to why I don't think you need the Desolator. Because you wouldn't care about like all this stuff affecting you right now. You guys are pretty ahead, so it doesn't matter in this case, but it will matter.
That is one less voice in there.
Radiant's bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right now.
Off of that. This time we actually do have an observer if we want to try to place it somewhere sneaky. No sentry though, so we can't make sure it's a guaranteed spot. Bad guys, by the way, since you guys are here. At this point, when things are rough, you would want to mostly avoid the enemy, especially this Timbersaw, who has just been a bit of a problem for you guys. Try to avoid them, split push, and use like the pickoffs of like the Dawnbreaker ult coming in to, you know, 8k at this point, a little rough. 8k at 35 minutes, yeah, not such a big deal. So the more you avoid the full team fights, the better, unless you're starting it. And from here, at the highest level, you'll see both teams playing for... Like, one team should be going for Roche, and you're either fighting it because you also think you can do it, or you're so committed to avoiding and split pushing that that's what you do. You give the Roche and continue to wait. But off of any of these fights, if it's a big enough win, you can consider it. So, like, for here, I would want to see the Radiant go do Roche. You can take this tier 2 first if you want, but then you could head over. I do see it being pinged. It's happening. All right, nice. Someone should be outside smoke breaking just in case. One of the supports, most likely. If Phoenix doesn't have egg, then it can be Phoenix with the dive. Go like stand up here, face away, get ready to dive. If you have an observer to help you out with this, so like observer somewhere here, then Phoenix stands behind the tree and like faces away. Just to minimize the chance that there's not like a Sven jump in, AoE stun, catch everything, steal the Aegis type play. In this case, you actually did have an observer that caught sight of the Witch Doctor, so it's probably not the biggest deal, but you never know. Okay, I don't mind putting this on the cliff if you're, because we only have this one and this one to go for. Never mind, top tier 2 already fell. I didn't even realize. We only have to play this area, so if you guys want to like play and protect this, that's okay. With Dawnbreaker dead, you should be able to now take this mid tower. Sven pushing bottom's good for them. Does need to be a little careful, but is hopefully sticking in this area. Let's get the full view. Yeah, we talked about this earlier in like other replays of like, if you're not fighting, you have to split push like this. It looks like they do want to start trying to fight this high ground, but let's come back. Let me check. Okay, I think you guys are fighting a moment too soon on the bad guys. It looks like Sven is a moment away from BKB. So you need to be more defensive until Sven is ready, which was like 10 more seconds. If he kills like one more creep wave and then he comes home, you're good to go. You can sacrifice this tier 3, even the whole barracks if you have to. Like if Sven was 500 gold away, for example. at this point, if we lose a big fight, we're probably done. So you need to get as much strength as possible to take one more good fight and hope it works out. I think you guys feel forced to fight because you see him like up here. Almost. Oh my god, that's so unfortunate with the way that worked. You guys do get the kill, but yeah, we get shredded without the BKB. So you guys were pretty close to delaying for the Sven BKB, and then just moments too soon end up fighting it. For you guys, it's actually quite good if you're keeping track of Sven and you're like, oh, we didn't have BKB yet, you know, pushes as fast as we can. That's actually good. I mean, from here, you guys should be good. Just finish mid, go bot. I don't think you actually need the Veil on the Phoenix, by the way. You guys are winning, and you guys do have a bunch of magic damage, so it's kind of good. Or spell damage, I should say. At the same time, I think your Muerta's been farming really well, and none of you buffed her with any of the items. You do have, like, a 4-staff to help save her. But I do think a Solar Crest would be good. It's good for everyone, like whoever you end up saving. But it also gives a lot of attack speed to Muerta, which maximizes your top net worth hero more than... Okay, I realize the Veil does, you know, it does boost her damage a bit, but a lot of it will be coming from auto attacks rather than like amplifying her spells at this point. And we're at the limit where BKBs are coming out, right? Like Quap, Sven, Dawnbreaker has the shard and will work on hers. So then your spell damage is not going to do nearly as much even as the Veil is done. But the Solar on the Muerta would continue to scale pretty well. Okay, this one might be done at this point. And I might be as well, because I feel my voice getting tired. How long have we been going? Almost 7 hours, yeah. Okay. I do think this is probably a good spot to call it for the day. If we didn't get to any of your games, we actually had a lot of people donate today, which thank you. I'm super grateful for. For the random raffle people, if you were hoping for one, sorry. But Wednesday, we'll do it again. We do it every Wednesday. Today was kind of spur of the moment, and we might do more throughout the week or going forward, like extra replay analysis days. Because honestly, is it that exciting to play on this new patch? I don't know. But helping you guys is always fun, so... we may do more replay analyses. Maybe next time we'll look at the bad guy's perspective. do the same replay, but from the other side. Let's see. Who can we raid? I've been forgetting to raid lately. Let's see. Who is streaming right now? We could go to Cap, maybe. Cap's on an MMR grind, I think. Okay, guys. Twitch people. Oh, shit. Techie's game? All right, Twitch people, I'm going to send you to Cap. You can watch him go play techies over there. YouTube gang, I'll just let you go once we're done, since I don't know, is there even a YouTube raid type feature? I don't think so. But yeah, I'll be back. We will stream tomorrow. I don't know what we're doing. We might play Dota. Maybe we'll do more replays. I guess we'll see. But Wednesday will definitely be the replay reviews, like I said. Everybody, thank you for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. We'll be doing a lot of streams this month. So I will see you at any one of those. Possibly tomorrow, but possibly further down the line. Okie doke. Bye, everybody. Peace out. Bye, Twitch people.